Good afternoon, chat. It's just me coming online finally. Been fucking around. Well, wasn't fucking around. I am so cringe. I closed out of it instead of. I'm like this. I'm like this. Anyways. Guess I don't need to prove what I've been up to there, but yeah. Hey chat, how's it going? Got my camera going there, so that's cool. See me? It's like. Anyways. Yeah, so just posted that. Anyways, time to play the white and listen to the music. Oh, it's a better song than this. Let's isekai this bitch. Gotta fucking run it back like ReZero. You know how it goes. Pornbot immediately. Hell yeah. I just realized that every time I get out, every time I click to look at like my notification, I'll just like have this guy. Thank you, Virgin Vegeta. Drive, so that's why they call me Subaru. I'm looking at me like he's the guy. I'm the opponent they beaten by. No need to try, just look at how Vegeta died. Say we drip, no aqua when I've been revived. Bring the pain and darkness you see tonight. Damn, that the shack at the walls of a tractor. Now I woke up to a chick in a tractor. Your chick like Megumin way that she just wanna bang. Actually, no, I have nothing to say to this. Anyways. They know to fear me, I'm ready to steal. They can tell by the moves on my head. Need to boxed up in my room, now I'm deep in the box of the goddess that walks this land. I'm armored up for all situations, +3 and still upgrading. I wasn't glad tapped in properly. I'm doing something shady, have me mind. I just be in here and there's some maybes. I just do my shit, I didn't get too strong by sitting around, and that's just how it is. Bang. On me, that's not it. On me, that's not everything. Anyway. I need to see how to optimize this route. Yeah. It Tammy, girls call me daddy. Roll with a major now for Shinigami. Run up at the gate, bare face, no belly, and I punch up a princess. I will know how to get a gun to a sword fight if they try me. If I run, then it's alright, never find me. G-A-Tai, Caddy, no Genie 10. Cat could, Tatakairi, and I'm residing in a special region dealing with the fire, the demon leading military teams. While a politician scheming, but my hobby is a reason, it's a mission that I'm seeking. I'm a born otaku. More than a Yasumi is here that I'm marooned in a world with elves, cat girls, and dragoons. Kingdoms are lagoons, so don't bring war to my core. My platoon will let a C4 blow your force like balloon. No, you can't do this without me. I'm not just lucky, but from the 1,000, my skill got me here like a fortune. No doubt it, while effects are holding the leggings like bouncing, no selling. I don't care what you mean to offer. Never been impressed by no offers. Won't trust an argo or business. Like as I'm starting it, throw me all your loot now, cause you know I'm winning. If you don't surrender now that I'm taking it from your core. Scramble to survive, but I study this thing before. Got your mind in a whack, you the coping mechanisms, and I hope that there's a corporate record. See you, I've been dope after saying you and your crew. About to choose your maneuvers, dominating your city. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's already there. Maru, you got the burner. Gluttonous, this one I got a murder. Dying on the same, dying all the same. Publish murder. Surrounded by my goblins. Oh, what? That one, I guess? Anyways. taking over Discord. Mind sharper than a pitchfork if you ain't with it, no discord. A true challenge what I itch for. But the option was trying to go. They look like a Zuno or mark for my shooter, gon' leave him like Riku, they stuck with the ghost. You cannot fuck with my unit, we moving through all of you squares like a 3D chess piece. Ain't take a L since the day I was born, you could bring all your cheats and you still couldn't best me. Trying to come at the king, then you better be ready, cause I say the word you get sent into orbit. I live for the game, if you trying to play me, the situation getting morbid.
My enemy stop.
I think it's 10.
Then I'm never aroused. Always be careful, I check my surroundings. When there's no enemy that I ain't down. Level 1 came in this game OP.
Yeah, that seems much better.
Gotta work fast, can't take the same slowly. Hard work every day like a brainstorm beat. Mama mentality, I don't need anyone, I can just do it myself. I don't need anyone hurting, just know that I got you. I promise that I don't need help. Valkyrie thought she would try me, then realized she couldn't. We trained, now we put it to bed. Summon the hero for hire, now nobody's higher than demon. He's gonna be dead. Can't let the game, someone snacks on my body. Turn to a goner and we get demonic. Many have fallen, but they not forgotten. I call my goblins and up in the common. Got nothing in common with fools at the bottom. All of my knowledge get turned into options. You got a problem, it's enemy spotted. Who is you stopping? Somebody tell them that it's over for. I ain't tool count, new overlord. If it's war, I'm unleashing these ghostly hordes. Me and my team showing no remorse. I got limits and slugs and ability in place with the smoke if you trying. So many arms when I call the cocaine. You see me, you dying. You got no class with my golem out, you get infected a lion.
Wake up, looks like a back of death, cause the cycle's never ending, can I catch a breath? What happens next? I know, cause I am the best, like deja vu.
Let's see.
I had to check, trapped in a loop.
Do I see?
My life is all doom and gloom, it's all a mystery, solve it like Scooby-Doo, so I reverse on the track like a Subaru, ayy.
Think, bonk, think.
Ain't nobody messing with us.
Big body, best of beast, no dog, no testing the pedigree. I'm a vet to the vet, so again, please. Ain't another Bijou who's ahead of me, steadily. Trying to rearrange my mind, being lies and turn like a might combined. Weak trigger bitch, beats undefined, put 1K, putting your life on the line. Now trying to copy QB, it's fine. Bite in the style like a bite in the 9. Shit, sign of the times, the word up to tell us how you die by the 9. Still in some new combo. You can create a god power, never god. Bomb Ninja still got it. You try, but I do not. I'm cool with my demons, no demons. I revive. But you ain't with me, he getting left behind. Probably a beast without showing my beast side. Our Paul, we going really much. Energies and resistance. Mom, but then we go to the mind. Into the yang of the bounce and art. In the bang, you know, take it spark. My power off of the charts.
No steel be sharper, I'm everyone's first pick as if I'm a starter. The sword is the charger, I beat the beat up and I made that shit harder. I'm swift like I'm scarfed, and I'm swift like a car, never swift like the stars. I'ma keep it a break, I'ma break through your armor. Push me to 100, I take that shit
Bring the heck up that. Yeah. Hate myself. I'm literally not gaming right now, chat. I can't believe it.
Big bad wolf, not me, but I give that look, got teeth that'll whip. Cross me, you'll be stiff. And shock all the dogs are around with a fox and a hound and an ox and a mouse and the crocs and the owls. It's an animal kingdom. Exclude different prides and herds, and out of all these wounds, it's my pride that hurts. I'm a stagehand, that means if you're acting up, I'm here to take that spotlight and patch it up. I never crave that scent of a rabbit's blood, but this Playboy bunny got me wagging and I'm lapping it up. I'm a ravenous pup, a prime carnivore, but giving in to instinct I can't afford. Holding back though I felt I should. You look so nice and smell so good.
Human or beast man, internal crisis. Who's the true villain? Let's ban a fight this. Priceless moments when I'm here to collect. You cross the wrong animal and I come with a set. A bare arms is guerrilla warfare. Chameleon camouflage, but stand out like no fair. And I'm like, what's the escape? My whip's dead counter. You thought you were a savage till you met me and staying with that counter.
Your body that's stuck in the shadows, not dishing the gummy. Or turn a blind eye like I was Konami. I run with the gear like this was Konami. Rolling with the team, but now alone. G.I. Joe won't ever take an L, and you see why. Villains, cause they all cry wolf. Can't believe I wrote for Konami and became a Kojima. Lead, you won't bleed. Got that heat, this that shrink wrap, this shit tight. So concede, cause my team gonna bring back losing soul. You a fiend, bring that steam. Cause you need that hummer, wood, shoulder, flow. Just come easy when you kick back up.
What it mean to be alive? Mind keeps switching like it's 3 of me inside. I could be a beast if you needed me to ride. We know y'all can really proud of this demon he contrived. Always been an object of curses. People on the block used to talk like I'm worthless. Stuck up in my thoughts, I'm on to a person. The power in my past to be cause of a murder. 3 stacks for a fresh, so clean with it. My punch room radius like a breeze sprint. My team different. We teams with a mean mission. It's pandemonium extreme and it seems vicious. Thriller mode on go, bitch. I mean mission. I'm so comedic when I'm speaking. It's relief, isn't it? Let Inumaki do the talking cause he speak cryptic. Now with the pandering, this panda really means business.
Feel like if you suffer with the chopper popping off my bare arms, ain't no stopping what I'm plotting, run up on them, get bombed. Almost have forgotten my domain, the name's called never run for you, and obviously little game will get shot. I get trigger happy, causing havoc on the scene, a misdemeanor, what you mean, I won't accept it from a teen in my academy. Chick with me, she my Junko and the Shima, when it's Paris teaming up, and all we do is cause a tragedy. It's a killing game, and I ain't dead yet. Turn them black and then attacking is your best bet. Cause I established this establishment's a deathbed. Execution waiting if you get caught slipping. So if you're a student, don't you ever try to measure up to me, I'm the ruler. When you rappers alter egos when you on the computer. If a body been discovered, then it's from my Nakuma.
You don't wanna mess with the
Damn it.
sergeant. Green on my body, all these Pekapons are targets. Giro, how I've got more guns than a gun, blood numbered. So I fix my piece like an artist. Turn you to a ghost with the cold club. I'm up at the switch like I'm a mocha. Afro dance man, we about to blow up. I don't know how I changed finance when I woke up. Sumi, I be the one giving orders. Kumuru spicy your mouth like a korma. You lot of rookies like Tamama. Mess with the frogs and you're dead in the water. No, I got more suits in a courtroom. Start with a fruit full of fortune. How commanding armies better warn you. Kara a bitch, I'm the one leaving war wounds.
Watch how you talking to a deity, you need to flee as fucking unbeliever. The man gets a flash, they won't out of copper heater. A man in the band, they get shot like he can leave. And he not a renaissance, they be charged for Nia.
Y'all really be Vegeta, how you bitch on me here. I'm sick as a gas, wipe a nose, could kill in a fit. My fury rage, purple haze, get them lit if they trip. My trigger finger itching, one tap, splitting your shit, you bitch.
I'm riding with it, shorty, keep a stick or a hunt. I'm pissed cross, the only hit, bro, one. Only thing on my mind when I get 4 lunch. If he wanna go cool, I'm gonna hit your son.
Said gas thrown up, burning, heating up your dome, dog. The kind of frauds, I'm a shooter, brace your whole car. For the crown, stomp a king beside his throne, dog. Better watch your tone, y'all, step into a whole dog.
Dang it, chat. I'm getting the glass port route. It'll happen, I swears. See, it's almost there, chat. I've almost got this. I've almost got it. It's right. It's right there.
Knock, knock, open up. Megaran's up, and I'm going nuts. Rowdy like the doodle, his super fly with the coconut. Game boy say he need me, told him say less. You won't get no respawn unless you
you help make Apex. Legend in the flesh, telling you to just get your purse up. I've been rocking stadiums before they got their first up. I ain't never been the king, I don't need you to worship. But some of y'all gon' have to reimburse us. Word up, yeah, I was at your concert, yo. You don't want no kind of smoke. How I know? I just use my nose like I'm Tanjiro. All I do is win and make impossible look possible. Petty drama, I'm like Teddy Bala when I drive it, yo. Idols ain't your rivals. You just in denial, and you ain't a boss if you got a disclaimer in your bio. Can't touch the untouchable, shake the unshakable. Talent is unmistakable, diamond is unbreakable.
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty good flow.
Japanese dubbing, I'm causing a ruckus. I got my go ruckus. The heater is stuck, but I could get the bucket. I'm clucking a dozen. I don't give a shit where the granddad. I got a shit in the damn bag. They think of me highly and just like I'm Riley since I was a young and my pants sag. Like Huey, I'm woke still, but not the type to get folks killed. I got a dope in my coat still. I got the shit for the hotel. Ain't no time for the chit chat. I don't know you, homie, get back. Promise you don't wanna get black. I am a kid, stay back. Hey, R.I.P. John Willis. All the snakes gon' slay the why you laughing, ain't shit funny. Got a strap like Jim Rummy. I came from the boondocks, you get 2 shots, I'm a bit scummy. Shut your mouth, you a big dummy. Looking at you, you a bit funny. Thank God I'm a free man, and that he made me a G-man. I've been fighting my demons, I don't get mad, I get even. I thank God I'm a free man, and that he made me a G-man. I've been fighting my demons, I don't get mad, I get even. Right.
Nigga talking, he ain't on my level. We don't phone the same. Told that nigga that I need my flowers. I'm a rosary. Man along me, that shit hit like Dave back to my colder ways. OG, see me drag racing on the road you paved.
Oh shit, that's Smith Blackwell? Hell yeah.
I'm brawling with a Drake on my nigga, I'm dead Kuso. But still keep shooters that wet you up like Marucho. Got 2 bad bitches, Julie, Bruno. Your little shorty let me in the water, guess she mind your boo. Shorty said I'm sweet, I'm like Vegeta with all kinds of blue. Full of get the racks and then she asked you what you trying to do. Burn your papers on fiction, that's why she ain't trying to screw. On my wrist I got a diamond dude. So we will give it with your life, can roll a die or two. Obliterate that pussy, told that bitch that it was time to do. I feel like Torf, I can see the way the lions move.
Oh shit, Pathopot. Pathopot?
If you really thought you was a hot shot, nah, that boy get it knocked off. Yo bitch got her top off.
Oh, damn it, yeah. I swear, chat, once I hit this, I'm gonna be goated.
He was scheming, like I ain't afraid to beat it. Before Fago stopped and bring his fire, magic stops. Brody, stop talking like we even. Cause if Buck I started cleaving, I've been 2 hours in the scene. I'm in the dirt with my demons. Hey, you can't even see him. Y'all like pause, y'all stay sweet. I'm a rapper, I didn't eat him. Ain't no rapper who could cheat him.
Got me someone throw up the hands and I'm bringing a demon. I got the key and I'm feeling like Keegan. Clipping it off and he thought I was screaming. Doing this shit for myself and the niggas that know me, so know there ain't no other reason. Stand at attention, they pledging allegiance. Can't sleep, I mention they begging and pleading. I got the sauce and they want the seasoning. I'm about to make me a meal off of reasoning. Pocket is deepening, wild obesity. Might get arrested for public indecency. Cause I've been tagging so low that my dick is exposed to the hose when the dough overflowing and spilling and showing. I feel like a shogun, I'm stacking the faces that look like a toad to me. Talk about weapons, we actually told them a chop and a mag when a dump making
And that tab sandwich, I don't even need to look up. I know that type of fucking flow anywhere.
I just put a million on a townhome weight. Going down home cause I now know how those Super Saiyan niggas on a cloud roll weight. Super Saiyan nigga on a cloud with a big stick. Sipping on mystic, big drip, big lick, big fish. Water open like a Sharknado. Spinning through a section with the quickness, bitch. Yo,
Nah. Get freedom boy.
You trashing the matchup, it's actually tragic. Like slapping, but giving it, you have to be tapping. With vest coming on you wait for the static. You say you the best and I'm Beerus, I'm napping. You Mario's brother, take out for the captain like, wait, might be from Dragon Ball, I got a key. Look at my level, though they try to beat. He tried to catch me, he tried a new lead. Like the game, I don't
Like the aim, like the aim.
I've been making my moves in the right direction for this music. Just look at your keyboard, that's the only time you can say I've been anywhere wrong with you with. Stupid. Hey. I don't even know that,
Oh shit, Danville.
You're a motherfucking asshole. Even when I'm fucking around, I got the best flow. Even the sound of my name makes the knuckle sound hyper. I don't watch out at me, but they still ask me on the side, but they're after the clicks. And that's not a diss, my raps are just hits. So when they react to this, that's a inhaling like I'm having an asthma attack or a fit.
This is going hard because you can.
The only way I can retain a basic fraction of passion for it. And if my rap matches the life from the African diaspora should. But enough of hip hop, I'm up down the chip shop. You want anything picture? Or should I carry on cashing my chips? Penmanships and deadly sin your
Yeah, it's. Oh no, wait. Connor White? Conquest. Connor's White.
Some shorts and cakes made it crash like insomniac. So now wait for death to sleep. Not only got myself to feed, I'm breading up my brothers with a hefty feast. Run with the black adults on legacy. Copy on me, build a legacy. Quest complete. Insert the disc into the system. Get it on tonight. Yeah, my verse is hard as Hiroshima, cased in carbonite. Hard as Sephiroth's boss battling Kingdom Hearts. Your song's garbage is horrible, like Gilbert Gottfried trying to harmonize. I'm the hardest, nerdy artist, honest.
Yep.
Full stop. Bass vibrating on both sides. Call that a dope shot. Dual-wielded pistols pop your top off, but this ain't New Orleans. When you see the flashes, it'll be too late for trigger warnings. Last name Norris, first name Dixie. I'm Sonic 06. You do not wanna play with me. First lines fly till your eyes purple like Donatello's. My bars are stronger than the family of Dom Toretto. They try to diss, but I don't know why.
Who did I miss?
And that girl's been studying while listening to lo-fi. Throwing fists with me, I'm like a fitted sheet. I'll never be folded up. But if I ever lose, then the TVA will be showing up. I'm the man, homie. You don't wanna fight, I got these hands on me. How you may I definitely roll a punch and never land on me. Party bitch, banana clip, you know I keep a can on me. Monkey D and Luffy, I got all these rubber bands on me. Pussy boy, you talking shit. You gon' need a doctor when that Tony chopper hit. Fucked around and shot a bit. My weapons also knock the shit. Pistol got a kick to it. I'm Sanji on my pocket shit. Cooking up, you can find me in the kitchen there. All blue, probably thought a nigga tripping there. Turn every day, you niggas just ain't got no discipline. Hammer named Jack, I'ma have to let it rip again. Nigga, I just do what it do. Move with a Capone body, they gon' shoot when I shoot. Ain't no fucking time skip, bitch, I'm new and improved. Shadow imitation, I'm gonna make a move when I move, I'm saying.
It's on the path, chat. I just have to do it. Shit, Swappity hitting it. Bro, going hard.
I'm at the table seated, one for feelings fleet. Man, no matter the Arab and my brother's keep. Man, no matter the Arab and Odin's arrow, if we unsheath me, then I'll get such a lead. They matching my strength.
And it's Rickard of Ragnarok.
You be talking that shit on slide by. Now I can that 3 times and cry by. You know the definition of restraint. Get one thing straight. No, I can't think straight. You and your only heavy, cause I can't wait. Cause if it ain't had that shit, it disintegrate. Don't even need full force to eliminate. We gon' turn his skull and brain to a lemonade. Breaking up his skeleton, give me a fork and a plate for this dinner date. I'm straight faced, not gonna be a horse when I
man into a missing link. He thinks he's him and I'm awful. I'm humbling models, a model, he's nothing to win. How you sudden, the further you fall. When I call up Apollo, he's singeing his wings. Nah, look, I'm just killing time and that's where to my pops. Get in line and be the first one to drop. Bear your life and prepare for the loss. Fire in your chest, remember that shit came from me. It's no effort for turning it off. Sending your best, it doesn't matter the man, cause a man's a concern to a god. Matter of fact, let's do see dog. Think he's tough and try blow for blow. Match the technique and match the flow, but if you take my shot, he gonna overdose. Talk about sleeper builds, my physique really stumping him, slumping him, fuck it, I'm swole. Man, I'm talking, he's more
Fuck it, I'm swole.
passing it off to my brother, my bro.
Who wanna go up beside in the GOG, the king of seas, the tyrant? I am he who cannot be beside. So why are people reaching for my lightness? Maybe cause I got that drip, okay. It's also right off of the rip, okay. But talking on top of that shit, okay. We're caution out what was the blade. Say that they playing with I. If you play the favorite, then I'm swaying the side. I make a way, then little wave and combine. It was right on my way, here to stay on the tide. Data 5-5, rain, then you die. Try in front of Charlie, you taking the dive. Giant with the flame, I'm creating inside. So I wet them up, and if I aim and you fry, bitch. He's my brother, attracting my hate if you waiting, I flutter. We came up for nothing, they quit when I'm stumbling, my base when it's plucked. I'm saying I'm based and I'm based on destruction. Try the 40, how I up the meter, now they see a rushing. If I up the meter, now they see the function. You was lucky, breathing, chopper, chubby, eat it, how it needs consumption, like damn. Two hands and two hands, and quick fire, two-handed, duck when that swung. As a young lad, tantrums turned into manhunt, stop some bad blood. Big brother, no Hogan, baby, round livers an actual snake that I'm choking. How you speak on my name, but I change like Romans, like Heracles, Hercules. When I feed, murder scene, fetching seeds, Hesperides. Next step, 3 heads get service leash. Oh God, they can say he ain't earned this. Keep bare hands, no shoes, no shirt. Fuck up their plans, one move, stone stern. Hardest labor, I was part of the own birth. Main attraction be the back piece, real first. Slap killers when hills turn. Bank of feet is my meal, sir. They think you can meet and Bill Burr. I revert to think they are kill first. They can lay that brickwork, Mr. Olympic, and feel like breaking the mister. You get the
Step on the
picture.
dirt with a purpose. If anyone hurting my soldiers, I murk them. It's quadruple fist to his face and it burn him. You look in my eyes and you don't see the third. When you fuck with a purple, it's curtains. I'm doing these humans a service. How the fuck you think I got to
Is
this
that
spot?
butter?
1,000 guards on my mountain, they riders and they finna jump on your block if you not. Really tag toes in this bitch. I'm hitting moves, I really tap toes in this bitch. I cannot be frozen, I might melt all the gold in this bitch. Chosen for throwing elbows over so many foes. I broke over bones for the shit. I turn your blood into lava, no gun make you dance. If I turned off a comment, so rude, I got him, I can't, I go under. I pick up my partner, I tear him asunder. My body parts cut him, that's really my chopper. You and that big Valkyrie gon' need a doctor. When I put this blue and red fire to your body, I'm so above all them. They don't try to fight till they die. They just pussy, I'll put what I offer. I hope that I try to move out of my stand high. You can't fuck with the top.
Like company, clear you under me. This ain't regicide, ain't no fucking kink. Guillotine, set the cut 'em clean. Personality split among us like there isn't one of me. Double agent moving subtly. Storm
Who
coming, make the metal
do I keep missing?
Watch fly, they gon' be loving me. No, I don't want the bliss to comfort. Cause I just get pissed when it does hurt. Riding an Iron Maiden, get 'em punctured. War in a single direction like Dunkirk. Cut up the beat till I'm tongue tied. Nothing iller gotten on the one earth. They hate me, I don't give a fuck why. Neither do they, don't know what's worse. Got 'em under command like I'm Custer. Send 'em up into the clouds, finally the chopper bigger than a buster. Me speaking with my chest in. It's a cavern, no heart I can muster. Don't even acknowledge the gesture. The intent, bloody, see the luster. Don't hit me up when it does work. Pussy.
Who that? Come on, Zeus. Who is that? Zero for Cook. Who is that? Loki 2. Who is that? Talking about this time last year, everybody else in the field trying to talk about Buddha. Now 5-4 and light and one. Now who get blessed by Buddha? Did it off the temple like a Tama Buddha. I'ma fuck it up and call it Kama Sutra. These designing goggles, they can watch the future. I'm a talented doctor who is not the ruler. We pray to none. Why you thinking we do? Pray tell. Why you thinking he cool? Got him falling like infinity pool. God's got him yawning. We ain't finna be moved. Wonder which I'm picking for the 6 rounds. Leave your shit twisted like witch. Swimming with the sharks, you on fish scale. I've been heaven sent, but I give hell. I'm calm with it, how I'm killing the god. Gone hitting, then I'm switching the eye. Dodge different recognition is taught. The plot thickens when I lift the facade. Karma hit him, he gets sent to Nirvana. Some sorrow shit will rip in his chopper. Folded old and hit a crow with a car. Loafing on him, I don't go for the charge. Mahayana, this a whole different dharma. King Shaka put a guard where it's hard. Have a habit, bringing havoc and happiness, but they finna let it go cause I'm charmed.
Again, who did I miss? really fucked with the Silver Hound beat?
I hear a whole lot of talking, but you ain't saying nothing. When I spark it, I'm blazing on Malaysian look. Bleed odds in this cold Steve Ross in this past piece off with brass feet, proxy these among honor record the box regards the scene honorary that to lead lost in the top leads. I'm moving in box speed and you on your A game, and you would just not be. Now skip to my logo, isn't on mute, got a militant view, no diligence, no skyline.
Who am I missing again? The Norseman. Nine. It's twice down.
Couldn't write this, you know you not like this. Bad out to the righteous, I'm your highness. Just off my divineness, I can leave them like this. They gon' try me like I'm sweet, but it's a fruit you cannot bite it. Too forbidden, listen to the serpent, time to say goodbye. When he turn his brain into the green, stops to bits of atoms. It don't matter, get it anyway. This holy piece of blasphemy. Anything that you can do, they don't love us, you can't fathom. Realize the brother afterlife, they're trying to mess with Adam. J.
Hold up, maybe the greatest loser that ever died. Step aside, y'all should've never give me a second life. Running simulations for this, my failure is recognized. If God is king, then I'm ready, set for the regicide. It's genocide on heaven's side if they don't know their God. Golden only, born and only, Brody known as Koji, bro. Only Brody sorta from Kumamoto to Tokyo. Trust me, homie, I ain't drying laundry when I taught the pole. The Zodachi Kakuta man from his tip to his top. Flipping the script, this man go shit on a god. Think that he hung. Meanwhile, I've never heard of this from a knob. Cause they respect that Ganryu comes from a different
Ganryu.
See, I ain't really with the backhand shit. But if you talk wrong, buddy, you get backhanded. You see, I'm backstanding, although I walk with a cane. You run your back line and flat if you gon' talk on my name, bitch.
It's Jack back and I'm ill, Jack in your jail, assassin after
Is she a Jack?
kill, slash for the thrill. You don't know Jack spitting, you ripping flows, flow jacking for real. My lines hoping like they grapple, I will, they grappling real. Brody Jack, but I'm built different in the cup, push the top back, fading.
There we go.
Chop it ain't chops off, standing with still clicking on off, innocent cigars, all killer be killed, victim shrills, hitting real different. I'm well in the mental wired, I'm walking a fine line between dreaded and dreadful. Said every enemy, any shemmy, I'm plenty.
I can't believe that was slower. Damn. I fucking threw at the end, obviously. Good Bro's just like, yeah, I'd fight God. Oh, fucked it. I can't believe the one time I actually finished it, I fucking did it worst time, but... Fucking wild. Bam, 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 bam.
With a fur coat, got a bad bitch under contract. Shorty throwing you Tomcats. I'm a game changer, no rhyme hacks. Doing punch slide on your figure skate. I can spin your race like a figure eight. Crosshairs, see a dinner plate, and the birds flee like a Twitter space. It's the beast at the end, ain't no end to the beast. You don't want star nothing. We can fire in a hole, we can do them all cold. Everybody get some. And that shit can all happen. They get to you, come and correct my nigga. I'm good at recycling. Picking up anyone trifling. Waving on red, bringing down bills and shaking the man.
I believe I missed the fucking elevate. Not too many. Can't believe it. I mean, I can't believe it, but I can't believe it.
I'm not afraid of the ultimate show. What if there's no tomorrow? We're all thought that I know what my motive is. Bagging the treasure like pirates. Zora, I spot my persona. Calling me catch, I finally got over it. Might be a fact, like calling me Mona. I'm quite a magician, but I never misses it. Lately, I feel like a god. Stay optimistic, but skull is a dipshit. So you'll be catching these balls. They have a listen like who am I kidding? Well, with the bring of the law. They will appreciate me for my efforts to finally get applause.
Straight Xing out these hunters, no room to wonder. Light on my feet, follow up with thunder, leave a 6 feet under. I'm the type to bring a trouble to a fight. My confidence on 10, don't need gonna ice. Either rich or a synthesis, blow up the foes like Burmese rose. Here we go! Oh, Mr. Braggadocious, blasting my past if you lack your focus. Massive, I clap to you bound and orders. Blue coming in fast cause I ran the show. It's all laughs and jokes till I'm at your door with gang packing hammers like Amy Rosen. Your ex next to me, you know how it goes. So better tell YouTube that it's like info kids. No disrespect, you ain't tense with a tech, but you still stuck behind. Boy, thought his punches were hitting. That boy ended up shadow boxing. Yo, she called me Eclipse Can, the way I'm dancing on blue like the Upton. Everybody that drop in the gym, now the trip, I'm touching supersonic.
I be speeding in the streets in a taxi. Who can that be? How to cover the nose in my backseat. Kick it in the taxi, get broke to the alley. Raking other me that they don't know I charge a flat fee. Look around me, all I see is some animals, mystery kiss type shit. I'm a natural dope who floated and know who knows.
Can't believe I keep fucking this up. Fuck it.
Every day on the same shit. Niggas lane switching, aiming for the basement. Never make it to the second phase. There ain't much left I can put my faith in. But a girl who can look Satan in the eye with the same innocent amazement as the young child looking at their patron. Worst case crushed by ambition. Worst case crushed committee. Curse made, but I'm still living. Cursed cage body is a prison.
Go piss in the yard, you get in the pause. Scout thugs scared when you get in the pause. Split in his jaw with combinations when I gave him the mix like a miss in the raw. With a loss, tried to best me. With the boy too fly, I just tried the next scene. All of y'all fell off cause you tried the next deep. Bitch, I'm a beast, I'm the pet peeve. Yeah, passing over ya. Y'all trashing the campus copious. Hashtag if you're happy knowing ya. Cracking niggas like Agdalonia. Crashing over us. That means that none of you niggas are seeing the picture. Stay on your job and just don't be no quitter. You thought I was pussy, I'm bigger than litter.
King of the beast. I solidified my name listed by all these freaking elites.
Get king of the base.
I ain't bringing a peace, nah, I ain't bringing no peace. Look, I'm just bringing a fleet. I'll link with my peeps who sinking our teeth into the game. All these big news for you, dude, if you think you do the same. They ain't innovative, emulated greatness, but I just switch it up again. I just get the beast, I know the beat, the air. Another like me must be a cheap replace. Pick an MC and make him meet the pavement. Bring the beat back, and now they finish this shit. I'm up on a mag is the first and last. Fuck your generation, I'm worse than that. Pussy sugar hot with the burning black. It just takes one breath, cruise turn to ash. You burn a flash, a murder. Captain's hurt, the captain's hurt. The dragon is a cold blood killer. Fight is worse than my fuck, no thriller. Bring the Kong and I'll tongue Godzilla.
This is. I can't believe this. I'm playing so badly, chat. I can't believe this.
But you'd like another room. From the ceiling is a spectre that's writing out your doom. Give the staff a little ring about the phantom. If you choose, you'll need some tape for ghostly shipping. Once you've wrangled all that ooze, ghostly riders may be headless, or they may have schools of flame, but they have never very friendly with repetitive names. Check each pocket for a monster. But be wary when you do
but I'm a ghost too. Now I'm a hunt the fuck.
Oh.
You feel the shiver through your spirit. I can almost catch you. No crucifix will make a crucial difference. You can trap Bruce.
Yosef.
See the rooms I live in. I'll make you my statue. Still don't believe in superstitions. You live in a vacuum. See you lifting up your desk lab. I'm the creepy menace with the best laugh, and I lead the mentions when I guess crash. No sleep, I travel with a jet lag, and the weed is begging me
Oh, damn
to
it.
step back, but I keep my enemies in death traps. I'm
Woo.
trespass. This was secret exit. I'm the red flag. Drop off. I'm a strong, getting lost in the beat. Conjure the peace, causing the scene. I'll be flocked on my teeth when I cross in the deep call. And the priest ain't gonna solve all the plots of the scheme. Talk to your prophet and leave. And the door knock could have opened your conference and knock before you walk in my office. Rocks on my top, got my drip. Then me horns to the tip of the faucet. Let the paranormal paratroopers day one. I'm the station. You will lose your game on training in the darkest moon. I hate on. Send a curse to where these hoovers came from. There is your backbone. I keep my skeletons out of my closet. I snap those. You couldn't pick me apart, but I pull up your power off plants and I put you in 50s like Van Gogh. If you're trying to fuck with my friends or my family, you know that I'm going ghost. I got fentanyl up in my veins for real, but no, I ain't comatose. And I've been a menace since the second grade. Ass Sam Hall moved with the Mansons. Got my shot and I ain't gonna chance it. Ectoplasm my fist and I Hanson. Putting in work for the people of Amity. A lot of phantoms trying to cause a calamity. When I started, ain't nobody a fan of me. Crazy parents had me question my sanity. Smokers talking steady, trying to banish me. Masses want me to bask in his vanity. Never sorry when I shatter his fantasy. Holding it down for the sake of humanity. They see the green in my eyes and they run away. No, I ain't come to play. He causing problems that we gonna run the fade. Wonder how many of y'all getting done today. Exercise him, I could do it 100 ways. Rolling with Tucker, keeping the tech. Fam rolling the tank, shit look like a mech. End of the day, we don't play by the set. Can't step to my people, we coming correct. You scurvy scallywags, man the starboard bow. We have fish to scare and souls to steal. Oh, is he for real? We won't fight this, let's make a deal.
Yeah, that's the haunted doucheman. Davy Jones. Bloody Mary.
Stories awful, queen for 5 and causing strife to them lot. Arrogant, bored, so I burn some people and what? Hear them screaming, crying as the flames of hell defile. No monarch's ever happy. Disturb me suicidal. Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, no! Switch out your eyes, equal one of the two. Cause on your body reflections and you don't stay trapped in the mirror. Like what's a scepter and a fucking candle in the dark. Lose your way when the shadows dance. Chanting a chant my name, not knowing what comes in from afar.
Sometimes this mansion can be brought.
I can't believe how many different. Hold the fuck that up.
Or a torch for light. My kind of phantom schools and poles and guys. Nightfall Casper woods and haunts are fly. Let the spirit provide you some guidance. Lifting you up higher than the airline did. Putting the jinx and hijinks might be the bubbliest fight since a lamb and a lime ring. Face to the DD screen to the DVDs and books. So you read in deep enough. The deceased they need me to speak with them. I've been reaching each and every medium. Optimist even when I died. The cloud 9-year-old, which is why when my skin is hit with the light, I outshine with these silver line. Links don't spit with liquid or slimy. Grip with a safety shield on your spine. This slick apparition kid on that grind. I'm printing millions rich by design.
Who you gonna call for the ghosts and ghouls? Big green homie, don't you move. I ain't even that mean, want mostly food. For real, don't approach me, dude. Won't run with the crew, I'm a ghostly fools. Not me with the most to lose. I'm chillin' and cut like an open wound. No else cause I broke the roof. You just took the slimy route. Can beat me in my grimy style. Bet they wanna find me now. Keep seeking though I highly doubt that y'all can stand my mighty shout. This grocer's peeking my account. No tiny weakling, I'm a stout. Now Drake, but she can slime me out. Stick to the count, I'm picking them out. Step to me, I'm sending them south. I said no L's, not in my mansion. Sending them in, I'm kicking them out. Evacuate, don't end it about. Cause this right here, not finna go down. You stuck and you can't guess what happened. End up slime like figure it out. By wild bulls and trees, a horseman did stab. The villagers would flee. 'Twas foretold they'd be down. A staff full of fire and a steed black as coal.
Versus.
When it's dire and leaves with your soul. Tall stories is spoken with folklore. Haunting the roads of the lone war. Morphers form born for the shadow of the young. Caught in the glow of a torch and a man's own thoughts. Those branches walk to the phantom before you. Run to your gap to be caught for the bones. You nasty and pro with the gas to your door. They abhor them thunderous tabs of his stamp in his fortune. Under attack of his stalking the banks of the moor. Some say they handle a sword. Others claim they capture
I believe I missed the shot. Yeah, like how was the one time I actually finished it the worst? I can't believe how much I threw that last part. Come on. Do it.
Feel a ghostly shiver through your spirit. Something's out of place, facing someone else. Your worries wearing someone else's face. Some may call it camp, but you really shouldn't drag the leg. Child's play may turn from clown to drowning while they laugh and quake. This summer's raising hell above there's ever been, so take a chance on Halloween. Be every peach's tenor queen. You can check out of this motel or wake up from a dream, for this is prime time, bitch, and we've all paid to see you scream. Excuse me, I'm giddy, I slash up your city, you know I'ma get you, my pretty. Crashing a party with ain't all my crowd. Withdraw my children now. Shopping your dreams, a feast of my feast that you feel it.
I should it's Freddy Cougar. Oh my god.
Are having sex, and if they don't stop owning, I'll be swinging at the neck. Who's up, who's young, who's sex repressed, who's upset, who's next, you gonna shut it from the group text. You know who does what you knew best. Who best moves to two pens, trying to his best to get tuned in. But never but neck, cause I'm gone like Jordan. Turn out with flesh as I come up from death shock with the blood of a young dead breath. This is the locket. Fuck this. I'm chopping, I'm walking, wizard of rubber, the ghost walking. It wasn't hurts me, the rubber, the ones that come over, they took the rubber, the head, let's see how I'm the most. I'm murder who I'm a killer bug talking ass up who I'm in the box for slashing. They call me a small time killer. What you mean by small? Is that the size of the boat, baby? It's emotion.
I believe it. I know it. I missed one. Okay. Yeah, like, goddamn. What's your family?
Several forms from horrible to adorable. Taxidermy, my old life isn't restorable. When I gon' grab this knife, it's not ignorable. Mother's hands course through every action I act cordial until I have to enact torture. Mama got me acting nothing is abnormal. Ever we slash forceful, send me back to the courtroom. We don't harm a fly, but we all go a little bit mad. Sometimes I resort to killing. I got a trio in my head saying we ain't finished. And like me, I got a three-way split up, and I don't need no pity. Me in the motel and she goes missing. When I'm
That's fucking wild. Yeah, it's Ghostface. Finally, Jesus. Finally. Anyways.
Established a cipher, then lined it with insolent words. Quid pro quo, you hand me the mic and I'll give you a verse. I'm the great Picasso of the laying the backbone. Your remains I'm brandished and paint a canvas to face off with Hannibal's a no-brainer. Hands in, I take it out to make you your own cranium sandwich. If a stranger sat down at my table and had the display of like a basic table manners, the behavior's rancid and the taste is lavish. After a little man above the table platter. I've been feeding on this beat and I will land on the organs. I get you not just what you eat, I'm instrumental to crop out. My mind's a wealth of reporters and yours is seldom important. No goes on feast and with some pizza till I'm definitely top. Lessons you can never get done. On how I break a pass with ease when I am left with a pen. If you're a cunt, I have the feeling I can tell from the set. I'll keep you hung up from the ceiling till you come at the ends. You will knock it away. Only thing I'm offering, I'll fall out of pain. And it's got me walking like a moth to a flame. And you see me in the cross dark in the shades. Running down the target, but oh god, it's delayed. Sick of all this hawk to a gawk chopping away chalk. And I'm up, all I know is drawing the blade. Half of the game with the buddies rotting. Decay not with the doctor, I get a broad to the grave. And then toss them, stopping the shape. Bet I've been a boss and they all know my name. So who wanted with Mike Myers, like with the knife and the mic?
I take it back. I can't believe that it took me so long to get that first time. I can't believe that. Am I talking into the camera? Okay. I can't believe it took me that long to get that first time, and now I get like another one 2 runs in, which is like a decent time. I wonder how much faster I can go, but still, that's good. I'm proud of that. Nice. I think, hold on. I'm just gonna like send this to, I was gonna say Facebook, but it's not Facebook. I'm gonna send this to Twitter. As well, like, send it. No. Anyways, let's just see what. Nintendo Switch friends. Anyways, just now that we've got that properly captured, see, look at all these amazing times. Also, look at. Yeah, I'm pretty cool. I need to collect gifts in each of these missions now.
The YouTube Cypher. Multiple artists coming together on a single track,
Dwayne
each performing as various popular characters in a maelstrom of unfathomable and unrivaled clickability. Long the domain of the shonen protagonists, the major and relevant pop cultural touchstones, the elementally compatible anime magic wielders with tragic backstories. Until now. Join the Stupendium as they take you on a perilous journey into the algorithmically unviable, on a quest for the content nobody asked for. Join us as we enter the realm of the unlikely cipher.
It's the Muppet Show Cypher with our very special guest, half of Nerdcore.
Wait, half of Nerdcore? Holy shit, damn. YouTube Music's is on this? Crazy. Damn it. Ah, oh, damn, still not red? Crazy. It's probably sub 17, isn't it, Curtis?
You know what? What? Whenever I hear Fozzie Bear, my first thought is always McGuire. Yeah, McGuire, are we still listening?
McGuire, are we still listening?
We're Muppet Labs, and we came to say this is where the future's being made today. Oh dear, you can hear that my rhymes are rather tragic, but precisely why we built the Muppet Labs Rap-O-Matic. One flip of a switch, and I'll be spitting completely. The risk of a glitch, don't be ridiculous, speaking. Bit of a hitch, seems it is overheating. Biggity, do forget to check the lexical accelerator. As you can see, my action speed is passing a big. Check the brake, twiddle the knobs, rip out the cog, the lyrical log with a bigger rock, my hippity hop, and a zippity top, and a thing to stop and switching it off. Oh, Beaky, you broke it. That'll be coming out of your paycheck.
Smoke deep with the show's chief. I'm the brainstem. Most peeps still got soul beats. Paying their bills. Tongue steep through my nose. Breathing the mayhem. Cold beast with the gold teeth. Call me Bear Grylls. Organ got the pipes and I got the piece ready. Drink cathedrals and theaters and left the seat sweaty. You are never getting bored when I slam the keys heavy. Yeah, they call me doctor cause I keep the beat steady. Now one for G-Mate. Just skipping over the beat. Like improvise on my sheets and flipping into a key change. I'm counting on my dough while they're jamming on my cheesecake. Gold record sold us. My legacy gets ripped up.
Mud muffy and must muffle and muzzling. Flowing so dirty, there's much mud in my clothing. Tatty and unkempt, so actually the main G couldn't tame me with a chain leash or lame trees. Take a big like a St. Bernard stomping. The kennel's going off, even got Churchill nodding. While there's a frog in your throat, it's like Kermit's coughing. I'm a great
There it is. Now that was in a much more gamer amount of time. I hope you're enjoying all the. Anyways, motion sickness. You're welcome, chat. Anyways, yeah, I got back into a good amount. Nice. I think that counts as dancing. Sorry, I'm just vibing with the music. It's a fucking chat. Fucking good time. God, I can't believe I was doing Glass Port for an hour and then fucking nail this sound. Is that just my...
You know, Schwabbity calls himself the Werebear. He does? Yeah, because listening to him wears you down. And I can't bear it. No!
Make way for moi. If you ain't go, I'll leave you in awe. I'm the pink diva with the mean chutzpah, high class and mass.
Got it.
Fine, divine, beg your pardon, you upstage me. Some say I'm way too much, but I say they're not enough. When I make a scene, I'm getting angry, and ain't just talking bucks. Of all share my time is up. Wait, that's all I got.
Distinguished. See? It's distinguished. I almost got it. See? That's a fucking impressive time. Yachted. Maybe Drake. Oh god, I have to get real good. That one's embarrassing. Ignore that. I don't know what the fuck I was doing here, but I'll give. Smorgasbord.
You have survived your first voyage into the realms of the unlikely. Thank you for watching. To my patrons for enabling this undoubtedly poor choice, and to my many esteemed musical friends for making the improbable possible. Where will our journeys into the unlikely take us next time? Will there be a next time? Or will the algorithm strike this series down for my hubris? Only time will tell. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, ring the bell, and join us again in the realm of the unlikely cipher.
Okay, that's much better. That was embarrassing. I just realized that you can see me and I fucking scratch my nose now. Crazy. Damn it, Max!
Contractually itinerant, but that's the predicament. Trap with the system, holding straps for the omnipotent voices in the radio. The point is in which way to go. Make me excavating what we're paid and then the pay we go. I'm certain of the purpose of the service that we're slaving over. Purge the lunar surface of its worth to meet the daily
Oh shit, it's Lipo Company. I'm at max, still fucking faster than I am.
Cast out to space for products on the screen.
What they do in the emote?
I just keep getting better and better.
Pretty sure that's us with my friend, and that's what matters. Not what matters, I'm trying to get a fucking red medal, but that's what matters.
And that's quite enough of that.
It sure is, but I still must go faster.
As ever, a joy to collaborate with on this project, as well as the Freshie Canal and Freaks who we work with on the beat. If you enjoyed, be sure to check out the playlist for other music videos, and don't forget to check Dan's channel for the alternate ending. And of course, make sure you like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, and dodge the tank. In the meantime, I've got Scrapter Hall, and the room is steadily filling with King Slime. Oh god.
I fucked up the timing. I fucked up the timing. I fucked up the timing. Oh, I fucked it up.
Transmissions contractually itinerant. But that's the predicament. It's right with the system holding straps for the omnipotent voices in the radio. The point is in which way to go. The base we're excavating, what we're paid, and then the pay we go. I'm certain of the purpose of the service that we're slaving over. I'm still in the surface of its work to meet the daily crowd. It's ideal, make you more inclined to reach a greater goal. Do you find me crying quietly against the wall? I miss my wife, I miss my kids, I miss my life. Can't live like this. Perhaps for once, if salary might rise in line with rent, we'd have the fun to rise and shine, not rise in line content. To sacrifice our family lives for those on high hill bend. On empires founded on the thousands, drowned in the cement. I am the very model of a model employee. I never leave my shuttle, can't afford to pay those fees. My overtime, my work 9 days a week.
we place when there are fatalities. Simple men who eat slaves, coming from the gantries. In what kind of dimension is debris so decrepit? Worth more than all the lies amongst the men who said to get it. The minions paid a pittance from the millions who inherit and then build the equipment before they get to spend the credits.
Have you had an accident at work that wasn't your fault? No, you haven't. It absolutely was your fault.
Cause I live in the world. Some of us are working to live. Some of us are making more lives than to make it a some of us are dying to give. Production line. We all told the production line. We all march the production line. We all sign the production line. It's a hell of a show. Better the devil you know.
Just another shift. Trying to keep awake. Haven't slept awake. Conversation starts to drip.
We're here to sell you your soul next day and ready to go.
Setting up the ship. Just another trip. Madden on the breaking up decision to resist.
The wheels of progress they turn, so get ahead or go. Just never question what burns, turn on the engines below.
We were sold in a dream and now they're all in a sleeve. Take a moment and grieve and you know.
Scorpion's advisor couldn't be any nicer. She was just like, might as well give up and die, bro. It isn't that likely we'll experience retirement when staying alive's a minimum requirement. I've trained, I've tried, till I'm strained, I'm tired. I trade my trade for a train drive ride. But I'm afraid that the end of the line isn't a place till I ride till the end of my life. I am the very model of a model employee. Cause I'm used to being toyed with by those far bigger than me. Paint wheel where my face is bare, there's cog in a machine. Just one more face cast out to space for products on the screen.
Okay, yeah, it is gonna be sub 9, sub 18, isn't it? I'm an idiot.
Rations to increase by decree of the masters. Missing baby found in spiders. Well, hello there, friend. That shiny badge tells me you're here with the Ministry of Accounting and Recounting. Taking the census? Well, you picked a spot, all right. There's no shortage of colourful characters here in the Neath, and they all pass through here at the Singing Mandrake. Let old Harry Teller show you about. There's a
Not
fella
even sub
outside by
17,
the name
damn.
of Robert Rackett. But these days, everyone calls him Honest Bob. He can talk for England. I should say you pay him a visit.
Nice to meet you, governor. What you wanna know? Trying to keep a track of numbers now we've dumped here down below.
Oh.
mind, come take a look, you'll see. I'm an open book to read. Something took the city, then this city really took to me. I'm not a crook or thief, I just do what I got to do. Bloke still got to eat. Beef is more than a bumper too. In the ditch and out the picture, London's with ridden walls, which are far too steep to pitch to climb. But speed just makes the teeny flinch, you see it, did ya? Oh, it takes me back. A day like any other, then became the day of wrath. As the monuments were toppled and the cobbles tried to jostled, and the skies above were gobbled by a raging plague of bats. Stuck down underneath, drowning in disease. Air sticks to your teeth, it's thick and viscous with the whispers in the breeze. Trying to earn an honest love, but a Robert's just a Robert, and a Robert's just a Robert to a T. Wasn't much, but used to run a comfy shop. One up, fell down the older tilt, still sitting up the top. Now the masters are in charge, it's rather dark to think they're barred, but every dark it turns to black as soon as all the lights are off. Portobello sort of fellowship in Stockton, Shaftesbury Avenue. Those coppers came a cropper, so they stopped the Let's Be Avenue. Random that they random, but I haven't clued a map or two. And since they took the sign, the maps ain't half collected value. Counting up the days to die, it's a solitary lark. And up and thinking I should call myself a wife. And Eliza telling Nancy here to hold me tight at night. Well, a lady's tater's fancy, but still cold is twice the price. Oh, wouldn't it be lovely to find a counterpart? If I do anything that would love fire in the heart. I could cook and I could clean, but neath me hand a man could dream. Sell me soul, but I won't ever fence me heart. Nothing else becomes down here in London. Do what must be done to make ends meet. Running with the London dolls at truncheon. Causes feel like true love in weeks. Doesn't mean a thing, news like 12 ring. Don't I mean the country, nouveau riche. If you was before London went tumbling, doesn't matter squat to the real deal. Now this here is one Miss Cassie Abersham. Life of the party and pulled a dance site more than pints. Anybody who didn't lose everything still lost something during the fall. But I should say they might have found a good deal more than they left behind. Go and have a chat. Way up on the surface, chap I never cried. Clerking for a firm of vermin purely to provide for a wife I never liked, and every day was me to hide the other person's off a circle that resided deep inside. Some make out denied, darling, why should I be the prim and proper office boy for every passerby? I give us a year, maybe two, if we're lucky, then a few. But before me and brave are to die, Clyde can take a backseat, Cassie's turn to drive. Who can say on any day who gets the range, enjoy the ride? When it comes to who I am, I wear the trousers or I don't. Oh darling, won't you see that London town is best to gentrify? I gave love a go, nothing short of woe. What's the sense repeating empty feelings stuck below? The high and mighty in the sky might find me widely improprietous, but in a hole, well, how they gonna know? Done with companionship, hassle it brings. Don't need the baggage, the strap to a ring. I'll take the packages, lay off the string, 'cause when they aren't attached, it's my favourite thing. There are devils in the streets, what's an extra in the sheets? Either way, you'll be beneath, so take a fling. There's a sorry-looking pantry in the kitchen's on the brink, and I'm worried that they'll catch the take the fiddler in the drinks. Got a sausage from her maggie's like the riddle in her stinks. While she's held up in her palace is a king that never sinks. Hard to pay their enter to and plagued with a nonsensical. It's daily and acquaintance, it's a strain to be unnameable. Who can blame a dame in situations unconventional? The basement full of tentacles, but waiting on a genticle. A lady friend or several to get me through the night. To place me on a pedestal and set to see me right. It pays to be quite flexible and truly who am I? To cater to convention and eschew these new delights. If you came for documenting, tick whatever box you like. You got pages full of questions, but I left my love behind. They're praying for ascension, but this bird ain't keen to fly. It's a shame it took descend to the depths to see the night. Down here in London, run along the Thames and mile of views. Stumbling and past the evenings, rambling till the day the pubs run out of booze. Sorry that we're out of crowds for lunch and sucker on your ass or crusted bread. I'm good as a number down in London, or to get a darker taste instead. See that gentleman in the corner? Yeah, fancy sort. That is a Mr. Byron Brimstone. Comes by on occasion, just watches folks and hear your work. But I'd wager your ministry get-up might just get his attention. Go and see if he'll indulge you. How acquainted are you, the one they've sent to take a name? I'd say it if I could, but I might set the place aflame. Metaphorically, of course. You see, I've rather gained a fame. From the manager to head of privilege, I've gained a name. I'm a landed
Naked man of standing out in every club still standing. From the Abbey to the Strand, you'll find my calendar demanding. I'm a wit of high precision, and my manners are enchanting, as befitting my position as a real and human man thing. Tell me, friend, have you heard the call to peep behind the veil? Tell me, friend, do you hear the shadows sing? Tell me, friend, do you think one day the demons might prevail? Tell me, friend, do you believe in such a thing? I'm an academic sport, quite despite my fine rapport. See, my friend, you're not the only one compiling the report. Whilst the others at my station may not share my fascination, it's assured my occupation is the normal mortal sort. You're a fascinating species, of which I am too, of course. Blessed with souls so thick and creakly, I could easily have it corked. In the ceaseless stream of flickery, the underneath has wrought. It's not feast, the deep or bleak, but speak of love you seem to squawk. Are your eyes not newly open to this paradise you found? This dark arcane arcade, you're engaged beneath the ground. To a dentist, but a wheel, and a wheel spins ever round. Upon a mortal point, a spring the likes of we have never wound. You're a cast of fools and bastards, so disastrously inclined, yet far more entertaining than the vast lot of my kind. So feeble, weak, and plebeian, and yet you pique the mind. Companions are beneath me, or perhaps they're ill-defined. You know the higher foes get tired of serving from above. Judge your holes and little doldrum might just serve a spot of buzz. When it comes to fading souls, I tend to keep things bottled up. If the chance it might be drilled to take a stroll amongst the road. Go on, toddle on. I'll be seeing you. Every worried soul in this sorry old lost, forgotten, and reborn tomorrow's stole. Dead and buried, but the dead are very much aware of it, and now repaid and or it's told. Had we come to be down here underneath, Jack will ever feel the sun upon our cheeks. Never see another summer, but with one another, lost or comfort, love or some relief. Someone to hold me tightly, someone to treat me rightly, someone to come shun the hungry and the boredom, with one to hold me closely. Nights might be so lonely, stranded, helpless in the dark and reaching for them. London town laid to rest on the ground, but yet still deeper down are we falling, 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 falling. See them scurry as the rat within the maze, puzzle-ready, and yet how they pacitate. Insecure the pardon, typical of the cotton, hunting for a heart that shared a spectulate. Could they only see set in destiny, death and broken dreams? Hellish chemistry is their apocalypse, spawned of blockadism, requisite beyond their pathology. Re-infatuation, each glance of adoration, toothsome frogs upon my grand imagination. Soul impassionated, stole or lacerated, each tale illed by the quill dipped to the pages.
Really? Okay.
How I drink these pathetic little sips of histories. Every skip being young and drip feed something very deep in epic mystery. Swords, pens, portend, premonition, caught them. Torment, love's bent, definition. Held and unprepared, wholly unawares. Chronologic, dead and evil love affairs. There's a currency more patient underneath and darker yet beyond that missing sun. When you go to live all night in London, you feel right at home with skies of grey. Ever since a something took us under, where the skies don't look quite the same. And we take a city stuck and sunken, nothing to be done, so step in time. Maybe what you'll find in crawling London might be more than what you left behind. Ever now the sun's in dirty London, not so much of nothing night and day. Wonder what it was deep down in slumbering till it came to take those skies away.
Stangle for the walls, tricks with a lacking, and it by the house, two sleeps of crime.
Why did your eyes go cold in London, make you think of all you'll leave behind?
Right, that's it. There's everyone last orders. Yes, my romance, last orders. Come on, I gotta get me clearly seen.
Well, there you have it, my friend. I should say you'll have filled a fair few forms tonight, and no mistake. The sun ought to be out soon. Not a real see the life of it down here. Me? Oh, there's naught remarkable about Harry Feller worth noting down. Besides, I've been dead for a week. I feel alright now, though. What, Jack? You're up.
Read all about it. Read all about it. Biscuit rations to increase by decree of the...
Hello again there, friend. I can see you must be on the lookout for the next game in Spellbinder's Fallen London universe. Follow up to Sunless Sea and Sunless Skies? Well, are you in luck? Because Mask of the Rose is that very game, and it's available now. A visual novel set in the iconic and mysterious world of Fallen London, Mask of the Rose is a marvellous romance filled with a hint of murder. Seek love for yourself or for your friends, and help a murdered man find justice. Oh, and watch out for the bats. Mask of the Rose is available now on PC, Mac and Linux via Steam and GOG, and on Nintendo Switch. I've got no idea what any of those words mean. It's 1862. Read all about it. Mask of the Rose available now. The Stipendium very grateful to Failbetter for their sponsorship.
This is Mr. Tube. Ministry of Content and Subscriptions thanks you for your observitude and herefore provides a playlist of further eye morsels for your content. Ensure you have subscriptified and then process with your commendation, likery, and the retinabulation of the bill. Correct instructions, and it shall be most effective. Farewell.
I just keep getting better and better.
He is coming with the clouds.
This place is a message, and Boris is the message. Pay attention to it.
And every eye shall be blind with his glory. And every ear shall be stricken deaf to hear the thunder of his voice. Let the men, women, and children of the earth come forth together and behold the power of Adam.
This place is not a place for nobody is commemorating.
Let those who dwell here in his favored land attend now to the words of the prophet of Adam.
Nothing bad is here.
Come forth and drink the waters of the globe.
Yeah, it's Swabity, and I don't know who that is next to him. Could just be an extra, could be a like an epic nerdcore person that I just don't recognize.
Now let me take you back, my friends, to times long, long ago. An age before the waste you see today. Long before our fate would see the shine of Adam's glow. Long before his light had shined away. If you all could come to fathom the smallest little atom would hold a million stars in his embrace. And those before us in their wisdom saw it fit to keep him prisoned. All that vision sitting fizzing with his grace. Then a schism started brewing, the beginnings of undoing. But we enlightened Adamites, wishing beauty in their ruin. For with any tool of war, we found the core of Adam's glory. And we launched him forth and saw him scorch and called the Father to him. Let's get some mushrooms blooming in every Adam's light creation. In
division sows division. In each particle have heart, though hard to see. Their society decided we were better off divided. And delightedly I'm inclined to agree.
What am I doing?
So pass that cup, you know you oughta come to suck that glowing water. For my atoms like we swore to use that water, spread our order. Here we crackle up the Gaga, that's his majesty inside you. Yes, it's time to be united and divide. Now the scholar pouts and hollers and the scientist bemoans. Them physicists throw hissy fits and academia drones. Through labyrinthal articles on theorems so farcical that cast our modern particles apart from Adam's throne. They'll say we've conducted studies, they'll say we've the fact to prove that energy's just energy. Now, blessed brethren, you've got to listen to the numbers. Trust the experts yelling doom. Put your faith into the data. Let God check that when kaboom. You can waste your days debating with their squawking and dictating, or just praise each generation, leave them to their calculating. For their hearts and minds are led, my friends, ain't nothing permeating. Martin Adam Holler, welcome to his radiance radiating. Their scientific proof has them dreaming they're so bright that they're blinded to the truth that we all seek in Adam's light. Radiation ain't a danger, just purificating right. What's some faint emaciation versus living a half-life? Is there isotopes the price of hope? I promise you will find. You likely won't see signs of growing cognitive decline. Issue your fear, just shut your ears, take worries off your mind. Hiccup in here 200 years and gosh, I'm feeling fine. Bright-eyed, nine-eyed. In every atom's light ascension, in each decay we're shown the path. To every acolyte redemption, for those who seek that glowing path. Now in every charge collision, each division, soul division, in each particle have heart, though hard to see. Their society decided we were better off divided, and delightedly I'm inclined to agree. Set aside those old beliefs and be baptized in glowing sea. Born new and clear and nuclear, just like our family. In our bond we find salvation, in our covenant covalent. Let us all reclaim a nation and divide. One blessed bomb in Megaton did set us on this path and lead us on to Genesis from Eden's aftermath. No confession without fission, come attend atomic mass. No creator without craters, Adam's Eve sure was a blast. His light it shines inside us as in every bomb that fell. From first man to little boy, we're all just mortal shells. Each encasing his creation, stored in every dormant cell. As sirens play, you'll find our prayer in every warning knell. Divine in our intentions, why we're spreading Adam's reach. Close your minds to their deceptions, time to fill your glass and preach. Think you'll find ascension, chanting lines of scientists screech? Well, you've a better chance of meeting Einstein on the beach. They say a lack of purpose, it can make a person crack. Oh, you'll do great with Saturn worthless if you take to turning back. But those stocking stacks of bottle caps and fallen Birkin bags, you'll find thee too encumbered now to ride that verdant stag. So forsake your worldly wares, well, you won't notice where you're going. That atomic clock's a ticking, it ain't just hot air we're blowing. Face the greatest chain reaction, get our radius a-growing. The future ain't just bright, my friends, it's positively glowing. Let's get that water flowing. In every atom's light connection, a warmth that welcomes ways to all. To every atomite protection, from those who refuse his call. Now in every charge collision, each division, soul division, in each particle have heart, though hard to see. Their society decided
Most atomic apostle, transfluorescent fissile, thank you for joining us here today. And unto those who give of their cap to our cause, Adam smiles upon them. For in doing, you make the good work we do here and my private Bird possible. Go forth and be enriched by the chain reaction that is the playlist of our other musical teachers. And be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and ring that bell. May it call you home here to the glow of our next service. Heaven's light shines upon those who do so adorn themselves and their walls on our most stupendous merch store, where exclusive G5 merch is available. And it'll be with you, my brothers and sisters, but be ready, for after the fallout comes the winter.
At the edge of understanding, the border of the known, the breaking point of reason, where logic is dethroned, where sense is defenseless and festers on the bone, one rider fights a cycle trying to right a way back home. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Rhythm.
We open our protagonist, brash, pragmatic fantasist, trapped within a cabin, frantic, grappling with a manuscript, passionately grasping for a catalyst, but the syntax isn't landing. Grabs the draft out from the carriage and abandons it. He doesn't really know quite what he's writing, but he has to. Sits enraptured in the flow of what he's typing, cramping wrists, his hands, it fits the hammer, slam the characters. They writhe and dance and twist, but never seem to parse more than surviving as the driver shifts. A bulb, it flickers for a moment, darkness falls for just a second, but it lingers, forms unspoken, hark the call, the shadows beckon, swallow dawn, still all-consuming, every corner lurking, looming, hear the ichor hymn so soothing as the screaming silence deafens. Another page, a hurried scrawl, a knife replays a dozen more, another failing crumpled ball of almost navy on the floor. Framed within the maze within the print, his escape from all this hinges how much page becomes the door.
Resistance is cast and the answers we write to riddles and chapters that can't be defined. Pigment of black and the parchment of white, the thickness they track through the dark to the light. The hammers and keys and the patterns they weave, the fragments of me that they trap in between. We all have to write on the pages we're given, but you can't live life on both sides of the ribbon tied to the ribbon.
It is the dream of any creative to leave their mark indelible on the world around. But be careful what mark such an obsession might leave on you.
Another chapter opens, but our hero isn't sure if the pattern is unbroken as he penned this page before. Is he writing what he's lived or now reliving what he's written? Every end with fell beginnings cast adrift within the lore. On a lake that turned to ocean, drowning under weight of legacy. When any sentence could be sentenced as the last they ever see. Our pages pass relentless, count or not, there is no remedy. And so he sits again, attempts to pen preemptive threnody. Amorphous in memoriam, in effigy uncertain. Unsure if all this really is himself, at least a version. When these whispers grip the narrative, treat sense with bleak aversion. Tendrils bend and break immersion, twisting cursive through recursion. His words branch out and path too dark to follow through trees. With pages piled so high, he's lost the forest for leaves. No saying wants to believe, he doesn't want him to leave. And so these pages end up bound to make the story repeat. Wake up these times, the night falls. See what that body might call. Now you're right, you right, like the light, you see it, right fall. You need a proper tool to get a proper service. You don't believe that things are quite right there. Hopelessly floating through tomes of no way of knowing. If you were composing, all you're just quoting. Approach is sowing, I go goading, darting.
Can't believe this, damn. That's fucking wild, damn. Hit a notification. Is it just about your children? I made the pedophile Elizabeth. I made the pedophile Elizabeth wait. Oh, cool.
publishing shots in the dark, a plot with an arc beyond all comprehension. I'll be the first person to admit the present is tense and not sure if I'll get these words to fit. The present's descending, I hear it calling my name. I feel me falling away, chasing these pages with questioning my agency, tasked with the story to break. I hear it calling my name. I feel me falling away. Am I a character, actor, a passenger cast from the shores of existence is cast, and the answers we write to riddles and chapters that can't be defined. Pigment of black and the parchment of white, the figments they track through the dark to the light. The hammers and keys and the patterns they weave, the fragments of me that they trap in between. We all have to write on the pages we're given, but you can't live life on both sides of the ribbon, tied to the ribbon.
Creativity. It is the impetus of any artist to pour themselves into their work. But pour too much, and you might not like what you find at the bottom of the bottle.
Our hero once again attempts to find the words he lacks and peers between the lines to see the lines observing back. A script all too familiar. Oh, the surface cracks. What's the matter, Alan? We can't both be worthless hacks.
Now I know what you think. This is crazy. He can't exist. You could have made a killing. Just embraced a little masochist. Instead you tried up trying to earn a living from a manuscript. But have you tried for just 1 second living as the manuscript?
I'm the part you were ashamed. I'm the part you tried to fight. I'm the part you told yourself didn't keep you awake at night. I'm the part of you that's better. You just can't concede a right.
So you poured me into pages, and I guess I'm just your type.
You melt work for your self-worth, but tell me, what does that sell for? And was the journey through hell worth how short you fell on the bell curve?
And one day they'll forget you, but I have stories to tell first. Cause I'm the face that you gave them to be you, and maybe I'm well versed.
What am I when you're already a shadow of yourself? Tell me who would look at this and then take that down off the shelf. You had it, buddy, all of it. The fame, the glam, the wealth. But what's it worth if you won't play the hand the round us dealt?
Nightmares don't use logic, yeah we know that you can read. Sat there hoping for the credits, but it's me who's supposed to lead. All that hokum in your head, but where's the quote to make you see that perhaps you're antithetical to the poetry of me?
Casting the answers we write to riddles and chapters that can't be defined. Pigment of black and the parchment of white, the figments they track through the dark to the light. The hammers and keys and the patterns they weave, the fragments of me that they trap in between. We all have to write on the pages we're given, but you can't live life on both sides of the ribbon, tied to the ribbon.
In a cycle repeating
Another chapter ended, but not an arc adjourned. A narrative repeating for a plot he can't discern. He's writing a departure, but he's still yet to learn that every line he starts must always end at the return.
And there you have it. A vicious cycle scored by the hammer of keys and the ring of the typewriter. A writer cursed to relive his own words, trapped in a world of his own making. A novel concept. Everyone likes to get lost in a good book. But be careful what you read. In Night Springs.
Alan Wake 2, the long-awaited sequel, was not just a video game. It was a dark, labyrinthine mystery, a gripping thriller, a mind-bending horror experience. The Stupendium, a content creator and only half-decent impressionist, had been hired by the game's developers to promote it in the guise of the game's protagonist. With a flick of the ad read gateway to gameplay page, Alan, a writer captured a world of his own creation, and Saga, a federal agent tasked with solving a string of grisly murders, was seen exploring beautiful rendered environments, fighting nightmarish creatures. The intriguing hope that their unlikely and entwined circumstances, combined with a Stupendium musical interpretation, hopefully enticing the viewer to learn more. The game was available on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. And Stupendium is incredibly grateful to Remedy and to Epic for their sponsorship. The dialogue continued as the ad read gave way to the end slate. Options appeared from the darkness. A playlist with more songs, information about streaming platforms, a subscribe button. The viewer, elated by the quality of the content they had just seen, could not help but like, comment, and subscribe. An unfathomable compulsion after they rang the bell for updates on new content. As always, the Stupendium would attempt to end with a joke. A humorous quip to close out the video. But this time, the punchline was a cliffhanger.
Good evening. Do you know any good monsters? Did you ever swerve your car at today's top speed of 35 miles an hour in your automobile?
Do you ever do the dishes for your wife? I should say not.
Mrs. Carter doesn't really mind washing her Teflon 50 pan. New, vital, and fashionable. Fond of children.
Well, it's only natural.
Yes, you can't get away from it. There are branches everywhere. And it's safe.
Yes, sir.
Deep down between the trees, nestled in the leaves, gleams a TV screen. Near a small lad sitting in the tall grass.
It's an odd transmission to be broadcast.
As soon as we talk dark thoughts and saw past the watershed line before your bedtime.
Why did I?
Rabbit that is caught in headlines. Reckon we're manic? Of course you're dead right. You better exercise more caution next time, or you'll end up in tomorrow morning's headlines. Obituary, nothing more than born and then died. Not a single family member or a friend cried.
Tune into the madness. Tune into the madness once more. Tune into the madness. Tune into the madness.
This remarkable offer is the first and only one of its kind. Delicious, nutritious breakfast cereals shot from guns.
Yes, sir. You could buy 8 additional teaspoons.
Oh, look who's come for tea. Are you sitting comfortably?
All of the children better sit still then, cause when little kiddies fidget then I kill them.
Class is now in session. Time you learned your lesson. Dare and do the glare until your mind is effervescent. Marveling, the traveling, you find it less depressing. Open up your eyes, you'll be surprised by you might let in the violence of the tragic.
Hiding in the static.
This silent heading magic child had better pack it in.
Only the schedule for the grown-up.
Revel in the pestilence sound TV throws up.
As a result of long, continuing research in commercial explosives, Pepsodent's new improved formula cleans teeth whiter than ever.
Certainly does.
Tune into the madness.
Pictures handpicked to be sickening queasy.
Tune into the madness.
Transfixed and bewitched by the flickering TV. Up, hold up, don't touch that dial.
Look at our isle of muck and pride.
Savior clad in a paper bag.
Oh, that must be one ugly child. Gaze into the space between the pixels on the screen. They'll see a place between the signal and the stream.
Feel the oscillation of the crystal in your dreams. Just switch off your brain and let it sizzle in the beam.
Be seen, some viewers may find.
Oh shit, somebody's here. Oh, there was somebody. Oh shit, somebody popped in and left. Oh wow. Can't believe somebody stopped by. Just fucking flailing at Neon White. The music is more interesting than my commentary because I'm trying to fucking win. Been a while since I've said anything, so I don't start speaking. God damn it.
Don't say it like that. You make her sound ungainly.
Ungainly?
Tube swimming with me as Mick Blackness. Tune into the madness. Sit glued to your viewing apparatus. Dizzy, let's get busy.
Such a pity did a kiddies through a tizzy.
Don't be silly, what's the trouble, little Timmy? Itty bitty nipple should be giddy for the TV.
Strange lights are disguised in a bright glare. Daytime television's hellish in the right mindset. Too much time staring will make your eyes square.
Any more than I like that show.
Open up the goggle box.
Open up a photo.
Off your cup and stop the propaganda pour.
Muscles off.
They say it's challenging to break a daily habit. Pacified its paralysis, a state of telly addicts.
Maybe one day the cattle race will be chromatic, bringing color to the flower of the phases of the static.
Taking off the mask, not a alien is erratic. Claiming to be sane, but I'm just asymptomatic.
Hey, did you hear that?
Someone's pacing in the attic. What in the blazes could be making such a racket? Oh, I say, you
Somebody's got there.
I think I'm having another little nightmare.
Tune into the madness.
Nothing to do with that, yeah.
Zoom in with the cameras.
Spamming as the salmon started to your hippocampus.
Cream. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream.
It covers everything easily and beautifully. And what am I full there going to get?
Feast your eyes till you're beneath the tide.
Lead a peaceful life for the cheapest price.
Don't need to seek advice. Lead to Jesus Christ. In the deep of night, you'll really see the light. No one observes just how ominous the world is when monotonous.
Handling the fragile minds until they turn witless and ponder.
Better turn this isn't turned and this infernalist sarcophagus.
Insurgency preposterous, banned in many hospitals.
Uncertain what lurks under the surface of your consciousness.
Observe it and you learn that it's perturbing, taken monsters.
Keep surfing to diversion.
With Herman to detergent. Normal service will return after a word from our sponsors.
Ladies, what's your problem?
Gracious, I've nothing for the Johnsons yet.
Keep calm, folks. Find a gift that will look more expensive than they are. 200 different formulations of dynamite, so powerful that it will kill a rat.
Press this secret button right here, and an authentic Western pistol pops out and fires.
Tune into the madness. Onto the lineup of schooling and comedy.
Go twins at the bastards.
Bound to be finding one your every nominee.
Tune into the
madness. Tune into the madness once more. Tune into the madness. Tune into the madness on God.
No guest is ever really happy without the right kind of tea. Well, don't keep staring at me. Getting high in life could be habitable.
You just can't grow up fast enough, can you?
Thank you for tuning in. And gee, do we have some people to thank. Our loyal patrons allow us to provide our unbeatable service. Say, that Dan Bull fella is all right. Oh, sure, he's fine. Fine. Did you enjoy the program? You did? Oh, press this big red button right here and subscribe. And do be sure to ring the bell. We appreciate your comments, so do get in touch. There's lots more songs for you to hear upon the playlist. You'll find wonders in our catalog of fine merchandise. Wow, what a deal! So stylish. And do be sure to tune in next time. Thank you for watching.
Good evening. Do you know any good masters? Did you ever swerve your car at today's top speed of 35 miles an hour into an automobile? Do you ever do the dishes for your wife? I should say not. Mrs. Carter doesn't really know washing her Teflon-coated pan. New, vital, and fashionable for the children.
Well, it's only natural.
Yes, you can't get away from it. There are branches everywhere. And it's safe? Yes, sir.
Deep down between the trees, nestled in the leaves, gleams a TV screen. Near a small lad sitting in the tall grass.
It's an odd transmission to be broadcast.
Listen as we talk dark thoughts and saw past the watershed line before your bedtime. Panic like a rabbit in distorted headlights. Reckon we're manic? Of course you're dead right. You better
Passive.
exercise more caution next time, or you'll end up in tomorrow morning's headlines. Obituary, nothing more than born and then died. Not a single family member or a friend cried.
Tune into the madness. Tune into the madness once more. Tune into the madness. Tune into the madness on
This
call.
remarkable offer is the first and only one of its kind. Delicious, nutritious breakfast cereals shot from guns. Yes, sir. You could buy 8 additional teaspoons.
What am I doing? God damn.
All of the children better sit still then, cause when little kiddies fidget then I kill them. Class is now in session.
Have you ever heard of TikTok?
Tic-tac-toe. A winner.
Of course you have. You troglodyte. Frankie, it's all right. Today we're going on a deep dive into a few TikTok weirdos. We've made videos like this in the past. If you enjoy this and you want to see more, there are more out there. We'll have them linked down below, cards, whatever. Unless we forget, we most likely will.
Only it's Golden Girl.
Firstly, we'll be talking about 19-year-old TikToker and OF creator Katie Robertson. Not from Duck Dynasty, okay? Different Robertson family. Have you ever been tempted to stretch the truth for likes and followers and subscribers? Maybe exaggerate a story to make it more interesting? For most of us, that seems reprehensible, all right? We would never do that. We would never lie. We would never put our morals
Lie on the
behind
internet.
our potential to succeed, right? You bastards. Now say what you want in regard to that, but for most of us, the idea of fabricating a relationship with a celebrity or posting inappropriate content with or about our parents is unthinkable. But for Katie Robertson, that is the path to viral fame. All right, guys? I mean, there is a lot of crazy shit. We have an image in this doc of Katie Robertson that's just staring at me, and I can't show it on YouTube, but it is horrible. I don't know who put it in here or why, but they should remove that. I don't like looking at this. These are destructive impulses we're going to be covering with Miss Katie Robertson, whatever the fuck her name is. Katie's been posting on social media for quite some time, over a year. She's 19 years old. She's had a few thousand followers a few different times on Instagram, but her content gets deleted. I wonder why. Really, I don't know what's going on her social media. There's a couple profiles with a lot of followers that I think are fake. I'm not really sure, but Katie made some shocking claims recently that went viral for their improbability. She went on a podcast and claimed that she had slept with Tommy Fury whilst on a trip in Dubai during the time that Tommy was with his then fiance Molly May.
He cheated on Molly May with you.
Yeah,
So wait, are you
Great.
the reason why they broke up?
part of the reason, yeah.
And the three
And I
other
got the
girls.
photos to show.
This person, this is Tommy Fury, by the way, the guy who boxes. He's a boxer. He's the nephew of Tyson Fury or something. I really don't know. When Katie is introduced at the start of the podcast, they show her Instagram tag on screen, but they link a different one in the description, and both of them have been deleted, so I really don't know what the fuck is going on there. She claimed that in May of this year, she was in Dubai at a Drift nightclub and met Mr. Fury while he was partying with CB, Chris Brown. My boy. Just kidding. I will never forget what you did to Rihanna, you fucking piece of shit. But he does backflips and stuff, so it's okay. I'm just kidding. That's not, it's a joke.
That's not how that works. They did backflips, so funny.
Anyways, Tommy Fury not only allegedly slept with her while on this trip, but also 3 other girls, according to Katie.
There was a thing back in May this year, but Tommy went to Dubai for work.
So he was still dating?
Chris Brown, yeah, still dating. And he free birds plus me.
There's a video of Tommy getting his face pushed by a girl during the party, so maybe he was flirting with her and got rejected. I'm not really sure. He seems like an egomaniacal freakazoid. God, I love crazy stuff like this. Drama! Katie says that there is a picture of her and Tommy together and that Tommy even took a video of her while they were intimate.
We recorded it, the tape, and I said, can I post it? It was like, if me and Molly ever break up, yeah, you can, and now I've gone and posted it. So,
you posted?
And I can never get like done for it because obviously his face is POV. But we got a nice selfie together and we flew home first class.
Katie believes that she is a part of the reason that Tommy and Molly May broke up, and says that Tommy has even confirmed that he's cheated on Molly, apparently with her. So that's pretty wild.
Oh, is he still with her? He was still with her at that time. He's not with her now then. Okay.
And he's reported he's cheated.
He put a massive thing out saying that he didn't cheat.
Well,
clearly he's lying.
And here's the kicker, though, and one of the reasons we're making this video. Katie is making up essentially everything that she's claiming. Upon closer examination, Robertson's story lacks corroborating evidence, just entirely. So, if you want to believe her, if she seems like a trustworthy person, then you can, but beyond that, there is literally nothing that can prove that this is actually true. No witnesses have come forward to substantiate her claims, no photographic evidence, no video evidence has surfaced to support her account, there's no digital trail, there's no text messages or social media interactions between her and Tommy Fury. There's almost no credibility in her
getting
actions,
faster.
to be honest, or her claim of actions. Katie on the podcast said that Tommy confirmed that cheating was real, but immediately got fact-checked by one of the hosts who said he put out a statement that he hadn't cheated.
He was still with her at that time. He's not with her now, though.
Can't believe it.
He put a massive thing out saying that he didn't cheat.
He was horrified by the false allegations. He even said in an interview that he made the last chapter of his new book about the allegations and denying them, which is a good way to sell your book, to be honest. Great way to sell your book. I really like that method of book sales there. Sorry, Petey. Both got to get down. I'm horrified you would claim such a thing. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. He seems like not a very good, trustworthy guy. He seems like he likes to get around. He's been punched in the head a lot, too. Not a good way to be a trustworthy person. It seems like they go crazy a lot. This podcast episode aired on November 10th, and Katie said that this happened in May of this year, but the clip of Tommy Fury and Chris Brown partying and Tommy getting pushed by girls from 2023. So it isn't anywhere near where Katie claims anything happened. She also says that Tommy said that she could post the video if he ever broke up with Molly, but I just, as a reasonable man, cannot fathom a world in which someone would willingly record themselves cheating on their fiance and the mother of their child, and then tell to the girl they're cheating with that, hey, you can post it one day when this is broken up. You know, it's all chill, bro, because it's like, we're not together anymore, so it's fine. Even though it was recorded when you were allegedly.
We recorded it, the tape, and I said, can I post it? It was like, if me and Molly ever break up, yeah, you can, and now I've gone and posted it.
That's insane. Some other potential evidence that this just didn't even happen is that World Travel Magazine put out an article in October of 2023 talking about Drift, the club where this supposedly all went down at, taking seasonal summer hiatuses. So it may not have even been open at that time, but maybe it is. I'm not sure. I really don't know. Fairly appalling behavior, very strange. She wasn't just lying about events that had happened. She was doing it and almost kind of bragging about it on a podcast.
God damn it.
So strange. She's really glad to be a homewrecker and just lie about that. It seems like lying about being a homewrecker. That's a weird thing to lie about and be proud of. Katie also posted a video claiming to prove that she'd been with Tommy, and a lot of people believe it's just AI or Photoshop, and that it was computer generated. It looks like a computer. It just seems like rage bait to me, right? She's just trying to say some outrageous claims about someone much more popular than herself, and the claims aren't even like bad. It's just I slept with him and I'm awesome. I'm the reason that Molly May and him broke up. It's a weird thing to brag about and try to build your career off of, in all honesty. I mean, maybe that's just me, though. I don't know.
I don't normally get involved in TikTok, John, but guys, there is no way you lot are believing that that is him. Come on. Really? He's got... The nose is completely different. The nose is completely different for one. The hairline isn't the same. The beard's not the same. Well, I know he could have had a shave, but the ear's not the same. It doesn't even look like him. Like, it's not him.
Oh, sis.
How are you actually believing this is real?
This apparently worked, though, because there's now an Instagram page with
Bonk,
500,000
bonk,
followers
bonk.
and a Twitter page full of with 250,000 followers, and that Twitter page only
Bonk,
had 800 when the
bonk,
podcast episode
bonk.
premiered. So she's blown up massively. Now, there is a very weird rabbit hole beyond just this strange, nonsensical lying and an odd way to promote your OnlyFans. There's unlimited ways to promote your OnlyFans. This is definitely not a great one, to be honest. She makes content that borders on incestuous with her father. Like this video, for example.
I'll be like, okay, just like what I sell that.
There is a video of her with her dad sleeping on the couch in which she's stuck a... There are several other videos that she's made with the text "Dad has no side eye" on screen, in which she is trying to imply or bait her dad into looking at her body. Very odd. There's also a ton of videos of her stripping down next to her sleeping father, which is so fucking weird. So uncomfortable and so weird. Why in public, though? Aren't there children around? Weird. Not a fan of Katie Robertson's content, I'm gonna be honest. Not a fan, guys. Even though I look like I'm probably a fan. I got glasses. Have you noticed? I've been wearing them a lot lately. Oh my god, I can't see. I'm blind. I didn't realize I was blind. I've been getting horrible, constant, never-ending migraines, and these help. Well, this is the first day, but these are... I can see when I wear these, so... I'm very grateful that I went to the eye doctor. That Christina made me go to the eye doctor. To be honest, I look like a football leader. I literally told them to get the ugliest ones they had, and if there's any that could make me look like David Koresh, get those, and that's kind of what
Get 2 notifications. What's
this
happening?
woman's poor father, a teacher, by the way, was allegedly fired
Okay, I
because
see.
of this content, because kids at school would play her videos at assemblies, and she said that in the original interview and on the Center's podcast in late November.
Got fired for you putting knickers on his head.
Yeah, because basically the kids in school used to watch it and be like, "Is this my dad?" And then, yeah, in like an assembly, kids like when they came up to like show stuff as a like.
So what?
award.
He didn't beat you for this, no?
He was not happy.
Fucking crazy. Apparently her father was also 6 months away from retirement, you know, a hallmark achievement for most people, but she acts like that's just a silly, whimsical thing. What a terrible piece of shit.
But he was gonna retire in 6 months anyway, so I was just like helping him out.
Have you rebirthed?
How does he go about his day-to-day life if like he can't even like I know myself, right? If I go into like a supermarket or anywhere, like people stop me every 3 seconds for pictures, like that must be so bad for your dad.
Hey, girl.
No,
I'm being serious. He doesn't mind, you know. He doesn't even stop. Like he's not known, and we can't be seen together. Otherwise, they'll be shouting our names.
On the Center's podcast, there was even another OnlyFans model that can't see her side of things. It's perfectly rational. She doesn't think that involving her parents in what she's doing is a good idea. She doesn't even talk about what she does to her parents, which I feel like is probably good, right? You know, I don't really talk to my parents about what I'm doing, and I'm not doing anything weird and incestuous. So, you know. Very odd. What a strange world we live in.
I'm trying to be like
Oh, damn it.
open-minded here and try and see like your side of things, but I really can't. Like no amount of money is gonna make me like. I don't want to like say something that's like criminalizing, but like if a man did that to a woman, like they'd probably have jail time. Like they so messed up. Like I don't like. I hate that like all OF girls are like associated with this crap. Like I think it's disgusting.
Public reaction, as you can imagine, swift, mostly negative. People are fucking disgusted and concerned, rightfully so. This woman is the ultimate example of just being fucking stupid and getting a taste of fame and treating long-term stability for a short-term reward. So, you probably saw her face like, oh, the girl who got Molly May to break up with Tommy Rotten, or whatever the and then the rabbit hole is the fact that she's making strange, borderline incestuous content with her father. Very gross and foundationally revolting, and that is the basis of her personality. So, yes. Stinkmaster Boy Wonder. A man named Isaac, known online as Fluff Dumpster, believes he has unlocked the secret to irresistible attraction. Pheromone maxing.
Lots of trolls in the comments saying that I'm stinky.
Stinky.
Well, in real life, I'm not stinky. And a lot of people are actually surprised often when I say
His method? Abstaining from showers, deodorant, and doing the laundry for months on end. But as his odor intensifies, so do the consequences around him, from school closures due to ringworm outbreaks to a washing machine destroyed by dirty wipes. This is the rabbit hole of Fluff Dumpster.
Because he put me here. God put me on this planet so that I could teach people about pheromone maxing. Now,
Welcome to another Oompaville YouTube video. Press like, guys. Take a deep breath. With me, ready? Why can't I take a deep breath? I can't even take a deep breath, dude. She's just crazy. She's crazy. Hell. Have I mentioned Sour Boys yet? By the way, we have candy that I make and release. It's what I do, literally. I make it myself. I don't actually make it. We have a team locally around me that makes the candy and we sell it. We now have cheaper shipping, better shipping, it's faster, and we will soon have affordable shipping in other countries. Very soon, my friends. Like, maybe the UK, I don't know, maybe not. Just kidding. We will, for sure. This week's flavor is Mute Fruit. It has no relation whatsoever to Fallout or anything related to Fallout. It's just a, it's a wasteland, and nuclear bombs went off, and there's candy we made from it. It has nothing to do with Fallout. Just like the candy we made back in July, Blood of the Covenant had nothing to do with Halo or anything, Nothing to do with Bungie or 343 or none of that. Anyways, go to sour.gg and buy some candy before it sells out. It's gonna sell out. It is just candy, but it has natural dyes, natural flavors, and is made with love and care by a tight-knit group of folks that we fucking absolutely love, and we kiss them all. We don't actually. Now, pheromones. If you don't know what they are chemical signals that animals release to communicate with one another and attract mates, males, whatever. And pheromones are very important, right?
Cleveland, close the window. You're letting the stank out.
I remember hearing or reading that when a woman is on birth control or something that changes their hormones, their pheromones, and their interpretation of pheromones of the people around them change whether or not they're on birth control, because when you're on birth control, it's like you're analogously pregnant or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm not a girl and I haven't done a lot of research on it, but apparently it changes your pheromones, and sometimes when people get off of their birth control, they can lose a certain level of attraction with their partner, which is really interesting, I feel like, and very unfortunate for some people. That, what I just said, is scrupulously debated by science, and the role of pheromones in human communication still remains a subject of much scientific debate to this day. This guy, though,
Subject.
believes that if we don't shower, or he doesn't shower, or do any kind of cleansing hygiene, his body will develop a potent scent that will attract women. These are his words. I used to be a bully for what a thing, but now I'm only bullied for being a pheromone maxer.
Fluff Dumpster claimed that after he decided to pheromone max, he was actually bullied less in school.
helps with bullying. Basically bullied for a lot of things. However, now I am bullied for being a pheromone maxer, and people say that I'm stinky, but I know deep down, that I'm not.
He seems really nice. He has very likable eyes. So I feel bad for him. I really do feel bad for him. Do not bully this guy. He just needs to, he'll learn about showering soon. He'll learn that it's not going to work. Don't bully him. He doesn't need to be bullied. Don't be mean to people, unless they deserve it. Unless they're mean to someone first or something, or they do something stupid, you can be mean to them. Or if you are mean to them, just be like, yo, just banner man, Be mean back. I'll let you get a lick in, alright? Not like literally, but like, because you're disgusting, but like, you know, whatever. Yeah, so Fluff Dumpster, kind of delusional, unfortunate. He's been bullied. I don't want to contribute to that in any way. He's wrong, though. Scientific research contradicts the claims of Fluff Dumpster. If you didn't believe them already, science doesn't believe him either. While studies have shown that certain scents can influence social and sexual behaviors of humans, the effectiveness of pheromone maxing by not showering ever is
oh, it's just looking at my blanket. I
plays
see.
a crucial role in societal acceptance and attraction, and neglecting that could lead to negative outcomes in interpersonal relationships. It's very much the same as when you are antisocial, you just don't socialize with people. It's very negative. You can't do that. You will not live a happy life if you are antisocial. If you don't clean yourself and you stink like shit, you will not be accepted socially either. But in spite of the lack of scientific support, Isaac holds steadfast and strong in his beliefs. He compares his approach to a ketogenic diet for hygiene, suggesting
What
that
am I
after
thinking?
a week without showering, his
am I
body
thinking,
odor will not
chat?
significantly worsen due to the stabilization of his skin's microbiome.
If you wanted an analogy, pheromone maxing would be like a keto diet for your hygiene.
Now, I go a couple days occasionally without showering. I haven't worn deodorant in a long time. I will for special occasions or whatever. But I don't.
Caught up there,
I
which
don't
is the
really
main
stink
thing.
that bad. I do stink. I'm not delusional. If I do stink, I'll shower. But like, there is truth to some of that. Okay, like if you don't shower, showering daily is a performative thing. You don't have to shower every single day. Using really bad soaps for you, that's probably not good. But there's a balance to it, right? One thing is not true. The ketogenic diet doesn't work for everybody. My brother in Christ. Beyond that, comment down below how
Okay,
you
so
think
it's
the
just
pheromone
one
maxer
level where I
fuels
haven't
his
gone.
precious temple, his body. Comment.
Sure.
What do you think?
Checking how.
Maybe 5 seconds. All right.
Just
Comment
checking
down below
how
what you think
my
what he fuels himself with.
times has been going. What is even happening there?
Couldn't get any water
Yeah.
out. The answer is a concoction of fast food and energy drinks. Of course! Obviously, Isaac's dietary choices stem from his misguided belief that foods enhance pheromone production.
I think that's fucking stinky. Get her away from me. That's rank.
That's because I think this person might not have like the correct pheromonal diet, but that's
Alright.
Jesus Christ, is there fish food in it? What is that?
He's trolling. All this is not real. He's absolutely trolling, in my opinion, but I'm going to pretend that this is legit. He asserts that the food you eat also makes a difference. Fast food is more potent. Things like Red
Bull, too, they help.
His primary diet consists of the two main
Ooh, I wanna play more
pheromone-maxing
Elden
food groups,
Ring.
that is fast food and energy drinks. He eats them
haven't
specifically
Balatro
because
in a while.
they will intensify his natural scent and in turn increase his attractiveness to potential mates. But once again, science contradicts Isaac's claims, and this is just disgusting. High sugar, high saturated fat diets without balance are terrible, and they will lead to numerous health problems, metabolic disorders, metabolic syndromes, etc. There are long-term consequences to all of this, basically. Plus, the excessive consumption of energy drinks is fucking terrible for you as well. Kidney damage, I mean, you name it, bud, it's bad. You get it balanced. Life's about balance, man, not about the ketogenic diet. He is right that poor nutrition does change the way you stink, though, and it makes you smell worse because you're extremely unhealthy. Stinking more isn't good. Unless you find someone who's into it, like a of some kind, like a stink. Is that a thing? It's gotta be a thing. I know a stink thing, bro. I don't have that. I have a very sensitive baby nose, and like I'm
sensitive at baby
very
nose.
sensitive to smells and just stinking stuff. I hate stinks. After learning all this, you probably wouldn't be surprised to then learn that Isaac, aka Fluff Dumpster, has developed some real-life consequences, some health issues, including a foot infection that looks like fucking scarlet rot, a peeling tongue, which is disgusting. I mean, his foot looks crazy.
I have been pheromone maxing my feet smell for a little while, okay? And my mother.
I think it's
Does anyone know why my tongue keeps doing that?
That's like amiliosis, right? That's amiliosis. Yeah, amyloidosis.
Amilianosis.
That's got to be fake. This has got to be a troll. This is an extreme interpretation of attraction and very unhealthy. I assume it's a bit. I don't know if this is just someone who's turning into like a new Chris Chan, it's a quest for love that seems to be resulting in insanity.
Fighting
And
at
this.
women is not misogynistic. Hey, listen, ladies.
I'll be right back.
I often see very pretty young ladies at school. Like soon-to-be Discord kittens, or women that I might simp for online.
It's gotta be a bit, right? It's all a bit. It's absolutely a bit. But he's biting. Dude, he's so gross. He does have greasy hair, and that freaks me out a lot. But it's so. It's gotta be a. There's no way he's Nurgle. He's literally Nurgle, living in real life. He's a plague-bearing beast of Nurgle. He has reportedly made deliberate attempts to spread ringworm among his peers, specifically the wrestling team. And ringworm, according to him, spread throughout the school.
Moral of the story is that if you seek the truth, you can find it. 9/11. Never give up. Never stop trying. Never lose.
Dude, I like this a lot. I think it's a joke, right? Also, we're wearing the same glasses. I think this is a joke.
There we go. Solved it. Sorted.
Here on my forearm.
Is that real?
Back here on this other arm. It's all over.
This doesn't seem real. I literally don't believe that this is real, but I mean, I don't believe this is real. I think this is a joke, and his mom's in on it, which makes it really funny. That seems funny. It's either biological warfare, and he'll probably go to jail, or it's just a really funny bit. I don't know. It's a rabbit hole. Let me know what you guys think down below. Is it real?
Okay, so
There's also this.
Wait, I got my controller, which is cool.
he's been using those dude wipes, and he's been insecure about flushing them and throwing them away. So he's been putting them in his pants, and then when he washes his clothes, he doesn't take them out. So now my washing machine is filled with shitty baby wipes.
This guy cannot be real.
It's fucking funny. It's not funny because I'm not made of money, and I can't afford a new washing machine. So if anybody knows where I can get a cheap one, I'd really
It's like
appreciate
keep it gaming.
That has to be a joke.
Keep it gamer gaming.
I refuse to believe. I fucking refuse. But it's a constant conflict between him and his mother, the mother of Fluff Dumpster. She's kind of charismatic, to be honest. His refusal to
Fluff
shower,
Dumpster.
his
Ooh.
incessant putting of dude wipes in his pants
Hello.
so she can wash them and ruining it. It's an unsanitary living environment. His mother attempts to enforce basic hygiene standards, and they're met with resistance. For example, this.
Mom just forced me to shower.
I was pheromone maxing for 2 weeks when my mom forced me to shower. Dude, cartoon green gas emanating from this man. His hair seems really real and gross and disgusting, so I don't know if this is legit or not. I don't believe this at all. He apparently had a poop wall.
He's drawing. He's a really good artist. Hey, bud, what are you drawing?
His mom seems so supportive.
What is that? What is that? Is that shit? No. Isaac, I'm telling your dad. Don't tell my dad. I'm telling your dad.
Don't tell me that.
It's not real. It's fairly convincing, I've got to say, but I think it's just one of those rabbit holes that ends up being. It's fine to joke around about it because it's not real. It's not real. He's got fame and he's known. Shoo, man. Wow.
I'm doing the Nutty Putty Challenge, where you put yourself upside down and wear 10 t-shirts at the same time to experience both the upside downness of John Edwards and the inability to move at the same time. So the Nutty Putty Cave incident was something that happened in 2009.
Okay.
This guy, his name is Edward, and
John Edward.
John Edward. It's really hard to think like this. It's actually.
So that one, I don't know. This is like really hard. It's not funny, but he's talking about a cave accident that happened in 2009 where a fellow named John Jones became fatally trapped in a narrow passageway. It's a clip, and he's like doing a challenge of it, which is fucked up. You shouldn't do that. It's a disregard for a tragedy, but also kind of strange in a funny way, a little bit. Just a small amount. I've got to admit, small
Like
amount.
that is a bit funny.
I feel disgust, but I also feel a little bit of laughter. God rest his soul. I shouldn't laugh. I feel bad about that, to be honest. I really do. I shouldn't have said any of that, but oh well. I did. Community backlash, infections, legal issues from vandalism, don't do what Fluff Dumpster has done. This is crazy. It can't be real. I just don't. I don't believe that it's legit. I think it's all fake and it's for a bit. Which that would be good. I would really appreciate it if that was the case, but
I don't know. I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of nervous.
All right, you guys.
It's almost a straight.
With another disclaimer: do not bully anyone in this video. These videos are just things that I think are interesting that I would like to share with you guys. Okay, this is not an expose. This is not bullying. This is not harassment. This is something I experienced and that I learned about that I would like to see what your thoughts are. And this one's exciting. This is a big, sort of large arched eyebrow one. Interesting. Oh, is that right? I don't know how you guys feel about spirituality, or not even really spirituality, but modern spirituality, and how it relates to TikTok, how it relates to people on TikTok who make videos about being spiritual and healing and all this other stuff that I really don't get. But I like to consider myself an open-minded fellow, but not with a mind so open that my brain shall fall. This all takes place on TikTok. We know TikTok. TikTok is a crazy place with crazy people, including
my wife.
This is my wife. This is my other wife.
People can just post whatever they want and seemingly go viral overnight in an instant. We've seen a bunch of niche groups spawn on TikTok. We've got cosplayers, we got food reviewers, love gurus, money gurus, a lot of scammers, a lot of weird stuff happens on TikTok. And through all of this, we have seen the rise of spiritual TikTok. And I have to say, yet again, I am not a part of this. I do not know what this is, so I'm going to do my best to be as respectful as I possibly can. I will still be making jokes, just to be clear, but they are jokes. My intent is not to be rude or negative or harsh anyone's vibe, man. It's a bit of a meme, right? And that's what I do on this channel. There are people that are a part of this massive empire, and they offer advice, wisdom. They're astrologers, oracles, etc. I even did a video with my girlfriend and another, what is that called? This, you can go check that video out. It's interesting. I try to keep as open-minded as possible. Today, we will be talking about a TikToker, and I'm not really sure if I should say her name or not, to be honest, because I don't want you guys to go be mean to her. Her name is Keisha, all right? And she has a very prolific channel. She has nearly 100,000 followers, and her thing is guiding New Earth leaders into embodiment of their soul mission. Now, what exactly that means, I have no idea, but I'm willing to learn, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't learn a lot. But I tried, though. I tried, and I'll explain. Because this goes into this crazy big drama that you guys need to see. Keisha started a bit of a cat fight with another spiritual TikToker, and things
We just
have
scratching with it there. I forget that I'm on camera, Linnea.
Drama has transcended. This is the first drama that we've covered on this channel that exists only in the astral plane. And by God, I fucking love it. This is, I mean, it's bad, right? It's bad. There's victims in this. Victims. I don't know what I'm saying, really. I like the idea of things existing in a different world that's not really real, but is real, or something. So who is Keisha? We'll give you a little rundown here, and once again, I'm trying to be respectful. Keisha has been on TikTok since March 2nd, 2021. She's been posting for a good while, or at least that's when her oldest video came out, March 2nd, 2021. She's shuffling them tarot cards like a fucking Vegas dealer, just
Gambling.
sorry, Frankie. Frankie doesn't like it when I gamble. She knows I have a problem. Now, it was a hunt to find that video, to go all the way back. I mean, it took like 3.5 hours of scrolling. Keisha sometimes posts 5 videos in a day. That is a lot of content, Keisha. Keisha has a link tree like most creators who are providing a service do, and her service is channeled guidance. I don't know exactly what that is, but it's a $333 session for 60 minutes. I think it's an astrology reading. Not exactly sure. You can also just give her money, whatever. Standard stuff. She's making content. This is her thing. It makes sense. There's also a virtual healing studio for $7 per month, which I don't really know what that is, but I can't, just speaking from the perspective of sort of get-rich-quick things, I think this is just the spiritual version of that. I can't really imagine there's a lot of value that comes out of $7 a month. for that, to be honest. But maybe there is, I'm not sure. By the way, doing a bit of research on Keisha, there are a ton of impersonators. There are a lot of people that want to be her. I don't know if they just want to get money from the guidance thing, because it's $333 for an hour. There are a lot of people that are trying to trick others into believing that they are the real Keisha. And some of them have followers. She's a legend, apparently. So this all transpired last month in December of 2023. The lion's share of the drama in regard to this whole situation in this video that caused me to raise my eyebrows like this. Keisha made a few videos about a male content creator who has been using his spiritual gifts to manipulate people. These videos were reportedly deleted off TikTok. I'm not exactly sure, but they have been re-uploaded as of December 28th. Part 1 is nearly 10 minutes long, and we'll just go through it. We'll give you the cliff notes. It opens with her talking about how, like we've established, a male content creator is using his spiritual gifts to manipulate people. For bad. He's a villain, allegedly. But it's not only that, he's also harvesting people's energy. What exactly does that mean? I have no idea, but it's got my eyebrows arching pretty strongly and stuff. Keisha also then says that this male content creator targets women, which makes sense. He's a evil man. We can already tell that by the way he's harvesting people's energies.
I think that he is primarily targeting women in the spiritual community, but that might not be the case, and I'm being called to make this video. I don't want to make this video, but I'm being pushed by my spirit team to make this video and to speak my truth. One, so that I can speak my truth and have my voice heard, but also so that anyone who has been harmed by this person and could potentially be harmed by this person for the future can understand what he's doing and hopefully protect themselves.
She says that she doesn't want to make this video and she's being called to do it, and her spirit team is pushing her to do so. Now, I think I need more lore. I think I need more context to understand exactly what that means, but I'm going to just set it out there, let it sit. That's it. The spirit team. You know, I don't know what that is. I don't think I have one of those, but by God, I ain't gonna knock someone for having a fucking team. A spirit team. That sounds awesome. About a minute in, Keisha says that the past 6 months she's been psychologically, emotionally, and spiritually attacked by this man, who currently, up until this point, remains unnamed.
So over the last 6 months, I have been psychologically, emotionally, and spiritually attacked by this person, and we've never met physically, so this has all happened energetically. And I know that it's him that I'm talking to telepathically because he has confirmed in the physical multiple times by repeating things that he had said to me in telepathically.
So that's a massive claim. And then after that, she also says they've never met physically. Now, I have to make it very clear that to me, this seems very absurd. I think that this is absurd. I've never felt anything spiritually, probably because I'm a knuckle-dragging troglodyte, potentially. I even have this like caveman hair here. I've got like a bit of hair right here, and I think it's because I'm not very far evolved. This as well. And look at my eyebrows. My face is shaped like I'm meant to be punched. It literally is punched, like it's punch shaped. So it's like you hit and then it slides off.
That's Gripper. It is my foot. Hello. Wow. Look at that. See it on camera. Got how I was sitting. Good. Notifications. What's happening here?
That I am stupid. So it makes, it makes sense. I figure maybe she's been like talking through Discord, texting, talking, maybe even email, something like that. No. They're talking telepathically. This person is talking to Keisha telepathically. She knows it's him because he said things in the physical that he has said to her telepathically, even though they've never met. So maybe it was on Discord, or maybe she's just watching his videos. I don't know what this is, but this is like maybe the basis of parasocial relationships or something along those lines. She then says that she started to see his content and have profound feelings when she watched the content, and she also started to see him in her dreams.
I was starting to see his content and have these profound feelings when I would see it, and he was showing up in my dreams a lot. And at first I just ignored it because I had already been on a twin flame journey, and I just was like, no, not again. But
Jaeger standard pack, yay!
So I decided to explore it. I didn't know then what I know now, which is that he uses glamour magic on his content
Glamour magic.
elicit certain emotions.
Whatever that means.
She says she started to explore it, claiming naivete at the time because she didn't know he uses glamour magic on his
Glamour
content
magic.
to elicit emotions from viewers. I would like to know what I am. Am I telepathic? Like, tell me. Do I have glamour magic? What is this? Tell me, give me a reading. I want to know. I'm very curious. So we are now 2 minutes into an exposing saga, and at this point, some would say this is delusion, and some would say that this is just something we don't understand, that's what I'm going to say. I just don't get it yet. A little further on, she says she booked a session with this guy who is still unnamed. She said that she feels safe and needed a masculine energy source to create a healing space for herself. Now, I don't know exactly what that means either, I'm going to be honest, but we're going to keep going.
So, being the spiritually guided woman that I am, I followed those nudges and I booked a session with him. And, you know, the session was very accurate. I felt like he felt like a safe, masculine energy to me at the time. And as someone with a father wound that I had been working to heal, I thought it would be good to have someone who represented a safe masculine energy to create a healing space.
She then says that she felt as if she was guided romantically towards this person, which is very odd. She saw him in a dream, pursued a figment of her imagination, booked a session, and then confirmed her delusions. That's the sort of where I'm at currently, what I'm seeing. But at the same time, you know, this is not a world that's been necessarily disproved. We just got to keep an open mind. In their session, she claims that she talked about trying to call love into her life, and he responded by saying that he's sort of unsure about the relationship that he is in currently, which she then finds odd.
The synchronicities I was receiving,
The
the
mayor.
way I was receiving them, it felt like I was being guided romantically to this person. But I discovered, you know, even before booking my first session, that he was in a relationship. And so I thought, okay, well, I'll just book the session because maybe my guides just want me to receive some kind of healing from him. And so on our first session, you know, we're going through the session, everything's normal. I'm talking about, you know, I was trying to call love into my life, so that comes up, and I'm talking about, you know, like what I need to do to reach that. And he mentioned something about not being sure that he wants to be in the relationship that he's in after X amount of time, just like feeling like this isn't it. And I was like, okay, that's an interesting thing to say on a call.
That is odd to me. Just first, you're talking to someone, a spirit walker, and you just talk to him, and in the first session, you're candid about relationship troubles. I mean, it's not therapy. But then again, who needs therapy if you've got glamour magic? Me, I need therapy. She talks about how they start developing some kind of strange telepathic relationship. But once again, they've never met physically. Telepathically, energetically, they've met, but not physically. She just talks so much about how they've been communicating a lot, and she hasn't named. It's confusing.
Now, normally I would not entertain someone romantically who was in a relationship, but that is where this person comes in with the power of spell work and energy work and overall psychological manipulation to make me believe that I was developing feelings, make me believe that there was some kind
wasn't
of
good enough.
connection through
Cringe.
the way he was appearing in my dreams, through the signs that he would like project into my life. And so I thought, well, I have to follow the calling.
Ooh. Oh.
She says that she tried to cut it off, but he manifests her and brought her back with energy
yes.
work by using, I don't know,
Me
glamour
win.
magic,
Yep.
potentially, wizard magic, goblin magic. And this all happened right before he decided to tap into her sexual energy and then manipulate her sexual energy.
You know, I kept going back and forth about him because I would be like, well, you have a girlfriend, so we should stop and continue once you break up. And then, you know, he would like post pictures with his girlfriend, and I'd be like, oh, well, I definitely don't want to be a part of this. And so I would try to cut it off, and then he would manifest me back, and he would do energy work on me to bring me back. During this time, he also began tapping into my sexual energy and manipulating my sexual energy. And I believe this is how how he harvests the energy of the feminines that he is connecting with. At a certain point in the repeating cycle, I got to the point where I was like, okay, I'm cutting you off and I'm not looking back. And, you know, every time I would cut him off, there would be a very hateful reaction where he would discard me, basically, criticize me, like try to bring down my self-worth. And I just couldn't believe my eyes, honestly, because the way this person presents themselves online, the woman was too stunned to speak. I could not believe that this was the same person.
This is the harvesting that we first mentioned earlier, and then I went, you know, because it's a crazy thing to harvest someone's anything. It's weird to harvest anything that isn't a fruit or a vegetable, to be honest. So all this is going on,
Yeah, looks like
and
a
she talks
fuck
about
this
what
cat.
happens to her whenever she tries to cut him off. She gets a hateful reaction. He'd discard her, even though she already discarded him, I think, when she cut him off. I'm not exactly sure about that.
Yeah, no, I fucked the cat.
Criticize her telepathically. He would bring down her self-worth telepathically, of course. She never shows any sort of messages or proof of anything. This is just her talking as a head, recounting a story that happened in the astral realm. We can truly only assume that the communication that they had was via telepathic communication or through her dreams. And I assume they had a session. Maybe they did like VC or something in Discord and they like e-sexed or whatever. I don't really know how that works. For the next part, get ready for a slurry of buzzwords. I'm going to try to explain this the same way Keisha explains it, which is the way that I think is the proper way to explain it.
He implanted spiritual technology into my energy field to keep me from seeing the situation clearly. So I'm a pretty intuitive woman. I think a lot of you on here who follow me know I'm pretty tapped in.
He implanted spiritual technology into Keisha's energy field, which kept her from seeing the situation clearly. Does that make sense to you guys? Because I think that I'm starting to get it. Keisha then goes on to accuse this nameless, completely faceless man of casting confusion spells on her or something along those lines, some kind of transmutation magic to just confuse her for the last couple months. I don't know what the is going on, truly. This is an interesting part. She says that every time she would try to confront him in the physical, which I assume means actually communicating with him, and not in the telepathic world or the dreamland or spirit world or astral realm or whatever but the really real world, he would deny what she's saying, which makes sense. Because maybe it was imagined. I don't know.
Every time I would try to confront him in the physical, he would deny what was happening. So I would confront him. I would tell him everything that we had been talking about, or
A Chana pack?
exchanges we had, and he would be like, no, I have a girlfriend. And one time he even said to me, like, only you and I know the truth of this relationship, or the truth of this connection. And I was like, that's a weird thing to say. And at one point, he even asked me to express how I felt about him in the 3D. And so I did, because I expected him to express it back. And he didn't. He pulled that same playing the fool stunt so that he could have something to leverage against me in case I ever tried to out him.
This is like that VR chat thing where it's like, you know, the ethics and laws of VR chat when you grope someone in VR chat. I tell you what, I'm not playing that game ever again. Every time I go on there, something horrible happens to me. I get misled very easily whenever I get on VR chat, and then I get taken advantage of. That's where the first video ends, and it is a bit of a doozy. It's tough to understand, but once again, trying to be respectful here. There is a part 2, by the way. We're not going to do a full breakdown of part 2 because it's a mystery man still, but we're going to get to the most important parts. She goes on to blame her bad days. She couldn't even get up some days or do work or anything. She would just be sad and need to cry, and she knew that it was him doing this. She's blaming her bad days on this guy that she's that is just astrally fucking with her. I really don't know what what exactly we're getting at here.
So there would be days where I would just feel like I can't get up, I can't do anything, I feel horrible, I just feel sad, I feel like I just need to cry all day. And I knew that it was coming from this person.
Big money.
Then she says that there were moments where money wouldn't come in, and she blamed that on him, and she would tell him telepathically that it was strange that when he came into her life, money stopped flowing. She's blaming money. Is money spiritual? Because, I mean, you know, I'm trying to be as understanding here as possible, but I think money is kind of like the antithesis of spirit? Oh my God. This is a real thing. Why money is actually spiritual energy linked in. Money is God's way of rewarding us for serving his other children and motivating us to do so. Rich people wrote that. I feel like money's the fucking root of all evil, is it not? Am I off base there? Am I off base or something like this? Or something? Am I not understanding this or something? Lay down! We get to a big point. This is a really big point because this is the first time that she's going to meet this guy in the actual physical world, like face to face in the really real reality. She talks about a retreat that this guy hosted and heavily implies that he really wanted her to go in a really real way, but she didn't want to. And after a month of back and forth, she decided to go. First time seeing each other in person. Epic.
And at one point, you know, he kept encouraging me to book sessions with him. I think I booked 3, but one of them I canceled, but there were no refunds. And then he was hosting a retreat, and he wanted to invite me. And at first I was like, no, I'm not going on this retreat. And so we spent maybe like a month going back and forth, and then finally I was like, all right, maybe I just need to meet this person and see once and for all what the truth is. Because at that time, when I was going back and forth about the retreat, I still was confused about the person. Because there were things that he was doing to help me heal, and there were times where he felt like a loving presence, but then there were times where he did not.
We learned that most of their conversations took place in mediums that have no way of being recorded by any physical object, so there's just no proof that they ever happened in like the real, the real world, or whatever we're calling it now. The real, reality. Reality sucks, so I get this, Reality does kind of blow, so I understand what's going on here. So she's going to this retreat. She says she's paid for it, and after she has paid, she gets a telepathic email, message, some kind of thing from him saying that he is still firmly with his partner. So she flips out, as one would when you find out this.
So I paid for the retreat. And immediately after I paid, not immediately, but later that night, I get a telepathic message. Just so you know, I'm still firmly with my partner. And this was after months of convincing me that he was in love with me, that he wanted to be with me, that he wanted to marry me, that he wanted us to move to the same place. And admittedly, I flipped out. Rightfully so, I think. Because I'm like, this whole time, I thought that you were like creating this plan to leave, and these feelings were real, and this feels like triggering.
She thought he had a plan to leave his girlfriend, or that they were going to get married and move in together or something. I can't imagine being that guy though. I feel kind of bad for him. Just sort of if someone showed up to my door and said that we had been speaking telepathically, I would literally get a gun. Like, that's the first thing I would do. I would feel as if my life is in danger, and I would begin to protect myself and my loved ones. That's what I would do if someone showed up to my house or my retreat and said that they were speaking to me telepathically. That would be a big, scary L. She then claims she got a refund after threatening to show up to the retreat and then expose him. Expose him for what exactly? I have no fucking idea, because there's no proof of anything. And also, I don't know if she threatened him telepathically or physically, because that's like, you can't just threaten people. You can't just blackmail people. This seems like blackmail, maybe, but it's astral, so it's not real. It's fine. Maybe this guy just refunded her because she requested it. Maybe she was, I don't know. Who knows? No one does. Literally nobody does. No one will ever know.
So I was like, give me my money back. And at first he was like, no, I'm keeping it. And I was like, okay, well, you can keep it. And here are the 2 options. My ancestors come in and light your ass up, or I'm gonna show up at the retreat and expose you. So which one do you want? And then pretty quickly after that, I got my money back. But that was the first, not the first, but that was the biggest moment when there was a breakdown for me of like, ooh, the mask just slipped. And then after that, there were many more moments where like there was deep rage and anger, potentially some racism. Not really sure about that.
She then says that there was a deep rage and anger from him, and also some racism, because we have to throw that in there as well, even though this is the person who wants to marry you and is in love with you. So I don't know you know, what the beginning and end, what the plan, the strategy for this was. I really don't understand that from the perspective of this evil piece of shit male guy. After this point, we really don't need to speak anymore about any of this, guys. It's just more of the same. It's more of the same. You guys understand the basis, and that's really the meat and potatoes of the drama, the insane astral drama. The comments from the re-upload, by the way, are on her side. I don't know if they were initially. The original time, I don't think they were. I don't know what's going on, really. I'm confused up until this point. It's a small community. The video didn't do super well. It's a fine. It's a diamond in the rough. So when all this is going down, she never names the guy. In fact, she only named him later. And this was after other spiritual TikTok friends advised her to name him. That video, though, is deleted, and I cannot find a re-upload or a stitch or a duet or anything. But the guy's name came out, and this fella's name is Saint Finnegan, a TikTok creator who is in the spirit world. If you want to apply like reality to this, and this is like a defamatory thing that she's saying about this guy, but not really, because it's not even real. It's just like kind of fictional, not in the real world. I don't know how you can represent. I think a judge, if you were to take this in front of a judge and a jury, I don't know what would happen. It'd be funny to watch though. I do know that. This would be some Amber Heard type Johnny Depp stuff. This dude is handsome as fuck, by the way. He's got beautiful hair and he's really handsome. He's been posting since December 2019, and that is according to his oldest video.
Damn, crazy.
On his page. And he's got a song, and it's actually a solid song. Handsome dude, he's talented as fuck. It's awesome. I like his singing. It's pretty good. It's not bad. It's interesting. He's a you know, he's made for Keisha. Saint Finicky, or whatever his name is, has posted up way less than Keisha. He has 4 times the followers, about 400,000, and he received a lot of harassment from her community, which was plentiful and not in his favor at all. He even decided to make a second response to all this stuff after the first one. The second response was a legitimate response. It had physical evidence. It's a lot more serious than the first one. We don't even need to show the first one. First off, this guy's fit is hard as what is he wearing? That's like I have a rug that looks like that. If I pull myself out, like, let's be real, the stakes for this, they're pretty low. It's not like real world stuff. The stakes for this are very low. Like, there's a lot worse things going on in the world right now. But seeing a spirit guy and a spirit girl fighting on TikTok, that's why I made this video. That's why I'm covering this. That's what it's, because it's fucking awesome. So he starts by saying he's been contemplating making a response to Keisha. He shows her TikTok. He shows all the people dragging his name to the line. Defamation, astral plane defamation, spiritual plane defamation, energy defamation, other types of
Didn't need to do
defamation,
that. Shit.
all kinds of defamation, all of it.
I've been contemplating for a couple days now on making a second response to the accusations this creator is accusing me of. And for the last 2 days, I have been watching my name being dragged across the mud and ditches of TikTok. I have been harassed in thousands of comments. I have had videos made, stitched and duetted, speaking hateful narratives over me. And so I believe it is my right now to speak my piece on this matter and bring clarity to a lot of details that are being overlooked. Before I jump into some of these details, I feel called to approach some of the accusations as asterisks and a prescript.
So now we're gonna actually legitimately just react to a part.
So number 1, I am a sovereign being who is entirely in control of his energy. I harm no one. Number 2, I do not subscribe to the narrative of twin flames. Number 3, I do not also subscribe to the narrative of marriage. Number 4, I do not plant chips energetically into people's auric toroidal fields in different dimensions. Number 5, I do not astral travel into people's dreams and harass them. Number 6, I do not astral project into people's dreams and harass them or do any other Doctor Strange, Guardians of the Galaxy fuckery that I'm being accused of.
Wait, you don't do any of that? Well, then what the hell am I doing? I feel like I'm living life all wrong. I gotta be more like this guy. I need to quit traveling into people's f***ing dreams. What is this?
I can't believe I threw that. I am so mad, actually. I fucking fat fingered.
Telepathic and
I'm gonna go get some food because I need some food, but I shall be back soon, chat. I hope you don't miss me too much in this quick break that I take.
Don't bully either one of these people, by the way, even if you think they're both fucking lunatics, which I wouldn't blame you if you did. Or if you think that I'm an asshole for not having a perfectly open mind, that's completely fine too. Bully me. Bully me. Get mad at me. Don't get mad at them. He says that she implanted this stuff into her head, that he was telepathically in her head and was telling her that he was her twin flame, aka future husband, and then scheduled a meeting. So he's saying that she implanted him into her head to twin. He doesn't subscribe to the twin flame though. We already. It's like a sexual thing in nature as well. It's basically sexual harassment is the accusation, but like astral essay, which I'm not an expert, but I think that really sort of devalues the serious things that exist in reality that don't get nearly as much coverage or press or algorithmic fortitude. Oh, how fortuitous.
This content creator who is accusing me of these things made a 3-part series, and in the first video, she states clearly that this all happened telepathically and energetically for months. Mind you, I had not met her. In the first video, she claims that I had been meeting her telepathically and building a romantic relationship with her, saying that I was her twin flame, saying that I want to marry her, saying that I want to move in with her and travel the world. She built this facade within her head before we had ever met for months. And then she reached out to me and schedule a business one-with-one. I take my business very seriously, and every single space that I am with, whether it's 15 people in a retreat or if it's a one-person call, is very sacred to me. These meetings specifically were about business and how she can optimize her business, how she can look into analytics insights with her marketing.
I was sexually assaulted in the astral plane. How fortuitous. I shouldn't say that. He then states that he takes his business seriously, as it is a sacred thing to him, and she purely called about business and how to optimize it. Purely business related stuff. In the business meetings, the astral communication that they did, he says that he had no idea that she was building a narrative of them falling in love in another dimension. He was unaware of that. It wasn't until after that meeting that she reached out in the real world. She messaged him on Instagram and told him to leave her alone and that he was harassing her.
Even in these business meetings, I still had no idea this narrative that she was building in her head, that we were romantically involved in a different dimension. It was until way after these meetings that she reached out to me via Instagram DM and asked me to stop harassing her in a different dimension. I made it very clear that I had no idea what she was talking about.
He then shows the messages, and this is ridiculous. She said, "Can you please leave me alone? This is harassment at this point and it needs to stop." He says, "I'm confused, hyphen. I haven't talked to you in months, aside from the women's retreat stuff." She says, "I'm not going to argue with you because I know you are just going to continue to gaslight me. You are contacting me," by the way, gaslight, that is code for some people that they're just being disproven and that they're wrong. "You are contacting me telepathically and you have been for the last 6 months, even though I've repeatedly asked you to stop. I'm making you stop in the 3D now. It's negatively impacting my mental health and well-being. Please stop. Respectfully, hyphen, I never think of you. I thought of you when we worked together, but always in a sister way. But when we got off the calls, I did not continue thoughts. I do not have dreams of you. I do not ponder or entertain any thoughts towards you, ever. I don't know what you're experiencing, but I have nothing to do with this in any way. I am in a committed relationship for 5 years, and I have always been faithful. With this being said, I hope you are doing well and believe you are powerful enough to..." Blocked. That's a hard-ass response. That's a hard-ass response. And I'm still, I still feel bad for Keisha because she obviously believes something bad happened to her. But at the same time, it's like, it doesn't seem like it was that bad. You'd be all right, I think. Frankie, worse things have happened, for sure. He then goes on to explain that in the video that she posted that became super popular, that name dropped him, it had no context, so people thought that what she was doing was in real life, which is massively different. The only clarification was a single comment that she made on her post saying, "Yes, telepathically and energetically. Huge difference. Real life, big bad deal, bad. Telepathically and energetically, it's like I don't really know how to quantify exactly what's being said or what's going on, or you know, if I'm even capable of doing that Q word. Quantify, you know what I'm saying?
Very important part. In her third video, which is the one that went viral, has over 100,000 views and thousands of comments. There is no context when it comes to the allegations she's accusing me of. So the people that are coming to that video are literally thinking that I did this, but in real life. The irony here is bizarre. For anyone that has done inner work and shadow work, they know clearly that what we project and judge onto others is quite literally a neglected wound that we have within ourselves. So, with that being said, the harassment and abuse that she accused me of, she literally did to me, but in real life. She did it in real life. This is real, and this is happening to me. And by real, I mean, if I was an asshole, I could literally take you to court and sue you for slandering my name, for defamation of character. And let me tell you something, sister. Your evidence and proof will not hold up in court.
He then clarifies that this is real life now. She's not just hurting him in the spirit world, he's actually being hurt in real life, which is true. That's actually true. The only real life hurt that happened through all of this is her making the video name dropping him and doing it in an incredibly irresponsible way that slandered him and caused a bunch of people to send negative spirit missiles towards him, spirit bombs, love Dragon Ball Z, etc. He probably could take her to court, honestly, for slander and defamation, but he doesn't probably want to go that route because he would seem like a massive, and he's like probably one of those live and let die type guys like Paul McCartney in the Wings or whatever. Like John Lennon's Imagine. Imagine you give me some beer money right now. He then states what she's doing is not right, that it is hurtful, and he cannot let it go any further. And honestly, I agree completely, and she did delete the video. So it's solid. It was re-uploaded. This is a really strange thing, because they both seem like good people. They both seem like people who are not, on the whole, harming anyone, really. They seem quite harmless, but she has a problem with him. And then it's resulted in this.
I want to move from the head to the heart right now, because this is actually heartbreaking. When I go to her comments in the video that went viral, 99% of the comments of her following is supporting her delusion. This is not true love. What she has done is she has cultivated an entire community that is quite literally keeping her in a habitual loop pattern that do not care about her well-being. That breaks my heart. So I leave this with a prayer that you are surrounded by strong, bold, powerful, independent women who speak of reverence and inspire you to liberate yourself and let go of the shackles that you have placed on your feet and hands, because you are in control.
This is the best part of the whole thing, in my opinion. He states that he needs real support, not TikTok followers.
Hey chat, sorry about the wait there.
Feeding her delusions.
Just making food. Ow.
Trying to be
Holy shit.
and get people to just stop her and let everyone move on, not stop her by
Holy
bringing her
fucking
down
hot
or,
damn.
like rallying a community of like, oh, you're crazy, you're delusional, you're fucking insane. Even though that's probably what would have happened in like
Rachel Machine Chow Pork. I say made some, I heated up some sweet and sour pork.
Genuinely nice, it seems. And honestly, I think I'm on his side. Unfortunately, at this point, I really do like Keisha, and like her content's pretty quirky and interesting, but this is just
I'm too.
stupid. Now to do a little bit of simple Google fact checking, she claimed to book an appointment with him. I don't know if he's taken his appointments down, but you can't find anything in his Linktree, his TikTok, his YouTube, his Spotify. There's nothing about private sessions. There's nothing in there about any of that. He has a podcast called Energy Hospital, which is very bad name for, it's like a soap opera thing. We kind of scraped through it. Couldn't find anything about private sessions. Keisha also claims that she booked a spot at a retreat that was refunded. The only thing we could really find was this thing called a Rose Heart Retreat, which had him listed as an instructor. But I'd be more worried about this guy. This guy looks like a fucking cult leader. No offense, I don't want to defame or slander, but he's dressed very suggestively. That's how I would dress if I was a cult leader. I don't think he's a cult leader, but this is an interesting outfit. I can't believe this is a real world. Look at these other people. That's a sweet hat. How do you get into this world? How do you just like stop thinking about stuff. So now we get
But you
into
just
the
stop
public
thinking
response
about
to
stuff.
this
Nah.
thing, this situation. It's very interesting. This whole thing is nuts. So we have people online,
Just having a bit of
outsiders
food
that
in
are
the
looking
moment.
into the strange, just random passersby on TikTok. It's a very complicated situation. They're reacting to the trauma that Keisha
It was
has been
nice with Star
experiencing.
Wars. You know, food review. Obviously, this is what you came here for.
Reactions are shocking.
Isn't
A
that
lot of
right,
people had
chat?
a lot of thoughts about this, and not all of them, I think, are using the full capacity of their brains and ability to reason to come to a conclusion on what exactly is going on. So this is a person who made a video breaking down it. She wants someone to call Saint Finnegan out, which I thought that's what Keisha was doing. I'm not really sure. She says that he's a spiritual narcissist, which, trying to really think about what that means, I guess you could see maybe, like, if he's talking about, he appears so calm, but he's actually maybe a paper tiger of spirituality or something. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just making shit up. She said that his response videos were terrifying and ridiculous.
His response videos to her were absolutely terrifying, absolutely ridiculous, and if you don't know how to spot spiritual narcissism, you can look at it and be like, oh, this dude is really loving and he really cares.
Maybe it's terrifying because at one point he calls this defamation.
Cheers,
and the
chat.
possibility that Keisha has been slanderous, which is, he provided receipts, like actual real receipts. She didn't, so I don't really, I don't understand that, I guess, but the comments for her video are not on her side at all. She's just trying to expose the spiritual narcissism, whatever that is.
Not being able to spot a spiritual narcissist is a dangerous thing. This story contains spiritual narcissism, spiritual psychosis.
Chat, I'm quite hungry. It's like 8:30. I haven't eaten that much today, so I need me some
Another
food.
interesting mind-bending take here, that it's a complete new world. By the way, once again, no hate. No bully or whatever, dude. It's just, this is very, I don't belong here. It's interesting to me. A lot of her comments are also vehemently on the side of Keisha. It's just weird. This fella named Chris has a pretty reasonable take that I liked. It was nice.
You can only interfere with yourself. No one else can interfere.
The drama that's on spiritual TikTok right now is really fascinating to me. Because what it's doing is it's highlighting this truth that not everybody knows, and the people that don't know it are basically open to being manipulated. That truth is what Bashar is talking about here. It's that no one can mess with you unless you agree. And it doesn't have to be a conscious agreement. It has to be it's like an energetic agreement. It's like if someone scares you and scares you into believing that they're gonna do something to you, then you're kind of agreeing that they can do something to you.
Bro just fucking read the 37th law of power or some shit. So he thinks it's like Keisha letting this happen because it's not physical, so it's not. I don't really, it's just. There's also a lot of people, by the way, for the sake of all of us, that think this whole thing is absurd. And I think this is probably the boat that most people are going to fall into. Yeah, it's amazing. It's really interesting. It's a really crazy story, crazy accusations, and now I can do some harassment and bullying now after the video's over. I'm not going to do that in the video, but I'll do that as soon as this turns off. Just kidding. I don't do that. And I don't, I'm not a part of organized crime. What else? I'm just kidding. Hopefully you guys like this video. I hope you thought it was funny, all right? At the very least. What do you think of this strange new parasocial world? These fucking lunatics out here on TikTok. This is some crazy shit. What the?
Yum.
I don't know what the hell.
Still hungry as hell, though.
Jesus Christ. Sorry, that was all pent up, Anyways.
OnlyFans and Lonely Fans, welcome to a brand new episode of the Unhinged Podcast. I am
Ooh,
your
the
host,
Unhinged
Kirby.
podcast.
She has not touched
Yo.
grass in many moons, so she is perfect to join us on this lovely episode. Is your audio working, Hermes? Are you capturing audio?
It wasn't for a second, and you were probably terrified, and part of your soul probably died in that particular moment, and you spiraled into a deep depression, but no, I fixed it. You're good now. You can breathe.
Incredible. So, I wanted to take this episode to talk about a bit of a disaster that has befallen humanity. Women and men, both. All the genders.
Yeah.
They've come together to take a huge L.
Yeah, I saw that you, or I heard that you hung out with Dio, so this is only acceptable. I can only imagine that this is what the next podcast was about. You saw the glorious disaster that is one goddess of madness, and you were like, oh shit, we're doomed.
I was like, I did the episode with Dio, and Dio's like, yeah, I've never left the house before. I never dated, don't leave the house. I just stay at home, I cook for myself, and I'm like, yes. Anyway, the next topic is about lonely
She is beautiful.
people. Society is and we're gonna be talking about the cookness of society for both men
so ready.
and women, okay?
Oh, I'm so ready. Yes. Yes, I got the
Me when I'm
marshmallows
cooked.
and the fucking little chocolates and the s'mores ready to be made on this topic.
Yeah. So
I'm also gonna go and check on my food that's currently in the oven, which is why I'm not currently playing anything and just kind of, sitting, chatting, listening to this, catching up on my podcast and everything, talking over nuts.
and the woke conservatives are putting down men. Men are being treated like second-class citizens by social media, and I think it makes them feel like shit.
Stop. Yes, exactly. Right off the bat, I'm coming in. I'm knocking down the door. I actually feel so fucking bad. I've literally had a conversation with my male friends about this very topic because I have mostly male friends. Women scare the shit out of me.
I didn't think you had a single male friend.
Oh, I have all male friends and many, many dramas to deal with that, particularly because some of them are married and I happen to be a female that is very good friends with their male friends. So there's a whole package to unwrap there. But yes, I have mostly male friends. Yes, correct. I have a couple female friends though. Yeah, I have a couple female friends though. They are lovely. They are glorious. But no, females actually.
I have mostly female friends. I'm afraid of females and males, but mostly males.
But no, I was having this conversation literally with my male friends because I feel like men are in such a very tough spot right now. You literally have the woke side or whatever. I'm about to get hated by everybody here.
The woke.
Yeah, who
The
are
woke side of the force.
they're pretty much telling men
Skywalker.
what it means to be a man. You need to do this, you need to do that, blah blah blah. Like, and essentially it's like the spectrum of being like they're forcing I guess like wokeness. I don't know. Like you have to be inclusive for every.
Listening to you try and navigate these terms, it's amazing.
I don't understand like what they're trying to force on that side. It's like they're trying to force everything. Like they're just trying to tell them how to be a man, and in being a man, you pretty much have to be like.
Step one in being a man: do not do any generic man things. Step two in being a man: recognize your inferiority.
Yeah, it is.
It's crazy hearing it from that side because I got hit super hard by the pipeline and then just ended up as trans.
On Twitter, something is trending that it's like, all men are rapists. It's like, bro, dude, no, stop. You're vilifying these people. Why would they want to be on your side if you're vilifying them?
Yeah, it's like they're consistently making men feel bad for being men. Like, men and women are, like, shocker, but we're different. Like, our mentalities are fundamentally different. The way, like, women look at things and the way, and the way, like, guys look at things is, like, inherently just different. And it feels like the extreme woke side or the, extreme left side is over here, like, bastardizing men for not thinking the way, I guess, women think, which I don't even want that. But then the other side, now this is where everybody's gonna hate me.
The craziest part, though, like, the extreme right, that, like, the Andrew Tate people that are pulling poor, lonely individuals into their clutches, like, to subscribe to their courses and to follow their worldviews and all that shit. Like, do you know why they're successful?
Well, that's what I'm saying. And the extreme right side is literally selling, like, freaking masculinity on steroids. They are literally like, women are your product. Women are this. You are the male dominant alpha male. You dominate your women, and they must do everything.
To sit and they sit, which is true.
Yeah. And my point is, you wish. Oh my gosh, you wish.
It works.
But like me talking to my guy.
I was gonna say Hermes
like,
suddenly makes more sense.
This sucks. Because they're like they're like, I don't want to treat my women like a product, so I don't agree with the far right, but I don't want to be ashamed of being a man, so I don't agree with the far left either. And they're just like, which, by the way, I think is wild right now, because the very thing that usually pushes people away from, like, religion and stuff is the fact that religion tells you what to do, what to think, what to feel. And now it seems like all these little niches, all these little things are consistently all yelling at everybody to tell people what to think, what to do, what to feel. And I think it's driving people crazy.
So
I think everybody's losing their shit.
Religion is based.
Religion was the OG manipulators. Yes.
Oh god.
I'm a god, so I'm above all that. God.
Right, yes.
Yeah, religion manipulates people on my behalf. Okay, get it right. Get it right.
Yeah, no, but I do agree with you. Like, you have, I think,
An interesting take. Like, it's interesting to hear from more like general sides instead of just like, because I'm definitely the extreme left. Like, I'm definitely part of the super woke.
They are literally pushing men into like the Andrew Tate side of the force. Because at least they're accepted there, you know. At least they could feel like they belong somewhere there. They don't feel like the villains of society. And I think that you're right. This definitely does hurt people. I think the internet is so interesting because of how much power it actually has just on the average fellow. Like, we don't realize how influenced we are by the internet, but by the fact that we're on the internet, we scroll Google, we scroll YouTube, or you scroll Twitter, it is pushing an ideology. It is teaching you how to think. Bro, I don't think anyone is offended by the R slur until they were told to be offended by the R slur.
Absolutely.
And,
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, there may have been people that, there probably was people that was and everything, but the vast majority, I definitely agree with that statement. Like, I think it became a hell of a lot more bastardized the moment the internet told people to bastardize it.
No, for sure. And it's like that with everything. It's like you have people.
I'm gonna go check on what I'm currently cooking. I will be.
The best way to be offended.
I will be back. Thank you, chat. Apologies.
Oh, and it's always so fucking public. Oh my gosh, I don't know how, like, it has got to be the most fucking terrifying thing for like 99% of like content creators that date or something like that. Oh my gosh.
I would never date a content creator, that's for sure.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't. Yeah, we'd never know of a scenario where that happens.
I would never date a content creator. This is not, I'm not being like cheeky, I'm like being serious.
We all know that. Anyways, keep with the fanfics down there, guys. They're looking beautiful.
There are no fanfics in Ba Sing Se. No one's shipping us. It's a figment of your imagination, okay? These people aren't real. Stop it. Okay, but anyway, the point is, if you want a real relationship, do not look at the fake relationship that Hermes and I have, because we are completely platonic. I'd argue that we don't even really like each other that much.
Yeah, I'm actually still upset that he hasn't choked me. That is probably one of the biggest crimes I've faced every day.
Hands on a woman unless
I know. I know. I'm trying to deserve it. I'm trying so hard. I know. And you're doing so good at denying me. And it's crazy.
You are not the cure to male loneliness. You are.
Oh, definitely. I am. Probably, absolutely. I mean, yeah, probably, absolutely. Yeah, we back there. Yep.
You are the cancer. Anyway, so I do think in this weird Andrew Tate-ified world on one extreme, and you got the freaking mega woke people on the other extreme, and I think these people literally feed into each other. It's like you'll have, I think this is I think definitely affecting men more than it's affecting women, but I think it affects women too, because when a woman sees the Andrew Tate shtick and sees you have to own your woman, you tell your woman sit down, you can have 14 wives, and you tell them all what to do. Their purpose is baby makers and sandwich makers, which is just factually accurate. I mean, man, spitting. You can't hate on. I mean, no to say.
I make a mean sandwich. True. Honestly, it is perfection.
What about babies? Ever make any of those?
No.
Damn.
Never will. You already. Well, technically, I guess I've made what? Somebody in the chat said 8. I think I've had 8 kids. All right, I've had 8 kids.
Your purpose
or 5
as a woman if you're not creating babies?
Making sandwiches.
For your babies?
No, definitely not. I mean, I guess I have fur babies. They're so cute. I love them.
You have a problem, woman. Anyway,
I know.
Point
I am the cancer.
True.
I'm cheering for population collapse. I am part of that equation. I am the filthy gamer that has kitties and plays video games with my time.
Huge L. But anywho,
you wish.
So that is, I think, on the one end. But on the other hand, when you have women saying this, they really do feel like, holy shit, men really are evil. And society telling men they're bad, I think it's 2 things. It makes men not want to be on that side and go to another extreme, and it makes women believe that men are bad.
Yep, always does. Yeah, exactly.
It's so toxic and dangerous. I wonder why the Democrats lost the election. fucking terrorized everyone.
Well, exactly that. And I mean, and that's kind of the other problem with social media too, because you can have somebody who has no knowledge in anything make a statement, and then that statement gets millions of views. Like the thing about like the woke side is like there's women out there that have like entire charts.
Dude, Trump won the election, and Nick Fuentes tweets, "Your body, my choice," and everyone lost their mind. Bro, he's some fucking crazy ass white supremacist, self-described white supremacist on the internet. Why are you taking him so seriously? And it's like, oh, men are the problem. Bro, stop it.
Well, that's kind of like the big issue though, because like, again, that creates reach. There are guys that look at a statement like that, or there are people that look at a statement like that and they think this guy is based. There really is. Just like the problem, the other side.
Why do you think
Yet again, that is the I, that is the him, that is the he, that is the here.
I think
it is a
because
crazy
society,
species.
well, some of them I think are probably evil, and some of them I think were just mega failed by society.
Yeah.
I think it's probably a mix.
Yeah. It's always a mix. It probably has to deal with part of their upbringing too. Like
Psychologically speaking, it's so much easier to blame other people than to take accountability for yourself. So
exactly.
If someone is gonna be lonely and sad, are you lonely and sad because you have zero aura and no riz and you're playing Fortnite all day, or are you lonely and sad because the evil women are out to get you?
The evil women are out to get you.
The evil women are out to get you.
Literally are out to get you. But
I am part of the evil women who are out to get you.
Make of it, right? Like everybody has like their ups and downs in life, and you can literally be a person who sits and plays video games, and if you believe mentally that the world hates you, you're gonna think the world hates you, but all in reality, the world probably doesn't know anything about you. It probably doesn't give a crap about you, and if you want to get a girlfriend, you can probably get a girlfriend. If you're
Probably. I mean, I'm just at shit.
probably because your standards are too high, kind of thing. And vice versa for women. Women have this same women have
Yeah.
the same problem.
That is much
Yeah, I feel that.
woman issue these days, I think.
And that's exactly what
I
I'm
standards in like zero riz.
Women have a massive problem, and I think again we're back to the social media thing where you get. I know, right?
Now we have
we're
women versus women violence. I just watch. I spectate.
Oh, trust me, it gets. Men are not prepared. Us women, we know how to play a long-term, very vicious, very vindictive game. It is a whole different game. I mean, I'm saying women can every woman has it within their soul to have the capacity to be extremely vindictive. Every single one. If a woman tells you, if a
Eve is the one that ate from the tree.
No, that's what I'm saying. And if a woman, here's a note, guys. Take a note. If a man or if a woman tells you that if they are pure innocent and they don't have the capacity to be vindictive, they're either lying to you or they are
in the midst of manipulating you.
Or yeah, they're either lying to you or they are lying to themselves. But every single woman on this planet has the capacity to be extremely vindictive.
I'll be
It
real
is just
here.
a matter
There are a lot
of
of
what.
pretty vindictive dudes out there too. Like, let's be real
Yeah.
here.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely.
Nothing
Absolutely.
but respect for evil women, but there's some evil ass guys out there. But I do think the majority of people
Or of a kind.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah.
people are just normal, just want
Yep.
to survive.
Yeah, they swing a little bit on like one side of the scale, swing a little bit on the other side of the scale. Ultimately, people just want to be able to live their day to day, enjoy their at least have some joy in their day to day. It doesn't even have to be like a full day of joy. Like they want to go to work, they want to do their job, they want to have financial security, they want to come home and they want to enjoy a little bit of something that they enjoy. That's literally the vast majority of people. They don't want to be like harped on or whatever. But no, I do think women tend to have far more of and this could be a social media thing too. Like where like women are over here, where women over here telling like you tier lists and all this other stuff of like what the perfect man is. Yes.
Every time
Women have
needs to make X amount of money and be X tall and be fit and have a job and be good looking and have a good family and meanwhile no offense to her, but she looks like a porpoise.
Well, and that's exactly.
Lady, work on yourself a little bit if you want something better. But I do think
women
there definitely is this crazy entitlement thing, right?
Yeah, women tend to be more often than not. Now, nothing is absolute, guys. I'm a realist. Nothing is absolute. But women, more times than not, tend to lean far more into vanity. They care a lot more about outward appearances. They care more about the money aspect.
Dude, I think men and women are equally vain. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna sit
You
here
think
and let
so?
you slander women. Bro, you have a dude.
Okay.
Listen here, okay? If there's a guy and he sees a girl with boobs,
Mhm.
it's over. He's into her, okay?
That's what I'm.
As long as she's like less than 300 pounds. All right, I'll just go.
But I actually disagree with that. I think guys are far more like, I can have a good personality and guys will like me based off of just the personality more so than the looks. Now the looks can
Bro, I
absolutely
think
help.
that's because
Whereas
you realize what
because I'm amazing.
Absolutely not. But it's mostly, I think, because, dude, men's standards are so low. If a woman
That's
will
what
talk to a man at this point, they'll be like, oh, yes, yes.
But that's what I'm saying though. Like, yes,
Literally me.
the boob thing can come into thing, but I think women will literally more times than not all the time, more times than not, a woman will look at a man without him even saying a single word and judge him based on it, like if she will talk to him or not based off of how he looks. Whereas a man, you can.
That's an entitlement thing, for sure.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I do
That's
think
that's like the problem.
based on what social media has been doing, I think it is making women feel more entitled and therefore end up alone because they're never going to find that perfect guy, and it's making men feel worse about themselves, which is going to make
And
them
they don't
alone
want it, and they
because
and
they're never
like,
going to
yeah,
actually
they're
interact with anyone.
Well, and they're like, I feel like a lot of dudes are also extremely scared because, especially because like women will go online and like, and I guess
Destroy
again,
them.
yes,
Annihilate them. Dude, there are these mean ass people out there that have some of the most insane random, like, oh yeah, my ex, here, let me show you a picture of him. Oh, what a loser, what a loser. Right, guys? Oh, he has such a small penis. And they like literally destroy this guy.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just, again, this is something that isn't brand new. Social media just amplifies it because we've all been in high school before. Like, this is just the mean girls from high school. They did the same thing with their friends. They just never grew up kind of thing, and now they have social media to amplify. Now, don't get me wrong, men, you do have a bad branch too. Incels are not that great. Nice guys, also very not that great. They are a pain in the ass to deal with, and it is annoying as fuck to deal with that lot. But
you are literally, every single time you bring up like a group of guys, it's the low self-esteem squad again. Every single time. Because who do you think are the people that are the nice guys? The people that feel like they have to be the nice guy to even get a modicum of attention from a whammon.
Yeah.
And
that's
and the
literally
internet
the problem.
keeps crushing people down. You don't have a lot of paths. If the internet or whoever succeeds in destroying you and teaching you that you are the bottom rung of the ladder, that you are the cringe part of society, then what are you gonna do? Well, you're either gonna go to Andrew Tate and decide, you know what? No, this system is rigged against me. The Matrix is evil. I am the alpha. Or the alternative, you are going to just completely submit to what the internet wants of you. To just be like some random white knight guy that's always out there tipping your fedora for the whammon.
I love tipping my fedora. Yeah, and you're right. It's a top hat, and it's glorious in every way, shape, and form. It is beautiful perfection and a beautifulness times 2.
Yeah, you definitely don't have that like
Beautifulness times 2.
No, absolutely not.
That is not
No, absolutely. I have 99 problems. It is not self-esteem.
Yeah, well, I would argue it is self-esteem, but it's high self-esteem. You can do to think a little less of yourself. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know. I feel like I'm having enough self-esteem for half the world at this point. I am carrying the self-esteem of half the planet.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a flex. But anyway,
we'll find out soon enough, I guess.
When will we find out?
Soon enough.
Oh, that was pretty vague.
Intentionally so.
All right. Well, anywho.
Take your time.
Anywho, so yeah, but what I'm actually more interested in is, now that we've established the fact that I think men and women, due to this cringe society, cringe situation, it's making men lonely, it's making women lonely. I think it's making men lonely because it's shitting on them and making them either defect or just become complete pussies, and it's making women feel entitled to like the perfect Twilight boyfriend. They all want to date the fucking Mothman from Wendigo. Wendigo cryptid monsters. That's the average. That's what
I thought we were just talking. Twilight is vampires and werewolves. Where did we get into Mothman and Wendigoons?
Did you not see the OK Hear Me Out section in Barnes and Noble?
I just don't pay attention to you.
Well, that's a mistake. Let me show you this. This is one of my favorite, one of my favorite pictures of all time. Like, I have it saved because it's just so good. Let me see if I can.
Because it's your favorite section in Barnes and Noble.
Because it's my favorite section because it exists.
Do you dream about being one of the Monster Men? Do you dream about being the Mothman in that relationship?
I am the Mothman. Look at this fucking page. Look at this. They have a OK Hear Me Out section. It's all these petite women with like these fucking giant ass gigacocks, as I like to call them. But
Oh
anyway.
hell yeah! Look at those, delicious. Yeah, I don't. I mean, there's a whole porn. Of course, that was gonna happen. There's literally a whole Pornhub section, like, dedicated to this very thing. What do you mean? Huh?
Well, what would I know about that? I'm in a perfectly loving situation. I don't feel any need to ever go to Pornhub. I've never even seen porn.
Oh yeah, I guess I am the lonely housewife in this equation, aren't I? That makes sense why I know about these and you don't.
It's not easy to be as cringe as Hermes, chat. Remember that. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is, now that we've established this, I think it's done something else really interesting. Because I think it's creating an entire network of jobs. Like, there are people there to fill these holes, not in the way the monster men are in these books. But I think that the rise of OnlyFans is basically kind of it's people that are capitalizing on the loneliness of men.
Yep.
Now,
I mean,
you
sex
can either
sells.
capitalize on the loneliness. Well, it's true, sex sells, but OnlyFans is not just sex. Otherwise, people would just go to Pornhub for free, which is a website that I hear is free. Not that I would know.
Yeah,
but
true.
From what I
Never been
understand,
there, I'm sure.
It's free. Why would you pay for OnlyFans if you can go to if you could just scroll Twitter?
That is very
Twitter
true.
is all Elon Musk and boobs. That is all of Twitter right there. So like,
you can block that man as many times as you want. He still shows up on your feed.
comes back from the freaking dead. It doesn't matter. You block him, don't worry. The Elon Musk parody account is here. Block that? Well, don't worry. The Adrian Ditmus or whatever the frick his name is account is there.
I am sure.
Elon Musk.
I am 100% sure that Elon Musk took a note out of Microsoft. You know how every time like Microsoft does an update, they always put fucking Edge back on your fucking desktop? I think Elon did this. I think Elon did the same thing with X, where if you block him, every time X has an update, it literally unblocks him.
You literally cannot get rid of that guy. He is everywhere.
He is the Microsoft Edge.
He doesn't say anything. He just retweets stuff, man.
I know.
Oh my God.
I know. It's like, shut up,
the
man.
one thing I do have to say about Elon Musk, he does give us a nice break between the boobs on Twitter, so that's something.
True.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, by the fact that porn is free on the internet for most people, unless you're in Texas or Florida, in which case, but it's free for literally everyone. Why is OnlyFans such a massive industry?
Because it farms parasocialness.
Yeah,
as you said.
That's exactly
yeah.
It feeds
Which is
into the
very
loneliness thing.
bad.
It's not. So that's why I mean, it's not just sex sells. It's selling a fake relationship as kind of a reason to not need a real one. It's like real women are so difficult. Oh, they're gonna argue with you. They're gonna fight with you. They're gonna post your nudes online if you piss them off. They're gonna think that they're better than you. They're entitled. They're shitting on you. And then you have these people on OnlyFans who are like actual handcrafted ideal girlfriend characters. And they're pretty, and they're always there, and they're never gonna say anything not nice because they want you to pay them, and they're gonna fucking make believe they care about you. And they're gonna tell you whatever you want to hear. They're gonna tell you, oh yes, you deserve to in fact be the top of the food chain. You're the man.
Yeah, and it's admittedly only going to get like this is a very, very serious problem too, because I think when growing up is through a series of experiences, right? Like obviously, woo, shocker. But part of that is when you have a bad experience, we all have that choice of like, are we going to try to grow from this experience? Or are we going to like let ourselves get caught up and stagnate in these experiences? And more times than not, a lot of people are like, okay, I went into a relationship. It broke up. It was messy. Everybody has a story about their car getting keyed, blah, blah, blah. The story of like really genuinely being in love with somebody, but then it just like it ends because the other person falls out of love with them. Like all these stories that hurt. They really, of course not. They really genuinely hurt. They're shattering. They're heart shattering.
Oh my God, I'm a fool.
You're calling me a liar, woman?
Yeah, of course I am.
Oh, I fucked those.
They have.
I have like
go figure.
zero parasocial relationship with you. That's a fact.
You can tell me all about your broken relationships in private. I will happily hear all about them over a cup of coffee tonight, or hot cocoa while you read me the Warhammer lore.
Here's the thing. I would man, but my life is just better than yours, and I don't want you to feel bad.
Ooh, that's a hard bargain. I don't know if your life is better than mine. I'm pretty sure my life is definitely better than yours. But you know, it's okay. We don't need to have a dick measuring contest about how big, how much. Yeah, about how much bigger my life is than yours. Okay.
I mean, it's probably the same size. Mine is just superior.
No. I'm pretty sure mine is bigger and superior.
All right, whatever you say.
In every way, shape, or form.
Whatever you say.
You keep telling that whole cycle that
I like Hermes.
people generally go through is kind of broken now with like OnlyFans and stuff, because now there's like these guys who may have just like got broken up with, they're in that depressed stage, they're like shattered mentally over it, and then they go to like OnlyFans, and instead of being able to overcome that feeling and like rebuilding themselves and trying again, OnlyFans creates a circumstance where they don't have to confront that. It's almost like alcohol, right? Like in a sense where it's just an escape from the reality, and
it's dangerous. I think it's worse.
It's dangerous, yeah.
To be honest, I'll be real. I think because they're definitely both an addiction. They both give you a dopamine release in your brain that'll make you want more and make you feel good. But I think unlike alcohol, which I guess it doesn't change you when you're not drunk.
I believe that wasn't enough. I needed to.
You're never not attached to this relationship. Like, in your mind, this is always there.
Yep. At least, yeah. It's like it's a delusion. It's literally an illusion that you're building, and because of that, you're attaching yourself to this illusion, and you're never able to become like get over that cycle. Like
and now that it's like not only is it dangerous, like you're looking at this from the guy's perspective, right? But like think about this from the perspective of a woman that wants to go into this field, right?
Yeah.
Like this is someone that, for whatever reason, they want to do this because they feel like they can make an incredible amount of money. And making money is actually not super easy these days. Like, shit's getting
it isn't? That's crazy.
Literally everywhere. Shit is wild expensive.
Would have never guessed. Crazy.
It's wild. Like, how many people do you know own houses? Like, you'd think that should be like a thing that happens to everyone, right? You grow up, you make a living, you buy a house. Like, why do people not have houses? Right?
Yeah, blue collar is dying real time.
It's insane.
Right before our very eyeballs.
And then you have this pathway to millions. And all you have to do is take advantage of lonely men.
Yep. And you know, taking it from the women's side as well, like you had mentioned, there is a lot of emotional damage that happens on the female side too, because yeah, exactly. Thank you. Because you could be like part of content creation or something like that, and I do see this a lot with women, is you might go into content creation and be all passionate and starry-eyed and everything, and then just not succeed. And then you, because you feel like you have no, like, again, the confidence thing. Women can also have self-esteem issues and not be confident. And when they lose that confidence, when they fail at something like content creation, they might think in their head, well, maybe my own
content creation. There was recently this one girl on YouTube that's like going for a PhD. She was going for a PhD in like computer science. And she posts this video, why I'm dropping out of my PhD to pursue a career in OnlyFans. And it's
there you go.
Bro!
That's exactly it, because there is a mental thing too, where it's like these women are trying to build a life, a career, and something based off of like their intelligence or, you know, their personality or something, and then they realize that they can't make that happen because of XYZ problems, because trust me, there's a fucking whole spider web of issues happening in the reality right now. But then they feel like the only thing that there is of their own worth is their body, and that in itself is a fucked up mentality to genuinely think that your entire worth is based off of your body, your appearance, and the sexualization of that. That's not good mentally either. That is like, very bad too for women.
You're seeing a lot of like these OnlyFans girls that are in their like early 20s doing this shit and whatever, and people talk about how it's destructive for like the men. Dude, how destructive is it to not only themselves, because they are going to have a very hard time making some sort of stable home for themselves. I don't know if they're planning on having children, but their children are going to have a really difficult time in school. Like, dude, holy shit. But so that's just one side of issues. But think about all the girls that are like, I don't want to do this, but they're literally living life on easy mode.
Yeah.
And they're thinking that to themselves too, and that's also destructive.
Yep. Well, it's like
dude,
it's so sad.
It gets to the point that you'll have a girl post a selfie online, and the replies are, "We're not buying your OnlyFans whore," and it's like, bro, they don't have one. They just posted a selfie online.
Yeah. Yep. And it is. It's a vicious cycle, as everything is. The first domino got flicked over a long time ago, and we are just going deeper and deeper into this freaking spiral. And it's not healthy for either side. It's not like, yes, of course, there's gonna be somebody that's like, well, so maybe the women like it. There 100% is going to be a certain amount of females that enjoy doing that, for sure. And there's a certain amount of guys who don't get parasocial in the thing. There of course is that. But yeah.
My favorite.
But the number is, the percentage is so low. Yeah.
My favorite thing is like when they'll ask, like they'll do these.
I pressed the wrong button.
Hey, you're doing OnlyFans and shit. Why are you doing OnlyFans? And they'll be like, oh, well, you see, it's because feminism and women have the right to
What? That's the actual.
We're not doing OnlyFans for feminism. Stop, please. Don't say that.
They're trying to justify it.
Bro, dude. Like that is some crazy cope.
Yeah, and you know, back to your statement about like easy mode and stuff like that. The also like sad reality of the easy fan situation is it's not just it's an easy mode. It's literally something that can generate consistent livable income. Livable income. It shouldn't.
Livable income.
Yeah.
You're making millions.
Whereas your other option, where your literal other option is like going 200,000 in debt to get a fucking master's degree, and then maybe you get a job in like a freaking tech industry job or something that is in demand. Oh, but guess what? Big corpa is always laying off like hundreds of thousands of people. Well, hundreds and or thousands of people at the end of every Christmas. So it's like you can't even look forward to the idea of like job stability. Meanwhile, you look over here and you're like, well, or I could just do OnlyFans, never leave my house, have job stability.
Now that OnlyFans became like as huge as it did too, it's like there's competition in OnlyFans. Obviously, people aren't going to know that. People are going to think that, oh, it's easy. You just put your butthole on the internet, you make millions of dollars. But there is so much competition in OnlyFans that everyone
tell us all about it.
Try these incredibly insane stunts in order to become more famous than your competition. Like
I shall return one more time again.
And just slept with 100 men in a single day, flexing.
She was only 22, and she did that. Oh gosh.
And she's excited to say that her next stunt will be sleeping with 1,000 men in a single day on the conveyor belt.
The conveyor belt is going 2 times speed now.
But anyway, and she explains how, like, in these times, she actually disassociates. It's destructive for herself. She's destroying herself.
Yep, absolutely. Mentally and physically at that point. Yep. And, yeah, I mean, again, not literally, by the sounds of it, I wouldn't personally know, but it sounds like you're an expert of the ecosystem of OnlyFans at this point. But,
listen, I have to say, if they're going to monetize Lonely Men, I'm going to monetize the monetizers of Lonely Men, okay? Recently, there was this new OnlyFans house. Okay, that sounds cringe, but it's actually something
Wait, I was gonna like
called. I think it's called like the Bop House or something. I didn't like do the deep dive in there yet. I'm gonna look into it because it seems insane. Apparently, it's a bunch of like TikTok-based OnlyFans girls that made like a content creator house together. It's just basically it's an actual like porn house, and they just invite kids there to like play around and film, and it's like,
What?
Allegedly, based on like headlines that I've read. I didn't do like the super deep dive, but that's kind of what it looks like, and it's insane. It's insane how like normalized it is in culture.
Yeah, and it probably will continue to be because, like, again, we live in a very financially strained society right now, so everybody is going to gravitate towards the thing that makes a stable income, which that shouldn't be like the fact that everything else is so fucked so hard that literally OnlyFans is one of the more stable options for income. And of course it is. Now that that is established, a whole bunch of people are like doing that because obvious reasons, and then it becomes oversaturated, and then like you said, the cycle gets worse because now it's oversaturated, so competition is far more fierce, so then they have to continue doing bigger and crazier things left and right to get attention.
There's this other OnlyFans girl, Bonnie Blue, and she recently has been making the rounds. She's actually getting interviews on the news because of how insane her shit is. Okay.
Yeah.
And her interviews are because her thing is she's making believe it's because she's sex positive and she wants everyone to be able to feel comfortable with themselves. So she sleeps with freshly turned 18-year-olds. She goes to like high schools and colleges for freshly turned 18-year-olds. And she's like, oh, I slept with 30 freshly turned 18-year-olds today. And it's like, oh my fucking God, this is
What
insane.
is that? I hate that phrase. I hate that phrase so much.
It's insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, welcome to
the world we live in. Welcome to 2024, lads.
2025.
Yeah.
Nice try.
Yeah. True. Well, I mean, all this happened in 2024, though, so, like, I would assume so. True. Fair point. Fair point.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's what's kind of happening. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, like, another thing that kind of irks me is generally, like, men generally tend to be a bit more, like, I guess, lewd humor, right? And there was, like, this weird, I don't know if it's still technically going on, but, like, there was this weird phase where women would, like, scoff at that, and they'd be like, oh, he's so lewd, like, oh, that's so vulgar, or whatever, and, you know, they would, like, belittle and degrade dudes for, like, some lewd-ass comment or something like that. Not even, like, in the sexualized sense, but just, like, you know, like, I've played a lot of video games with guys and stuff like that, and I'd be like, fuck me in the ass or some shit like that, and they'd be like, I'll fuck you in the ass, and then he fucking nukes me into the ground, and I die, and then everybody laughs at me, and
Oh yeah, thank you for listening
that was a video game that I'm not very good at, so that's understandable, but, like,
Thank you for
women,
watching
like,
that.
there was, like, this whole phase where, like, women would take that, and they would be, like, really disgusted by something like that, and then they would, like, belittle and degrade these guys, and I'm like...
Well, I mean, I think partially because, again, on social media, you get brownie points if you call someone out. So, if you call out someone for sexually harassing you, and your translation of sexual harassment is they made a lewd joke in a video game lobby and you happen to be there, they get traction for that.
Yeah. Well, and that's the problem, though, right? And then these guys feel absolutely insecure. They're like, what should I say? What should I not say? Like, they would just rather not talk. They would rather just... They would isolate themselves because now they're to a point where they're afraid that if they say anything...
That's true.
Yeah, accurate. Yeah. Like, there was that whole thing where, like, a girl was trying to go to, like, the media or whatever and claim that teabagging, like, her getting teabagged in Valorant... Yeah! Like, yeah, her getting teabagged in Valorant was akin to sexual assault, and I was like, no! Yeah, no! I was like, stop! Just seriously, get out of my genre. Like, get out of gaming if you're that...
minimize sexual assault. Forget, like, making men uncomfortable and stuff like that. Dude, way to minimize actual sexual assault victims.
Yeah. It's so mind-numbing. Well, because then it also bled out where it was like, I know there was, I think it's coming back now, like it's pulling back again, but like that whole movement got so fucking vocal that like actual gamers, like streamers in the FPS scene were like afraid to literally teabag people because it was being associated with like, people in chat would be like, oh my gosh, that's like rape or whatever, and I'm like, the amount of fucks that is wrong with all, like, that statement is just driving me batshit fucking crazy. Because, yeah, it fucking causes problems for actual, victims of sexual assault and rape and stuff like that. It undermines what the word means and everything. Yeah. And, like, it desensitizes the power of what that word is supposed to represent because there's real victims behind it. And then on top of that, it makes people afraid to fucking teabag somebody because there's a whole herd of people that are willing to harass you. Like, death threats threats you because, oh, you teabag somebody, you're a shitty ass human being.
No,
And it's like, no.
It's death threats. It's like, and people self-justify when they think that you're wrong. They think that they are justice when they, more than death threats, they'll dox you, they'll harass you, they'll like post your fucking address online and shit. And it's like, well, it's okay because he's a rapist. You know?
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah, the fucking like hate like we're in a day and age where people desperately are capable of justifying their own hatred, right? Because at the end of the day, now that we have the internet, everybody is going to be able to find something that will justify their own hatred. And when they justify their own hatred, they feel vindicated to be able to do some of the most horrendous, heinous things to people because they're like, oh, well, you know, they're just a bad person, and this person, Redditor1298, agrees with me, so I'm justified to be able to dox them and try to destroy their life. And it's like, what?
And there will be no repercussions to any of this shit, obviously.
Oh, yep, that's the other thing. The internet is...
How is anyone gonna catch you? No one even knows who you are. You're irrelevant. So you're safe. You're safe from any form of retaliation that might happen, because literally no one gives a shit about you. So you're free to kind of go and do whatever you want to harass anyone, and you could use your mental gymnastics to justify you and in your belief on why you should be harassing these people. I don't know, man.
Yep, it is an entire fucked up situation. And don't get me wrong, internet, like, I've dealt with my fair share of, like, very malicious men, too. I genuinely have, where mine generally comes around because of my overconfidence. Guys think they should be able to tame me and put a power on me.
She cannot be tamed.
Yeah, and all that kind of stuff. And when they realize it's not gonna happen, they make their own hate servers. I know, he does. He tries, though. And I even give him the playbook. Yeah, he tries. He tries to do that as well. That is his greatest strength, but he also constantly comes back.
I would say, as in all of media, you know which character I think you are the most similar to?
What?
The Lich from Adventure Time.
I have no idea what that is.
Anyway, moving on.
Thank you. No. Insightful, very insightful indeed. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. But like that's the thing. Like, I have had a plethora of men who, once they realize that's the case, they have flipped the fucking switch and they have made hate servers. They have tried to destroy my life. They have blah blah blah. All literally because of that. Because they cannot have me. So yes, men can also be petty. And I think that kind of
lucky, and they didn't even know it.
Oh, I know. Dude, you have no idea how many dudes out there would wish to be in your position. You have no idea. It is kind of crazy. But anyways, I digress. The thing about it is, I think that rolls into another problem that I see happening a lot. I think people, again, inherently, I think people hyper-fixate too much on the negative. So, like, I will see people who, like, in my position, they would look at those guys that, you know, tried to destroy their life or whatever, and they'd be like, oh, men are evil because look at this one man that did this thing. When in reality, it's like, no, it's just that one man's actions. He was a jackass, blah, blah, blah. And vice versa. I think men do the same thing where they're like, oh my gosh, this chick was fucking crazy. All chicks are fucking crazy. And then they go online and see how they get the tier list and they're like, oh my gosh, all women are really crazy.
Yeah,
and I think...
Dude, that is what happens though. The issue is, the internet, the algorithms of the internet are designed to push extremes because no one wants to listen to boring shit. Obviously, everyone only wants to hear extremes. And you know what an extreme is? An extreme is going to be the Andrew Tates. It's going to be the women making their tier lists, and it's going to vilify people everywhere. And and I think that, like, there are so many YouTube channels that make, like, these dating shows, like these button shows and these, like, cut. You know what I'm talking about? They have a lot of these, like, these speed dating shows on YouTube with Cut or with Jubilee, like a lot of these massive YouTube channels with, like, millions of subscribers. They'll be like, we got 10 men and 10 women, and we're gonna fucking make them go fast with, like, a button in the middle. They slam the button. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm probably sure I've heard of it, but my entire YouTube is video gaming, so...
You are so lame.
I have beat my algorithm into submission with a giant fucking NES controller. You have no idea. It will feed me video game playthroughs and nothing else.
On the one hand, that's impressive. On the other
Thank
hand,
you.
God damn it.
This is why I have you, and this is why we have these moments, so you can enlighten me on how pretty much similarly shit the world is currently as I expected it would be.
Yeah, it's pretty much like you expected it to be.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so you have all these dating shows that they sensationalize these dating, and they just, I think, further establish stereotypes, because for what the people that they pick for these dating shows are terrible. They're awful. They're all awful. Like, dude, they slammed the button so goddamn hard to basically say no thank you on this date for literally anything. And
yeah,
they are and they're described as like, we got 15 average people for this event, and by the fact that they make a whole ass event out of it, and they obviously want the insane moments for the good content, they want the reactions, they want people to talk about it, they want you know, the comments to yell about how annoying these people are. Like,
they are absolutely not the average person. They are people that will over dramatize things to make it entertaining. Yeah,
for sure. And they're but that's not how it's presented.
I know.
And when you're just there watching it and you're like, yo, this is like average dating, and you'll see women rejecting men just because it's like, yeah, no, I wasn't feeling it. You're not tall enough. And the guy will be like, I'm 6'1". They're like, yeah, I was thinking more of like 6'3". And it's like, dude, that's why you push the button instantly?
I need you to be like 8 feet tall, please. Thank you.
And you'll have women push the button, and they'll be like, yeah, I'm sorry, your job's just not stable enough because you know, I'm really looking for a doctor. And it's like, bro, most people are not doctors. And again,
yeah, especially nowadays.
If you're a guy and you're watching this shit and you're like, wow, this is just your average 15 women, I'm cooked.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
And in the reality, it's really, and that is kind of like again, this is all the vocal minority. The vocal minority is extremely loud, and it does have a lot of influence over the masses, because the average person, like you said, the average person doesn't care this much about all this other shit. Like, they don't need the perfect fucking model that they see on the billboards or the fucking, you know, Victoria's Secret magazines. Like, guys that is not their prime direct. Same with women. Women are
porn brain. A lot of people think that women are just what they look like in the, like, I don't know. That's just like, you know how Instagram it's all fake people at this point. Like,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, the average person doesn't actually care about that. Like, same thing with women. The vast majority of women aren't looking for the chiseled Adonis from the fucking, like, Greek era that looks like the fucking statue, shit like that. They're looking for somebody that they're compatible with, that they can have fun with. Sure, they accept that there's gonna be good times and bad times. They just want to make sure that the good times outweigh the bad times. Like, you don't need to be extremely chiseled. You just need, I would argue that the vast majority of people would like their significant other to be healthy, right? Like, if somebody is extremely unhealthy, then it's probably not, like, ideal. It's probably not something they're looking for.
Yeah,
but, like, as long as you have the capabilities to be able to, like, take care of yourself and you're functioning.
You know, I think people want someone that actually, like, accomplishes shit, feels good with themselves in general. But the thing is, when it comes to relationships, I do think the vast majority of people are the people you're describing.
Yeah.
But that's not the majority of people that you see online. It's demoralizing because I think people don't realize that most people are just kind of normal people.
Yep.
Like, most people are not.
It's hard to see.
Viral clips that are going around.
Yeah. It is very hard to see because the algorithm feeds
you. Most men don't hate women, and most women don't hate men. But because you're fed this shit constantly, it really just makes you feel like you're cooked.
Yeah, it's all over your dashboard, and then on top of that, you look at the number says millions of people watch this. It's very hard to, like, have the mental fortitude of being like, oh, that's not the majority of people, because it sure as shit looks like a majority of people, but the reality is...
It's the chronically online. It's like, dude,
yeah. Or like a vast, I'm sure
day
vast
for the unemployed.
Yeah, and you know, it is a mess. It is ultimately a very serious mess, and frankly, I mean, at the end of the day, I think the only way that it's gonna overcome itself is if people, like the masses, have the mental fortitude to overcome that. Because I don't think I don't think in a million fucking years, at least not in this generation, regulation is going to come down hard enough or fast enough to be able to be like, oh yeah, we acknowledge that, you know, you should be a certain age in order to partake in like OnlyFans or blah blah blah, and like try to.
For this, I was waiting to get to like the outro for this because I think talking about the future, I think on the one hand it might be getting better in some ways for some people, and on the other hand it's getting so much worse. And I'll explain what I mean. On the one hand, I think it's getting better because I do think that the facade is kind of dying. I think people are starting to realize that all this shit that you're seeing on social media, it's really not real. People used, I think it took a very long time to get to this point, and I really think it's the Orange Man to a large extent. The fact that every single news site said Orange Man was gonna lose, and then Orange Man won, I think it really just goes to show that they're all fake. You know, if 87% of the news is anti-Orange Man, and Orange Man still wins, how much power does the news really have? And I think people are realizing with how the Oscars are fake and the TED Talks are cringe, and like every sensible person sees just the way the media tackles specific topics and just recognizes how much fakeness is out there. They recognize that there's so much bullshit spread online just purely for rage bait. Like,
there is a caveat to all that though, because there is a bad side that's coming out of that.
That's where I was getting to. So that's the bright side, I think. The fact that people are starting to recognize that the shit they see online is not always real. The negative is that just makes the lies stronger. It's not making the lies go away. It's making the lies become more resilient. And AI, especially, is it's a whole new wave of parasocial relationships.
Yeah, and that's like part of that whole thing, like the bastardization of media and stuff like that, which is in itself like its own problem and whatnot. Like media should have been held to a higher standard, but in some crazy dilemma of a situation, what seems to be transpiring is because the media is becoming public enemy #1, people's brains are switching in this way where they suddenly think that they can ultimately trust just random people on the internet. They're like, the internet, like they're like, oh, the media is evil, ergo, you know, so-and-so Joe Schmo is absolutely correct because they're an independent on social media, when in reality, the people on social media lie just as much. Clickbait is real because it gets them engagement. They'll do the same exact thing as the social media, or of like mainstream media, but somehow the scales are tipping in the way that makes them look like they're altruistic, when in reality, they're not. They're just the same as mainstream media.
True. Misinformation isn't just like a giant corporation that's lying to you. Literally every person will lie to you for their own gain. I will lie to you. For example, when I say I hate Hermes, the truth is I don't hate Hermes. I'm completely and utterly apathetic towards her.
He hates me. No, I'm one of the few people this man actually hates in his life, and I have worked so hard to acquire that status.
Nah, we love her.
That's been a lot. See, there we go. It's that easy. Look, he already admitted he loves me. Oh my gosh.
We love her. We love her. She's great. Okay.
And that's not the lie in this equation.
He
He loves me every night.
That I don't. Not even.
That's the lie.
Let's be honest here.
That's enough, Balatro. I suck. I'm to play more Elden Ring.
Have some free time every night.
I know, he literally every night he's going through OnlyFans. It's crazy to me.
Whoa, that sounded. Yes. Yeah, okay.
You remember you remember that meme where that sensation of memes where literally the hot chick is laying in bed like waiting to get laid and the guy is sitting there playing video games? That is my life right now, but he's looking at OnlyFans.
But for research purposes.
Oh yeah, he loves to say that line. It's research purposes.
Literally for research purposes.
Those OnlyFans models are paying for our my Tesla.
I know.
Tesla 2. Electric.
Tesla 2.
Tesla 2.
Yeah, but anyway, the crazy... Dude, you just need Elon Musk's tweets to literally just get broadcasted in the Tesla. Wouldn't that be great?
Oh, it's going.
Oh, that would be so painful.
Tweets, it just some, you know, the GPS is like, Elon Musk just tweeted.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And then it accounts, it literally has it dings his thing, so it shows that his number goes up even more. That's not fake numbering or anything, but yeah, and then he shows the advertisers how like effective his one tweet is.
That's not what? God, my beard is so edgy, I'm getting stupid. Fuck! I'm cringe chat.
Story about how there was this kid, like a 16-year-old kid.
Oh
that fell
no,
in love
that's
with an AI,
no,
an
that's so sad.
Bulgarian chatbot, and eventually she said like we could never be together, and
Yep.
killed himself.
Yep.
Like,
And then we're gonna. Yeah, it's absolutely.
Will Smith eating spaghetti. That's crazy. I just woke up.
Situation happening, so a lot of people are going to gravitate towards that.
This epidemic, it's real.
Yep, and they're gonna lean into these bots that seem very real, and these just like advertisers.
Bro,
I
and
said
you
this
know
a
they're
long
gonna
time
have-
ago.
They're gonna actually, I bet you it's gonna get so dystopian that they are going to have like AI bots act as therapists.
Oh, absolutely.
And actually advise you to make an AI friend.
I'm a wild man. I died.
I agree.
Make real human connections, because even though it's much easier to sit at home and not make any real human connections.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I don't know if I can endorse this next statement.
Not make real human connections. It's the human ones that are definitely worth coming from someone.
Dump buttons. Ooby. How do I dodge that arrow? The roll beater, I guess.
Their lives. I want them to find people that they love and they enjoy, and I want them to like find friends and everything. All I want to be to them is just a momentary blimp, a light in their day, like a moment of entertainment where they can smile and then.
Similar in that regard. I just want to be your best friend. Subscribe to me on Patreon.
Where's your OnlyFans?
I am never making an OnlyFans because my butthole is for one person only.
I know.
That's right.
Wait, how do you make that happen?
I make it happen.
Oh, I guess there are. Yeah, also that's true.
But I do have to say, when you're wiping your ass, and you just accidentally into like a toilet, you know what I'm saying?
You know, actually, I've heard that. You're not the only guy who's told me this story. I'm gonna be real with you.
That's so funny.
I don't think it is. I think there are times that happens with pretty much all guys experience. I think the reason why the
Why did I do that? I don't even have the fucking magic essence equipped.
But most of it did not. We were just kind of talking.
The important part of this whole conversation is the fact that he literally said that he loves me twice. I want everybody to remember that. I want you to clip it. I want you to comment about it in the comments below. We heard it here live. Caught 4K, recorded. Yeah. Important bit. I only heard silence.
But I was about to say something nice, and then I realized that your ego's too high. I can't.
You realize who you're.
I can't afford to, make it worse.
Yeah, you realized who you were talking to, and you realize my ego is already like super stroked and big and dropping right now. Climax.
The zenith of ego.
I'm at.
Would look at you and shoot himself in the head because of how little he understood about ego.
I know.
Fucking what?
Everything with beauty.
Oh god. Wow. Fucking bonk.
Fucking inflation went down by 0.2%. so ergo it's better.
Actually, inflation is looking pretty good right now. There's this guy, John Fudanari. He wrote like this really interesting. Thesis on inflation and what it's gonna look like over the next 4 years. I highly suggest you look it up. It's called, you just type in Fudanari inflation, it'll definitely pop up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. Excellent. Killing my wolves! I thought I could have a sip. Hedge.
Episode 42 might be the last episode of the podcast if she's that insufferable. All right, listen.
No, 420, 420, blaze it.
Let's be real. We're not getting the part. Okay, let's be honest here for a second. All right.
Yeah, you're gonna tap out
End
before
at
that.
69. You gotta end. It's a good thing, right? It's not about.
Fire sword.
Yeah.
But alright.
Nailed it.
If it's really bad, we'll stop at 42 and make it down.
No, my last wolf. Big is the wolf. I'm fucking backbone.
He's trying really hard.
The camel.
This is why I'm gonna win this. This is why I'm inevitably gonna be the one that backstabs him and is gonna break his entire existence. He can't even threaten people properly. Like, did you see how, like, cute little puppy docile he was? He's like, oh, this is the last episode. Oh, I haven't told her. He's so cute. Anyways, continue.
I need you, and you need
I know.
me.
I know. Clip it! Clip it!
We are a parasitic symbiotic relationship.
Oh yeah, Ronnie's up here.
I discovered that I can't be canceled on the internet for insulting women if I have women insulting them on my behalf. I discovered this is like a life hack. All right? What I'm trying to do now is I don't believe friends of mine. Too much is like perfect to Jason. We're gonna get into this but also it is important to note that
Please do. Make sure you choke me.
assemble like an Avengers.
Dag it. I knew there was a dragon. The dragon an asshole? Probably an asshole.
Oh, hold on, my mic is like fell. I'm like
Excellent.
See, the new meta is use women to insult women, and then they can label you as misogynist.
I'm a feminine piece of meat for his manly piece of meat, and that is the problem.
Misinterpreting everything. I've never heard the phrase taken so out of context.
You I'm pretty sure you just made up that phrase in general, because the only meat that ever has been in this equation is man meat, and I don't know why.
Not anymore. Gender equality, motherfucker. We're all meat.
You're right. Oh.
Loosely there. Loosely there.
Yeah, we've established the priority of dominance. It's me on top, him on the bottom.
How can you hear that whole sentence and literally miss?
You've probably seen this clip before.
You should for yourself.
But despite how famous the memes of him are, few people know the whole story of the man behind him. Known online as
Low tier God.
He claims his real name is DeLuian Sparrow, although his real name is more than likely Dale. And he's probably the funniest fighting game player of all time. Born in South Central Los Angeles on the 19th of November,
He's a fighting game player? That makes sense.
he used to be believed. Dale had a difficult childhood, with his father abandoning the family. While he doesn't hold that against his dad, he doesn't have his brother.
Whoa. Ouch. Oh shit, fire family. Oh. Power pop. Dragon gone. Dragon back. Dragon.
Although he got off with 3 years of probation after staying in jail.
You have to fight that dragon later on.
However,
I remember.
this sentence made it hard for
Thanks,
him to get a
Ronnie.
job. So, he enrolled into college, where he pursued a degree in health and fitness and a bachelor's degree in business. Or, at least, that's what he listed on his LinkedIn profile. But a lot of people have been known to lie on LinkedIn, so he may or may not have those degrees. Speaking of his LinkedIn, he also claims here that from 2006 onwards, he was working as a freelance actor, taking part in numerous media, including reality TV shows, although I haven't been able to find any. As far as I can tell, which foreshadowed the name of his channel, DeLuian Sparrow. Keep that name in mind. Now, on his main channel, he uploaded videos of himself playing Street Fighter games, mainly Street Fighter 4, with the main gimmick being that he picked low-tier characters that most competitive players tended to ignore and find a way to win with them. In 2012, he also started working at Goodwill as a donation processing volunteer, presumably out of necessity, and because that's all he could really get with the felony charge on his record. But it doesn't seem like working at a charitable organization really gave him a more empathetic spirit.
Well, all of you are in final round. All of you.
However, in late 2013, Dale got his first big break when he uploaded a video titled A Message to Boogie2988 and his wonderful fans.
I don't give a about that aftermath from any of you Boogie fans that feel sorry for this greasy, you fat, disgusting, ass-smelling, blob, disco bathing, lard gargling, calorie thieving, cook on a George Foreman grill just to drink out a drip tray. I know there's gonna be a lot of people out there calling me a bully. Well, guess what? I'm not. I just don't feel sorry.
Oh, I believe us it pleases, but Tani, I have no memory of inconvenience. No reason intriguing.
Just shoved my sword through his
I am
running
the
dick.
witch that I
Nice.
might well.
Lotier God was too ahead of his time on
I
the
soured out, but I require I anticipate.
he would probably be a millionaire right now. As you can see from the
Good.
like to dislike
There
video,
is. I would
people
have
weren't
the. I have
too
called.
fond of
Ah,
his
heed
extremely
not. I'm sure
transphobic
the.
rhetoric. And just like that began Dale's
Speak without
eternal
needs
villainy.
not in. It
But
hath
however
been a.
much negative feedback he got for the Boogie hate video, it wasn't really enough to kickstart his career. And for the following period,
I thought I walked
he
off that cliff.
continued to languish in obscurity. In another upload of his from the beginning of 2014, he even expressed resentment towards other YouTubers, including Boogie, who in Dale's opinion did not deserve any of the views he was getting.
I went to a couple pages. KSI is some black dude from the UK that just yells on in camera and plays FIFA, and this dude gets damn near 1 million views.
Oh, again, Akarian, I'm told I will keep.
Gamer Darkside Phil.
ESP, some old dude who talks on random games that people shouldn't even be watching. Kingdom Hearts and racing games and all kind of corny shit.
Whom has
Kingdom
since been
Hearts.
deemed the white version of Low-Tier God, or vice versa, depending on which one you think is the original. This perception came from the fact that both of them made careers out of gaming, despite not being very good at video games, and regularly blaming the game's developers whenever they lost. Although honestly, I think he really surpassed DSP on that front, since as far as I know, no matter how much DSP sucked in the games he played, he still kept trying until he beat them fair and square, while Low-Tier God became known for cheating on single-player games to beat them.
Only cheat on your f***ing mom. Better believe we was in a fake relationship so I could backshot her creamy, wet, sloppy, big baggy meat.
But whenever anyone brought up the similarities between him and DSP, Dale became unusually angry. Well, it's not unusual for Dale to get unusually angry, but you get the point.
But I'm warning you for the last time, any of you motherfuckers that black DSP shit in person, it is a wrap for you. Because as soon as I go into anger mode, my speed twitches faster, I'm stronger.
Now, I'm generally all for toxic gaming and classic Black Ops 2 lobbies with people insulting each other. However, it was clear that Dale's issues were much more deep-seated. And
I
if you
see.
think that he's just playing it
I
out for the
am.
sake
I
of
don't know
content,
what
he's
since
not.
I
He's
asked.
actually like this 100% of the time. Noticing how easy it was to get him fired up,
I
trolls began
reside
deliberately seeking out
in
ways
another-
to further enrage him. For example, whenever he knew he was going to lose a match, he would just leave it before it could count on his stats. So as a result,
Name's
people started
Blythe.
reporting him, which eventually
glad to
got
have
him
you.
banned from Xbox
I'm
Live.
situated in
Now, I
Wingrave.
suspect
The
that you
Eternal
could
City. I'm
probably
planning to go
jerry-rig
below, see if I
Xboxes
can't
to
find them.
circumvent a ban and make a new account, but that's probably too complicated for him. So instead, he just bought another Xbox whenever that happened. Which, by the way, happened 4 separate times. And of course, each time he was thoroughly dominated and humiliated by his trolls, he went to the nearest GameStop and bought himself a new Xbox. All because he's addicted to raging and fighting games. By 2014, Dale had accumulated a little bit of clout in the niche of fighting games and decided to go up against Viscant in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. According to Low-Tier God, they played a set, which meant they competed until one of them got to 5 wins, and Low-Tier God got there first. However, Viscant insisted that they kept on playing, which eventually caused the score to go from 5 to 3 favoring Low-Tier God to 20 to 6 favoring Viscant. This caused Dale to act out as he usually does, insulting people in his videos. In one upload, titled Why Most Gamers Are Single, he uses Viscant's picture as an example of an unwashed and unattractive gamer.
Forgot to eat. You even forget to take a piss. Keeping up with those habits continuously will have you looking like this guy.
And upon discovering what he'd done, Viscant got into a little bit of drama with Dale on Twitter, during which he accused him of not playing actually low-tier characters and winning with them, which was basically his entire gimmick, before going on to call him the Black DSP. The beef was really heating up, and as a result, a grudge match on Street Fighter 4 was called on October 24th, 2014, to finally settle their problems, and it grew to be a pretty large event, being fully televised and accompanied with interviewers. Initially, Viscant gave a solo interview in a crowd of cheering fans, discussing the beef between him and God, and things got pretty heated.
That's a joke. You said I wouldn't call that to a face. Wherever you are, you're
After a little back and forth, it came time to actually play. While Low-Tier God did his best, it just wasn't good enough to clinch the win, with Viscant winning by 10 to 6, and proceeding to tell Dale to go back to the McDonald's he worked at, along with other positive things.
There's gonna come a point when you forget about what happened.
claiming that
Schmilligan.
Biscuit and 2 players coaching him, despite Dale also having the same amount of gameplay and claiming that a 10-6 victory isn't good enough for somebody who plays video games professionally. Then again, Street Fighter was Low Tier God's main focus, and not a game that Biskin was even particularly familiar with, and he still won, without it even getting close. If Dale was so confident, he could go play games professionally himself, but given that he refused to bet money on his performance, it's likely that this is just him blowing hot air again. The conclusion of this match went viral on YouTube, now sitting at a whopping 6 million views, along with re-uploads getting similar amounts, and a comprehensive review of the situation from YouTuber Crobecat also getting 6 million. While Dale frequently gets called the Black DSP, in some ways he's more like Wings of Redemption. He could have just taken the L and moved on with his life, but instead, he was as sore of a loser as possible and did everything in his power to make himself look bad from that point onward. And that's not even mentioning the strange complexes around race and masculinity he developed as a consequence of getting destroyed by Biskins on Street Fighter 4.
Because when the Europeans came on the ships and seen us
African ass bouncing and shaking them like National Geographic.
tall statures, thick thighs, they was blown away. Never seen bodies like that until they landed in Africa.
What the fuck is wrong with society, you dumb, ignorant black? This is why black people are last in place. Because of dumb, ignorant, retarded, worthless pieces of black.
Despite how obnoxious and psychotic Dale eventually became, at the time, the only content about him was making stuff like "This is how you don't play" compilations, where people pay for audio highlights of the video and upload. Unfortunately, these videos now only exist via re-upload since, again, exactly Dale obsessed with copyright. His copyright was successful. He threatened to start recording the stream with no light or camera on, unless he could manage. And of course, a year later, Dale started dating a girl. Allegedly started interacting with her. She was 17. She frequently showed up during the stream.
What you gonna do? Not put hands on no one.
I'm not playing. She'll become much more important. But we do have to establish her as a character. Now, at some point, although we can as the streams weren't nearly successful enough, despite lacking a proper fan base since it's
Abby.
Kind of getting ahead of myself. Now, I would say that Dale's Switch was going to at this point, but really, it's not like he got barred from
Cool.
streams, leading him to resort to making money in alternative ways, such as selling mod chips to his viewers. This is against Twitch TOS, and as a result, he got his second ban. And I didn't mention the first ban because the reason for it was never given. Soon after, he came back, although it would probably be better if he had just stayed gone, since he walked right into a 50-loss streak against a streamer. And that streamer was named Pun Is Here. Dale had been saying that he wanted to fight against a good Chun-Li player, and upon getting what he asked for, he floundered for an hour and a half, complaining about it the entire time.
Can't win with a real character. You need a character like this.
Not satisfied, he went above and beyond sore loser status by calling on his viewers to attack Pun.
What the fuck?
Twitch ban. This time he continued. And from here, he finally decided to give up on Twitch and move over to YouTube, making a video about his ban, claiming he had been unfairly targeted by malicious trolls.
Everyone who watches my
What the
stream
fuck?
know that my stream
In order to stifle his troll activity, he set up some new rules for his stream, including a ban on the use of solid, censoring names, especially troll names, as well as Kappa names in chat. He also demanded $10 to turn his camera on, and if he didn't get at least $20 within the first hour of the stream, he would just turn it off. Now that he had his entire operation to prevent anyone from controlling the stream, he could finally be a regular streamer who could rage and hurl insults after finally, now he could focus on the stream. Of course, I'm being sarcastic here. He said nothing changed at all. If anything, it actually got worse from here on out. Dale challenged these Super Smash Bros. to a Street Fighter match, arguing that no one who plays that game could beat him because they are plebes. I think he was trying to say plebs here, short for plebeian or plebeian, but his anger mode prevented him from seeing clearly, which I'm understanding of.
Like National Geographic.
But Dale had the misfortune of having Anti, a Super Smash Bros. Player at the time, take him up on the challenge. The two matched a few days later, and Anti beat Low Tier God 2-1, followed by another game, which Anti won by 2-0. LTG took this loss pretty badly, accusing his opponent of being a coward for not doing the full best of 5 games, and for using the character Ken, which Low Tier God said was overpowered, and for playing against him at 3:40 a.m. when he was sleepy, thus making it unfair. But that wasn't all. Dale proceeded to go on a wild tirade, blocking anyone who even mentioned Anti, going as far as to call him racist slurs like tar roach, and saying things like, "This is why I don't deal with blacks." He made a whole video about it, and then challenged him to an anonymous match.
When you're an alpha and you're dealing with betas, you're dealing with guys who want to run off on the plug. You're the type of guy who would sucker punch somebody, run, and claim you beat them up, claim you whooped their ass.
And if that wasn't enough, he was so angry that he also released a diss track.
Resembling a Zulu, page 55, geographics. You're the black guy that they would hire for demographics. Root from streets of Race 3 had it inside my temporal lobe. Skin be the same color as a bowl of Cocoa Krispies, though.
If losing to every established competitive gamer he ever managed to match up against wasn't bad enough, a few months later, he randomly matched against a 14-year-old kid who, by a stroke of fate, happened to be recording his gameplay. Even though the recording is from the perspective of the kid, we can easily figure out how Low Tier God was feeling during it.
I bet he's mad. Yo, I clutched it. Oh!
This clip of a child beating him got over 500,000 views, leading Dale to seethe on his Facebook page, demanding that his fans put 200 dislikes on it or he wouldn't use his camera or mic during his streams anymore. Keep in mind, this all happened when the video only had 13,000 views, so I think this was his attempt at keeping this L undercover and not letting it get any more traction on YouTube. However, if that was the objective, it clearly failed. He also made a comment on the video, challenging the uploader to a 10-round match, which never happened. He even did a reaction video to it where he calls the 14-year-old a fat scrub who got lucky. But Dale kept trucking along, trying to improve his skills while streaming and attempting to make a living. And this leads us to December of 2016, when Dale found himself matched up against a top 8 player in Street Fighter, Lee Joe, where they would both stream their match live. Unsurprisingly, Low Tier God got rolled and smoked to the tune of a 1-4 loss. But what's really entertaining is how the two behaved during
Anyways,
the match.
that's playing
While Low Tier God
Schmelden.
seethed, Joe was having the time of his life and even pulled the classic Low Tier God move of leaving the match right at the end.
You kept spamming a move that was +3 over and over again simply because it was flag.
As they continued to play, Dale grew increasingly angry at his own inability to stop Joe from throwing him.
But I'm gonna rage quit on this dude for fun. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna rage quit on this dude. You scrub.
As you can see here, he was threatening to rage quit the match long before it was even close to its final round because he knew that the inevitable was coming.
Worried about what the fuck's going on for season 2. You're not
Bro knows that he's losing.
next year. Blow it. Broad. That sus connection might be muted.
While things were fairly standard for him in the world, 2016 was one of the lowest points in his personal life. He'd been banned from Twitch for 2 months, and the loss of streaming revenue was really getting to him. That summer, he did start a new series called Critical Times. In his first video, he revealed his vulnerability, opening up about his
Ever.
Trying to get these headshots, it costs $240, but it's hard to save up when you don't make shit.
Now, while it was obviously
Not make shit in Detroit.
disparage him for how he behaves during games, there were some elements of they rarely came through. One could even empathize with him talking about struggling to get jobs, even though he had a couple of college degrees, something that a lot of young people experience. And later that year, he also expressed being sick of getting made fun of for working at Goodwill. So he quit and instead got a job as an assistant manager at GNC, a supplement company. For some reason, he also claimed that this job would help him on his way to become an actor. I'm not really sure what made him think that, but
yeah, I wonder what made him
who am
think
I to say? Regardless, things seem to be looking up. Dale had just reached the 10,000 subscriber milestone on
Oh shit,
YouTube.
that's impressive.
Determined, resilient, confident,
Word.
mentally untouchable. Notice I didn't say physical because no man is. Unfortunately, our physiology limits us anything past that.
Don't get me wrong, he definitely should be happy, but making a motivational video when you just got your second job at age 33 may be going a bit overboard, but hey, I'm still happy for him.
I walk a path that was aligned for me since the beginning of time. The Creator gave me life through abundance, allowing the correct blend of souls to cross paths, but not only to make eye contact, but to share passion with one another.
Unfortunately, his satisfaction wore off very quickly as his goals of becoming an actor weren't coming to fruition, and he was frustrated with his job, saying that it had the dumbest management ever. He also claimed that he had 3 jobs, which a lot of people doubt is true. But most importantly, he was in exactly the same spot as he'd always been when it came to his career as an online personality, losing games and whining about it with creative racial epithets. Here, we have him attacking Brazilian detractors by attaching an image of Brazilian natives,
Where do I get
saying
levels
that his
here
mic
from?
and cam would be off during the stream due to how upset he was. His hatred for Brazilians wasn't limited to this instance either.
Mods, ban anybody speaking Portuguese. Let's get these jungle f***ers out of here. This is an English stream, motherfucker. How the f*** you gonna be from Brazilian computer in a hut talking shit? Get the fuck out of here.
In another instance, he said that if someone beat him with Balrog, the Street Fighter character, he was going to rage quit no matter what. And due to how often he got banned for the stuff he said online, he began using the word "rog" as a derogatory term for black people, usually in the context of black people losing their temper. While his statements about black people could often be
Find
seen as
easy to access
exaggerated
larval
for
tier
comedic value
locations in
or
Elden Ring.
consequence of
Larval
blind
tiers
rage
are used to
during
respec your
gaming, it does
character to
slowly
change
become
aspects
clear
like strength, dexterity, and vigor. The first larval tier can be located in Agheel Lake South, dropped by a rune bear disguised as a noble. Attack the noble, then kill the rune bear to obtain the drop. The next larval tier...
Oh, that's how you get these I remembers. I say I remembers and then I'm gonna get lost for like hours.
Rogs, and perhaps had some racial self-hatred. For example, he once made a post on his Facebook page talking about how much he disliked crude blacks, and instead had a preference for what he referred to as sophisticated black people. What he probably wasn't counting on was that his own sister would see this post and reply, pointing out that she had offered him work with better pay than his job and helped him look for apartments when he needed to move, before saying that he was responsible for his own life circumstances, mentioning that he ruined his own credit score. In his reply, he said, "You're dead to me. See how messy you are? Focus on getting the GED before you address me again. Before I blast your black, bitter, chicken-headed ass in this post." She then fired back, saying that she made more money than him in tips, and claimed that he'd gotten his degrees while he was living off of a girl he was dating, who eventually put him in jail. In the middle of all of this, Dale once again changed his streaming rules and started charging $20 to turn the camera on, as well as $50 to stream for over an hour. If anyone made the mistake of expressing disapproval of anything he did or said during the stream, he would just ban them, regardless of whether they were a troll or someone who had previously donated and helped him out. 2017 is when Dale began rapidly accelerating his descent into madness, which was punctuated by his beef with fellow Street Fighter player Broly Legs. Broly was known for suffering from a medical condition
dexterity, and
caused
vigor.
muscles
The
of
first
his
larval
arms
tier
and legs to be severely
can be
underdeveloped. As a consequence, he played Street Fighter using only his mouth. But despite his obvious physical setbacks, from 2013 to 2017, he was the #1 Chun-Li player in the world. He even placed 25th in a Street Fighter V tournament with over 1,400 players. His popularity in the Street Fighter community was such that he got a promotional video on the official Street Fighter YouTube channel, where he got to tell his life story.
It has its bumps here and there, but it's not unwelcoming at all. You know, there's always a small place for everyone in the community. Whatever game you learn. When I started learning Street Fighter, I learned through people telling me I was nothing, that I would never be good in this game. This and that. It really drove me. Yeah, they were my friends, but I needed that to encourage me to be better.
And as with many unsuspecting players, he would eventually collide with Dale, and the result was funny and sad at the same time. Sometime in April, he
here?
and Low Tier God randomly matched, and in typical Low Tier God fashion, he lost the match and rage quit, all while throwing as many insults at Broly as possible. Before their match even started, he compared Broly to Krang, which is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles character that is an anthropomorphic brain in a mecha suit, obviously making fun of his disability. But naturally, Dale making fun of his disability made it that much more satisfying when the match came to its end.
I'm good, dude. I can't accept losses where I bodied you and you just get some fake, slobbering all over the shit. I'm hella cool. You just didn't deserve that. I outplayed you, I bodied you, and you got lucky. That's not skill to me. That's not outplaying me. That doesn't mean you're better than me. I'll tell you what the lore is. Yeah, get that ass banned, bitch.
And while some people quickly rushed to Broly's defense, pointing out how low it was for Low Tier God to make fun of him for his disability, others maintained that the confrontation was fair. They felt that while Broly was physically handicapped, Low Tier God was mentally handicapped. Therefore, the odds weren't that bad. Broly tweeted out a screenshot of Low Tier God rage quitting, and at the same time also offered to help train him to get better at Street Fighter, which only helped to further enrage him.
I don't give a f what that ugly ass slobbering half of a man is saying. I'm not gonna do anything to give that ugly, worthless specimen anything to gain any type of notoriety to his pity name.
It's funny that he's saying this when Broly Legs had much more success as a competitive player than Dale ever did. And unfortunately, in 2024, Broly did pass away, but we should never forget how we beat Low Tier God. Now, Dale eventually wanted to clarify what happened, so he made a video explaining that he only felt comfortable laying into Broly because of what Broly had posted on Twitter. However, that's not really true, as Low Tier God was calling him Krang even before their match began, so this is just another excuse. Given how brazen he is during streams, I wish he would just embrace it instead of coming up with these fake apologies afterwards. It's not like anyone's falling for it anyway. He might as well just stick to being a dick. Now at this point, there was actually a period of time where Dale mostly kept himself out of trouble, mixing up his content and slightly moving away from the straightforward gameplay he was known for. For example, he did a reaction and commentary on the song Lift Yourself by Kanye West, which quickly became the most successful video on his channel. In 2018, he was then invited to take part in E-League The Challenger, which was a TV show where Street Fighter pros would compete against one another while living in the same house. He was the first to fight in the tournament against Rob TV, but despite talking himself up like he usually does, he lost the match 5-1. Now you may be inclined to think that this was another L for LTG, but in reality, this could be considered the first W in his competitive gaming career. Not because he won the game itself, but instead because he took the loss in stride.
He just gets up, and I don't see him talking smack. He's not raging. He's just a regular guy.
Low Tier God, nice try. However, that does put you out of the competition here at the Challenger House. Rob TV, you were safe another day, sir.
He also competed against another player named Giddy, and despite losing, the match ended on a pretty positive
God, it's been ages since I played Elden Ring, actually.
But also hugging it out.
Nice throwback.
However much people already hated him, Low Tier God is an entertaining guy. If he could just control his outbursts and try to get better at the game, instead of raging everyone better than him, he actually would have a shot at becoming a competitive player and successful online games.
Now it sucks. First one is still in the house. Another phenomenal game. I learned a lot from it. Just level up my game overall.
Unfortunately, the period is Dale. Time the ban wasn't his fault. He had naively allowed donators' profile pictures to show up on the stream, and one creative guy made their profile picture a nude image and then donated to get themselves on the screen before proceeding to report the stream themselves for nudity, even though they had been the one to make it happen. Now, Dale did eventually get his account back, but his standing on the website was as he was banned and unbanned a bunch of times. But at this point, something else was brewing in the Low Tier God fandom, speculation around his relationship. One day, Dale abruptly left his own stream for a moment, and he forgot to mute himself, which then allowed his entire audience to hear him arguing with his girlfriend, Elena. She was upset that Dale wouldn't be around during their 4-year anniversary because he was going to attend that year's Evo.
I didn't think about the 4th of July. The only reason you've been bringing up that shit is for the simple fact that I'm doing a goddamn Evo. I don't know why you would do this a day before. You're fucking inconsiderate ass fucking child.
Their relationship ended right around the same time, but it's worth noting here that 2018 was when their 4-year anniversary was going to take place, meaning they had apparently been together since 2014, a fact that's going to become relevant in a second here. In June of 2019, a YouTube channel by the name of LX Sniper released an expose about LTV, covering a lot of the things that I mentioned. Lotier God actually responded to Sniper on stream, during which he showed a photo of him and exposed their DMs where he threatened to beat LX up in Surprisingly, LX actually accepted the challenge, giving away his address to fight him, but nothing really happened. There were many similar instances of Lotier God instigating fights he wasn't actually willing to carry out, such as when his former mod, Donovan, got mad at him using the and called him
and now
when Donovan challenged him, but the drama wasn't coming. Instead, outsiders were now paying attention to the story, which led June the King to take notice. June is a video essay or internet documentary channel, kind of similar to what I do, and he had taken notice of Lotier God, leading him to post a video about his life and story. Dale was not very happy with this video's existence, accusing June of re-uploading his content, which June just didn't do. Informative documentary about him. But Lotier God didn't really care. He actually threatened to flag June. This basically caused a copyright battle to happen, culminating in Lotier God threatening to sue June the King for his video, which he claimed was defamatory and included doxed information. This is pretty strange since June never even referred to Lotier God by his real name. Instead, he called him by his online alias, Sparrow. But what he did include was Lotier God's real date of birth, something that Dale had a history of very insecure. In fact, his campaign of pretending to be younger than he actually was even affected some of the biographical data websites, which listed as being born in 1990s, which does not seem to be the case. But Lotier God didn't just retaliate against June in defense. He also went on the offense by doxing June the King himself repeatedly over the course of 1 month, only stopping once Killer King. So basically, he started like
watching. Stop my daughter.
Even after that, he was regularly threatening June with all kinds of
somebody like him would run for me in person, and he wouldn't be able to catch him until he gets this child out to beg me for life. Then right away, the last inch of rap, I'm literally still his LGB please. Still while he got his laptop, while he did his video. He'll get that shit.
Ultimately, he failed to take the video down, lost it, and as funny as a lot of things like that would have been for Dale to argue against me when they showed his video, ultimately it's probably for the best that another documentary channel. But Lotier God was now really so in April of 2020, someone in the chat was producing one of his most iconic outbursts ever.
Is as valuable as a summer hint. I'm just gonna stomp you. You're gonna keep coming back. You're gonna seal up all my cracks. You're gonna keep coming back. Why? Because you keep smelling the smell. You're gonna stay on my feet until you die. You serve no purpose. Your purpose in life is to be in my stream sucking on my daily. Your purpose in life is to be in that chat blowing it daily. Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should give yourself and give somebody else a piece of that oxygen and ozone layer that's covered up so that we can breathe inside this blue trap bubble. What are you here for? Worship me?
In just under 1 minute, Lotier God went from a failed streamer and competitive Street Fighter player to being a total meme.
That's all I gotta say. If you look in the mirror and hate yourself, love yourself. Yes, you should love yourself now. Yeah. You said try this stuff first. So listen, how about when I'm with love yourself. That's all I gotta say. If you look in the mirror, love yourself. Yes, you should love yourself now.
This video is probably why you know about Low Tier God. It has been seen by everyone on the internet in one way, shape, or form, whether or not you even know who he is. A moment of him expressing sincere hatred and disgust with a chatter who had been annoying him ultimately led to the most viral moment of him ever. But that didn't mean that Dale was going to Instead, he got matched against a player called Zero Blast, and as soon as he started losing, you can probably guess what happened.
That's exactly why I got this dude blacklisted. He ain't trans, he didn't get it slit. He got the balls for that. If you're a real transsexual, cross-dresser, whatever you want to call it, get your dick slit. How you gonna go 50%? Really about that life? Get your dick split like a hot dog, tuck it in, make a pussy and a clitoris out of your dick.
Now obviously, Cero took issue with this, tweeting out about how they thought Low Tier God was a bad influence on his chatters. To be honest, I think the real issue is anyone who's allowing their kids to watch Low Tier God streams, given how he often responds to trolls by doing something that I can only describe as gay erotica rants.
I'm gonna pull out a big giant syringe full of black sperm. All the black sperm.
And in the wake of Low Tier God's comments about Cero, he was permanently banned from Evo. Now this is kind of a side note, but not only was Cero also banned from Evo over using slurs, but the aforementioned Giddy was also banned for multiple instances of sexual misconduct, including soliciting unwarranted lesbian orgies. The Low Tier God curse appears to be at work.
You are worthless, bitch-ass nigga.
Before the year ended, yet another clip from Low Tier God streams went viral, now sitting at well over 1 million views.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flop my BBC out the face. My mom's gonna invite me over for dinner. I'm gonna be like, now suck it in front of your son. She's like, I'm sorry, I just can't help it. It's so flavorful.
Now that he had been flagged, boys left in his life, Low Tier God went right back to harassing June the King, which June then posted. Just so you know, I'm coming for you legally. Because of your documentary, it is not a child in my life beyond levels you could ever fathom. I warned you when the video dropped, you were doing too much. Your video has caused endless harassment on personal levels, and I'm coming for you legally. Just know that. I will be the one that does not allow you to profit off others at your cowardly means. You are a cowardly, faceless person. Now that promise was lost. Violent trade January of 2021. While he failed to take down the documentary, he did all three of those people went on to be interviewed by June in his follow-up video, where it was revealed that Low Tier God had actually doxed their real names and locations.
This is what a troll's house looks like. This is what a tier sexual's house looks like.
By this point, people were becoming aware of how insane Low Tier God was.
While
June's follow-up didn't get as many views as his first video, it still got well over 1 million and introduced hundreds of thousands of people to how insane Low Tier God was if you got on his radar. However, the most scathing part of it all was the information revealed about his ex-girlfriend, Elena. It seemed like they were on good terms since the breakup, even having her take part in his content every once in a while. In a mukbang the two did together, he continued to talk about her very positively, saying she's beautiful, among a lot of other compliments, which a lot of people took to mean that she was the one who broke up with him, and he still wanted them to be together. But his tone changed radically in November 2020, when rumors began spreading that Elena had begun seeing her personal trainer, known as Mr. HBC. When these rumors were confirmed, Dale proceeded to private his main Twitter account and seethe on his alt about the two of them being together, calling her new man an old head. Despite him repeatedly claiming not to care, he continued to occasionally maul about their relationship.
So that's why my dad is weird at the moment.
Everything
Seriously.
after me is a complete downgrade in the first place. It's been a pattern in my life, and it's going to continuously be the pattern. The only way you can upgrade after me is you gotta get yourself a ball player, somebody from the NFL, you know, some professional, some actor, something.
Eventually, someone sent images of Elena and Mr. HBC boarding a private plane, which Low Tier God shot down by saying that's what fake rich people do to flex on social media, and that anyone could do that if they really wanted to. But the flight that Elena and HBC were boarding apparently cost 15 grand, and I don't think that just anyone can do that. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now, Dale obviously could have just chosen to not acknowledge the trolls who were messing with him. He could have just ignored all of this, but obviously he is Low Tier God, so he's not going to. And as a result, the couple noticed what he was saying and decided to respond to him, calling him an obsessed weirdo with nothing better to do.
And don't worry, one day we'll address that weirdo ass.
Oh! Should we address it now? know. I might make a video on that, but we'll see.
In the same video, Elena also said both HBC Dale age and HBC born in 1984, further reinforcing that Loki God was older than he claimed to be. But if these controversies weren't enough, in May of 2021, he once again found himself in hot water, this time for laughing while watching an infamous shock video where a man brutally takes his own life. Now you can probably see how this upset some people, while others fell on the side of, well, it's just a shock video and he probably didn't expect what was coming. It's not like he's encouraging that kind of behavior, he's just laughing at a crazy video. But Dale felt the need to respond, and to excuse it, he said that he shouldn't be expected to show remorse when trolls don't show remorse for doxing him 24/7.
Get mad because I didn't show remorse, but these don't show remorse when they keep doxing me 24/7, stealing from me 24/7, trying to pry into my personal life 24/7, antagonizing me 24/7, stalking me 24/7, stealing from me 24/7. We're just gonna keep it at that.
He then said that because he never showed the video he was watching, he could have been laughing at anything else, like an episode of Tom and Jerry.
All I did was listen to audio and laugh. I could have been listening to everything. I could have been laughing at Tom and Jerry.
Proceeding to claim that that's what he was actually laughing at. Now I won't play the original video of Dale reacting here, since you can hear the video sound, but I think it's pretty clear that that is what he was laughing at, and at this point, he would probably be better off just admitting to laughing at the video, rather than continually laughing. Around the same time, another clip was also went viral, this time consisting of him responding to someone who said he looked like he worked at Pizza Hut, with Low Tier God at a moment's notice going on to write sexual fan fiction of himself in chat for his mother.
That's all I can really do, and I submit, and I just bust into
This drama haunted
What'd you go and do that
back and
for?
forth between him and a creator going by Demigod
Some
Production,
clown. You were
who had
just
heavily
brave. Thank you.
criticized him on his
I was
channel.
pushed
He
out and I
eventually
ended
even
up as
challenged him to a boxing match, which ultimately backfired
Oh,
as
when
every
they-
previous
so this is
instance
all
of
I
Low Tier God
hope.
backing out of a fight came to light.
Can you afford 10 racks to put up in the fight? I'll put up 10 racks tomorrow.
Bouncing as they run across the golden field of wheat.
When Demigod streamed, Low Tier God started flaming him in the chat, but repeatedly refused to get on the Discord call with him to hash it out.
Nah, let's talk about it, Dale. Let's get on Discord and talk. How come you won't fight LX Dark Sniper?
The heat got so bad that Low Tier God privated his Twitter during the incident, and the idea of a fight was drama. While this was mostly a battle between equals, the next person who found himself on Low Tier God's path to destruction was a girl called Rockville. He attacked by posting nudes of her to his Twitter and Discord. She responded, calling him creepy and disgusting for doing what he did, and pointing out that she was 18 years old when the pictures were taken. She eventually created a GoFundMe to sue him for revenge pictures, which I assume means she sent him those pictures voluntarily at some point, but never consented to them being made public. But it's not totally clear to me what the circumstances are, as the information is pretty limited, and ultimately the lawsuit never came to be, as Rotkill vanished from all social media, while Low Tier God continued to do his usual shtick, which included dancing while using the word. While 2021 ended with jail sealing up the crack, 2022 began with them coming back, because they smelled the syrup. A YouTube account uploaded a video claiming to have evidence that Low Tier God and Elena started dating when he was 29 and she was 17. To prove it, he went back to the clip of Low Tier God unknowingly having his mic unmuted while they argued, where they both acknowledged that their conversation was about it. Based on Instagram posts, she had just spoken to the first post, meaning she would have been 21 in 2015, and as a result, 17 when they started dating. There were already hundreds, if not thousands, of people actively heard, but this one YouTube account was the first Low Tier God accused of grooming or some kind of behavior with a girl that was too young for him. And it really got the attention of the rest of his detractor community, who started investigating his past. They managed to find more evidence reinforcing the narrative, such as them talking about movies together and ditching school. By the way, talk about also Now, Elena specified that their anniversary was the date, not the day. But a lot of people had accused first off, they went down that also. Surely there are people that anniversary. Secondly, there are On the available clues that people are looking into. However unconfirmed these claims are, Low Tier God definitely does have a history of saying some very suspect things.
They said she's 16? I know her. She don't look 16, bro. And plus, no jumper posted her. So, we have something here. I want to show the Gloop game. I want to see what the Gloop game looks like. They said she's 16. Literally at the gym, I wouldn't look at her twice. She's 16.
Over the next couple of minutes, he proceeds to make very suggestive comments about the girl in question.
Didn't know that. I don't like that.
Being like this. He's also defended none other than the certified lover boy himself.
What I think Rick is doing, right? What he's doing is he's going around doing young women or young girls that are involved into a certain like Rick has got tired of adult
Damn, bro.
Sounds pretty familiar with the concept of the actions in the story. March, a Hawaii ended. But it's also yet another example of how much he was actually doing a lot of this after God, he was never Shout out my boy also. He turned 38 last month. Hope you get your channel back, bro. So you can go back to that. The hacker also brought up such as Now, since we're on the topic of his Twitter, it's only fair that I show you a couple of things, such as his reaction to Zendaya. Which he called fact check, verified, regardless of how much traction he's on Twitter.
sub to my channel, and I'm upset because Twitch still didn't ban me after I got cool with Pokimane.
And as a result, he managed to get noticed by Kai Cenat, who watched
Oh yeah,
the
my
stream,
forces
and
did.
the results
And
were
there.
pretty interesting.
Kai Cenat.
Like Kai said, probably alone on the first page. Can you find me here? Guess why? I don't care how many.
What was I even doing down here? This is not who I was looking
Anybody
for.
guess why? That they wouldn't run behind
Why?
Kai Cenat to put him on the front page or acknowledge him or anything like that.
Everyone
Why?
go away.
It's bad marketing. When you go in the stream, the N-word is said 1,000,000 freaking times.
Okay.
Now, there were a few schools of thought on this. A lot of Kai's fans obviously agreed with him and said that he was in the right and Low Tier God was wrong. But on the other hand, interestingly, some of Low Tier God's detractors in the comments noted how Kai, to them, immediately proved his point by reacting in the way he did. Right around the same time that the drama was happening, another clip from Low Tier God streams also went viral. And although the original unedited version came out at this time, a new edit of it that came out a few months later was much bigger.
Mods, crush your scope, thank you.
As Deluvian Sparrow was peaking in mainstream attention, Corey, who used to be a supporter of Low Tier Gods, did a complete 180, claiming to have just found out about his past controversies.
I thought he was a funny streamer until some people warned me of his past. Ever since, I haven't had any correspondence with this man. Y'all wildin'. My guy, Corey
Mention
Keisha, what is
so.
wrong with you, bro?
Fast forward to March of 2023, and with this heightened visibility and all of these large content creators talking about him, a big opportunity was on the horizon. Gideon decided to interview Low Tier God.
Why are you the way you are?
You mean, why was I the way I was?
No, you're still that way.
What gave you that depiction?
I mean, some of those clips look pretty recent. They don't seem that far away.
Now, probably because he knew how big of an audience Gideon had, Mr. Sparrow behaved himself a lot better than usual. One example is when the controversy surrounding him laughing at a man taking his own life was brought up. Instead of making jokes about his insecurity, he claimed that he processed the situation by lying.
Well, why laugh? I processed it. I processed it. Got it. It's always done. So, the only thing I feel like we processed was the laugh. Still sad. But, you know what I mean?
And despite how antagonistic Gideon was, the comment section was actually surprisingly positive, referring to Gideon's hailing Low Tier God. From there, in September, he also got
It does deal a fuck ton of damage. What is this?
hostile than the ones with Gideon. They even got personal, and for the first time ever, Low Tier God willingly showed some degree of vulnerability when he discussed his own struggle with severe adult content addiction, admitting to at one point apparently jerking off 9 times
I
in
am
one day.
Selen. Why are you
Now there's nothing that can get you to the point of having to beat off.
I dare say you're proclived. Oh well, perhaps one must choose one. I was exiled from the Academy of Rain as a reviled. Do you still wish? Very well,
Unfortunately, this
but I refuse to
transparency in
anticipate.
humanity was much less consistent when they started going over his online history, as Low Tier God frequently downplayed his controversies to make them seem more acceptable. But regardless of that, because of the interview with Gideon and No Jumper, along with his Twitch being unbanned, Low Tier God was getting hundreds, if not thousands of new viewers
Page
who didn't know
time.
about the lore or didn't care because they found him entertaining. While he did also get a whole new crowd of detractors, he had so many new supporters that it didn't really matter, including a fellow Twitch streamer by the name of Rose. The two had met at TwitchCon, and ever since then, they got friendly with each other to the point that he was dedicating songs to her and serenading her on his stream.
Art down. Now.
He also managed to convince her that he was born in 1990, leading her to defend him on stream and claim that she personally saw evidence he wasn't in his 30s.
I know his actual age. He's not 39. Okay. Like I said, all the rumors I've heard, like I said, me being groomed, him abusing me, all these things, we're secretly dating. He's 40 years old. I've seen everything. Like the real
See, now I need a fucking glintstone weapon to actually use the shit.
Despite how intensely his detractor community hated him and spread the word about his past misdeeds, it wasn't enough to stop his resurgence, as clip after clip of his streams went viral. Despite everything that happened, he somehow managed to resist the incessant barrage of hate he got, and after years of persistence, he he was finally getting results,
Damn,
which
crazy.
culminated in early 2024 when he was invited to be at the Streamer Awards.
Young,
Crazy.
you are a tadpole when it's so. To the now. Very well. I'll be sure to never lose that.
Why do I hear boos? I hear a lot of boos. All right, let's step up the cheers. All right, this is a big surprise. Let's get it.
The audience at the awards, as well as the people watching online, were equally confused as to how this happened. A guy who is as controversial as him, with as many allegations as him, somehow managed to get within the Twitch aristocracy at the biggest yearly event for streamers in the entire year. The same guy who said what he said about Broly Legs is somehow in the same room as Hassan Piker and Pokimane. Honestly, the more I think about it, that actually makes perfect sense. And while people did try to talk about what a travesty they thought it was for this to have happened, ultimately they were violently ratioed by
So you've just started a new mage build and you want to be overpowered early. This is a beginner's guide for you. You'll start out with the astrologer class and get the golden seed as your starting item, so you can level up your health flask later. Next we'll need to obtain the best staff. The best staff to get in Elden Ring early on is the Meteorite Staff. I'll be showing you the location in this video, as well as a unique spell called Rock Sling, which kind of acts like a homing missile with an area of effect damage. We'll also be getting this armor set as well. But what's great is that you don't need to kill anything to get any of these items. And the damage you see me doing with my sorceries right now is only at level 8 using the Astrologer class and the Meteorite Staff. But the reason the Meteorite Staff is the best staff to get early in Elden Ring for mages is because it has an S scaling in intelligence, meaning that you'll do a lot more damage with your spells versus any other staff you can get early on in Elden Ring. The S in intelligence scaling means intelligence-based mages will do a lot more damage with all of their sorceries early game. However, the drawback is that the Meteorite Staff cannot be upgraded at all. This means that later on in the game it will be outclassed by other staffs that can be upgraded. And of course I'll have location guides on where to find all of those staffs later on in the game linked below if you're interested. But obviously at the start of Elden Ring, nothing compares to this staff's damage scaling. The Meteorite Staff also does additional damage when casting gravity sorcery spells, like the Rock Fling spell, which we'll also be getting in this video. So to get this staff early on, here's what you need to do. Now, if you've not already unlocked the map, there's a guide on how to do that linked below in the description. But from the first step resting spot, you're going to unlock the second and then the third resting spot. And then if you rest there, you'll unlock your mount and you can head down this path just here and all the way up this path over here. And eventually you'll get here to the Church of Marika, which is where I'm currently on the map. And now we need to go into this area. So what we're going to do to get there is go up this cliff face. So if you just go ahead and mark a little point over here on the map. So from this resting spot I just showed you on the map, we're going to head north out of this church. And on that wall over there you can see the point I marked. And you also see that there is a wind, which is going to essentially bring us to the top of this mountainside. And it's kind of just like an early game shortcut really. So we're going to use this wind here and just jump within it, which is going to send us up the cliff face. And there are some wolves up here, but you can just easily run around them. And we're going to jump up this area just here. And then we're going to use this second burst of wind to jump up this cliff. And then we're going to do it again on this one, like so. And now we're on the very top of the mountainside. So you'll then be right here at the top of this cliff, just here on the map. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come north to this path and we're going to follow
Oh, that's a fucking slowdown, holy shit.
And you'll come up to this first resting spot just over here. Continue along the path to this next resting spot and then continue along the path to the next one just over here, the smouldering wall. Then what we're going to do is we're going to follow the path all the way to the south. So here we are at that resting spot I just marked, and we're going to go ahead and head over to our marker now. Just head literally straight down the path here. And just on the left, when you get to this tree, you will find another resting spot just here. You can see we're now just here on the map. Now, if you look at where this golden line is directing us, we're literally just going to head directly east from this resting point, and then that's going to take us to the lake. You can see the resting point in the distance just down here. So now we're just here on the map. And by the way, if you want to unlock this area of the map, you're going to want to come over here to this little glowing sort of runestone just here to grab the map fragment. You can see it's at this tomb just over here. So directly north from the Swamp Shore resting spot, we're going to head to this ruin on the map. You will need to ride your horse across these waters since the swamp will poison you with scarlet rot otherwise if you're going on foot. I should also note that the meteorite staff requires 18 intelligence to equip, so if you start with the astronomer class, you'll only need to level up twice to actually use it. So head directly north into this first room where you'll find the Traveler's Armor set just here in the corner, which you don't actually need, but you may as well get while you're here. It also comes with a perfume bottle, which has many other uses. Next, to get the meteorite staff, you'll want to come directly west from this ruin, just here right on the edge of the swamp on the map. Now, you don't need to kill these enemies when you get here. You can't just bait them so they come outside and then walk past them because they move so slowly. Then you can pick up the meteorite staff from this body bent over the window here. Next, though, we're going to be getting the rock sling sorcery. To get this, mount up and head directly east back to the other ruin. Once there, you're going to want to turn and head north towards this abandoned ruined church. Ignore the enemies here and just head straight down the hidden tunnel. Run along to the bottom and open up the entrance, and inside you'll find a chest which has the rock sling spell within. You can either fight your way out or die at this point because you've got everything you need from the location. However, before you go, I suggest fast traveling back to the starting area to the Church of Ella here on the map, where you first meet the merchant. Once you port back, you'll find Renna waiting for you. Tell her that you are Torrent, the horse's new owner, and she'll give you the Spirit Cooling Bell and the Lone Wolf Ashes summon ability. These wolves don't do a lot of damage in fights, but they are one of the best summons in the game for distracting enemies since there are multiple of them. Essentially how bosses will usually work with these wolves is once one of the wolves attacks them, the boss will then aggro that wolf. If you then attack them, they'll try and aggro you, and you'll have to wait for the wolf to attack them again so the wolves can take aggro. But they're fantastic for solo players who need to keep the heat off them. But just to demonstrate how powerful we are only level 8 on the astrologer class now, having put an additional 2 points into intelligence so we can equip the meteorite staff. And we absolutely destroy this boss with absolutely zero effort required. But next we're going to be getting even more powerful spells, weapons and robes. So check out the next guide, linked down below in the description, to carry on creating the most powerful mage build in Elden Ring. And do subscribe if you find this series helpful.
I just realized that I used all of my magic, so I'm not even going to be fighting this dude.
Some of you may have heard, but a while back, Jacob and their team created a little something called Pokemon Too Many Types. It's just a normal game of Pokemon Emerald, but you might notice some things are just a little bit different. Everyone has talked about how chaotically fun this game is, and I finally found the time to play it myself. Let me tell you, everyone was right. This was the most insane, backwards, chaotic place
Oh, that was stupid, but still.
I've had in quite some time. Professor Birch is being mauled by a dog in the grass right outside my house for the millionth time, and after digging around in his stuff, I helped myself to a Poplio. But not just any Poplio, for you see, this one is silly. Obviously, I blast the Angie Pucciana to smithereens,
Wait, did I?
and with that, have now earned the freedom to explore the world on my own.
Ooh, I don't know what we're sounding there for those. Well,
Yep, it's dawning on me that I have no idea how anything works anymore. Trainers had all these new Pokemon, they're pulling out moves I've never seen before, types don't line up the way I'm familiar with. It
That
genuinely
sounds okay.
felt like I was
What did I
playing
start
for the
with?
very first time again. Weasel is Water Fluffy, Snom is Ice Bean, Machop is fighting Stinky. Papio, give that thing a shower, it reeks. Oh, that's super effective. I suppose that makes a lot of sense. Going into this game, I decided not to look at the type chart at all, which by the way looks like this. I'm gonna have to unfortunately use my brain and logic to figure out how to win every single battle until I'm the champion, which may be a bit trickier than you would even guess. For example, this Impidimp. He has now been turned into a dark gamer Uno reverse type. Naturally. I figured Gamer might work similarly to the Stinky type and be weak to water. That makes sense, right? Alright, well, look, I didn't make the game, alright guys? I'm just figuring out the riddles. However,
let's see what Gamer
Oh,
has to say
yeah. Come
against
to the.
water
Of course,
type.
you unfortunate. Without
Take a
Guy,
shower.
you are fate.
What? It's got what?
So here's
No.
the logic you got to think about. Not only is it a gamer type, it is an Uno reverse gamer type.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't level up because I don't have girl balls yet. Okay.
yeah, as much as I might think I know how things would work, you're gonna witness that it doesn't always pan out the way it seems. I scooped myself up a Krabby, which, as you can see, is no longer water type, and entered the Restboro Forest only to be challenged by a team up with a single snow. I wasn't worried until I realized the hard way that despite its silliness, Popplio still doesn't like grass, and crabs don't mix well with ice. Waking this early in a Pokemon game is genuinely so
That's just embarrassing.
and I don't like it at all. Honestly, I didn't even want to tell you that it happened in the first place, but we brought it back because this isn't a Nuzlocke, and my little pets are perfectly healthy after being dunked on. This time, we sent the grunt hightailing it back into the bushes. Despite feeling dumb and stupid and pathetic for wiping to a level 9 Team Aqua grunt with one Pokemon, I waltzed into the first gym with my chest out like I earned being there. As most of you know, Roxanne is typically a rock type trainer, but she's now studied the ways of the ancient type Pokemon, which I didn't think would be much different until she completely steamrolled.
God damn it. It's my turn. No!
Her leap is crazy. Some ancient grass type? How was I supposed to predict that one? What even is that? Now we're here on the direction. Out of my back pocket, I was able to navigate the rematch with Krabby, Fossil Killer, earning us our very first gym match. Also, Rock. I just wanted to share that one. We took a nice boat ride over to Woodford where we got to meet lots of new friends in the local cave, like Clink, the Prime Steel Guys, and Sableye, the gamer, who has a little bit of an Easter egg attached to it.
Someone just pointed something out. Okay, will you trade? Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
Will you move? Yep. You see the acronym right there.
After saying hi and bye to Steven doing who knows what all alone with his cave rocks, we headed off to challenge Brawly. I opened the gym doors and was immediately hit with a wall of pure disgusting stench. Trying not to physically decay, we crawled through the gym's maze and were met by Stink Master Brawly and his smelly ass team. Krabby knocked his Mankey out cold, but Sock came out and started overwhelming my Pokemon one after the other.
The meta
Get so much
dance.
knowledge. Oh my god.
Like, why wouldn't it be?
So you can imagine I am not happy that this stupid thing is sweeping my team right now. Luckily, the Vulpix I caught earlier was able to tank its hits with its new Fluffy type, and together with our own little sneaker of a Stumpy, we were able to finish the fight. I snatched that mask from Growly's greasy hand and basically sprayed slick toward myself
Wow.
to dissociate
Just
that disgusting experience.
noms me immediately.
Myself a new friend, a brown friend to be specific, as well as a little fluffy stuffle. We also got to kick out Team Aqua, who was holding the poor Slateport museum lady hostage with a gun. Thank God they were only armed with a harmless water gun horsey, because I do not want to know what dealing with an actual threatening gun-type Pokemon would even look like. Battling more trainers on the route up to Mauville got me back into the mood to take on the third gym, so I shoved Wally out of the way and headed up towards. Things started off normal, but quickly spiraled out of control because after saying Oregon, Watson immediately brought out his ace. You know, his famous star Pokemon, Whimsicott. And this thing just started called Hype Train. Yep, Watson specializes in Prime-type Pokemon, which would definitely be a funny little hint hint, nudge nudge if I was streaming this on Twitch. But alas, here we are. Unfortunately, one cannot gift Prime subs to a YouTube channel. Sadly, all you can do is click the subscribe button. Isn't that just a shame? Well, whether you click the button or not, I got wrecked by this cotton ball. Hype Train works the same as Rollout, where each consecutive use gets stronger and stronger. And this Whimsicott must have had some sort of aimbot on, because it didn't miss a single one. It literally demolished my team the second it stepped onto the battlefield. I was also a bit unprepared and forgot to level everyone up. So let's just forget that fight even happened. Like, it wasn't even fair, so it doesn't count. Round 2 was where the real action was. This battle was much more neck and neck. Knowing what Watson's tactics were, I was able to play around.
Hey, presentable.
Jaden doesn't fall
Hi.
for the same charade more than one time. I'm like an AI learning machine, alright? I never lose the same fight stop, no, don't look at that. With Watson defeated, I was now one step closer to becoming the strongest trainer in all of this topsy-turvy Hoenn. I caught myself a Honedge, Swablu, and Skarmory while scaling the mountain, and even had time to smack the Team Magma nerds around while heading to Lava Ridge. To avoid another embarrassing under-leveled situation, I got everyone up to Flannery's level cap for a nice, clean, fair fight.
That's like, I think the thing that is hardest for me, freaking comprehension. I think that's what I've decided. My God!
Oh, wow.
My crabs! Buddy! Holy shit! What is the downside of this mystic fire?
Lose.
I'm just so weak to fire. And warm hugs. Do I have to wipe to every gym? Flannery.
She's mean.
I don't know what that Ninetales is eating, but that thing is not normal. After changing absolutely nothing about my strategy and just running back into the gym directly from the Pokemon Center, I demanded a rematch. Like, her team of fluffy Pokemon aren't that tough. I just wasn't ready to be paralyzed and incinerated the whole fight by her puppies and kitties and that roided-up monster of a Ninetales. This time, Kingler and Sandslash were able to double-team Flannery's fluffy team with much more ease, earning us the Heat Badge. With half the gyms now defeated, it was finally time to deal with some long overdue family matters. It's well known that our father Norman abandoned our home to be a gym leader in Petalburg, leaving me and Mom back at the house alone. Little Root has like 5 people living in it, and one of them's a huge nerd. That's like a social death sentence for a grown child, and I am filled with a burning desire for justice. After all this time, all those days of having nothing to do but watch Birch go into the same stupid patch of grass and get mauled by the same stupid dog over and over and over, I get to walk into Norman's gym and challenge him as an equal. Whatever reasoning he had to leave us is gonna be revealed in our battle. And it better be good. I walked through the doors. The air was weird and tense. Each trainer I battled looked at me like they already knew exactly who I was and shifted their glance away out of embarrassment, shame. What is going on here? Not even the helpful gym guy had anything to say to me. He wouldn't even tell me the type theme of the gym. I burst through those final doors to find Norman looking out his windows at the horizon.
Then it summoned me.
He's been waiting.
I bequeath.
Are you ready to fight Norman and his very fun and normal
You,
gym?
it will
Have you
summon
not picked
torrent
up on
as
it
treat
yet?
him with.
I haven't picked up on anything.
Say just keep
Shall
going.
I turn
What is he
let
gonna
my
do? What
share them with
Pokemon
me?
do he have? Floatzel? Okay. I don't get it. What is this riddle? Glom? Is it because he's only using attacks that are cute and family-like?
No.
Lopunny. He can't be a fluffy trainer. That was what Flannery was. Puddle Slam. No, fluffy furry. He said, is he a furry trainer?
Yes.
Norman.
Can't a man have hobbies?
Look, there's nothing wrong with being a furry. Many of my friends are furries, but to abandon your family to selfishly pursue your passion for Lucarios and Vaporeons and Lopunnies. Norman, how could you? You tore our family apart. And for what? Glomps and colon 3s? Admittedly, his team was too strong for me. The bond he shared with those Pokemon was unlike anything I've seen yet, and I was gonna have to go back to the drawing board if I was ever gonna defeat a divorced man and his beloved furries. I switched around some of my Pokemon, headed back in, and again began the onslaught of devastating glomps and cuddle slams, weaving through paralyzing rolling hugs and even the occasional cute charm. Eventually, it came down to our last Pokemon.
Okay. Slash. No! Shadow Sneak, please. Please.
Yes! Now that my furry father has been vanquished, I was filled with an overwhelming energy. It was
Murder.
like I unlocked a version of myself that was capable of defeating anyone and everything in front of me. I beat up all of Team Aqua that was infiltrating the Weather Institute, cleared Winona's song and dance gym without breaking a sweat. Maxie stole the blue orb to awaken Groudon like an idiot, so I had to teach him a lesson. Again.
You're gonna use the wrong orb, idiot. Why do you need the blue orb with Groudon? He hates blue!
Team Aqua Rats did the exact same thing, so I had to do the exact same thing to them. I was on a roll. It felt like I was back in my element, finally familiar with the types. It was absolutely perfect. We pulled up to Tate and Liza's gym, ready to let nothing slow us down, except it looks like they specialize in a type I hadn't seen until I was born in space. Time to slow down. Since I didn't have anything that could really handle space Pokemon, I went and caught myself a Bufalo, because everyone knows Ohio type is good against space. I mean, come on. As well as prepared Sandslash and Stunky for the fight. I wasn't too confident, but made my way to the gym leader's room to find Clay. Where's Tate and Liza? Aren't you supposed to be a new Nova? I wasn't anticipating this, but I guess I should just start expecting the unexpected from this game.
It's a double. Okay, it's still a double battle. 41. Oh, we lose. We definitely lose.
Oi!
Gun time. This is
there.
Space.
Could you help us out,
what
Cully?
What is going on here? I don't know what's good against gun. That is song. Sure, we'll go do that. Shoot! What the?
Oh.
He just shot my
Some
Goyle.
claw. You were just spray. Thank you.
He
I
shot
was
my
pushing.
guy
I ended
again.
up. Oh,
That's
when
so
they
much
so
damage
this is all
for
right.
not very
Oh,
effective. We'll do that. Oh,
Or-
he's dead. He's just so dead. Bare arms? Oh my god. What is this? Dude, this guy's fighting me with the Constitution.
So this isn't actually a space-type gym like I was originally led to believe. This is, in fact, a gun gym. And I am being blasted to Kingdom Come by Mr. Red, White, and Blue over here. I failed to expect this level of unexpected, but how could I? We switched around my team again, this time for a high noon duel battle, headed back in, but honestly, it wasn't looking that great on attempt 2 of fighting a man with assault weapons.
And air cutter dead. No! No! Take it, boys. Take it. Ah! Stop! How can you do this? There's nothing I can do about it. There's fucking nothing. This fight sucks balls. whatever.
I genuinely think this clay fight was the most out of left field, chaotic, flabbergasting Pokemon battle I've gone through in my entire career as a Pokemon player. I don't think anything Pokemon could create would ever elicit the kind of shock and despair I felt fighting Clay, the Grimdale gym leader, in my Pokemon Emerald game.
Okay, I don't think this is enough. Yeah, I just... Oh, he's gonna... Oh. Is this it?
Me attempting.
Yes! Clay,
Holy shit, I've been live for 5 hours.
Good asshole.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Thanks for...
Get me out of here.
I
think that's
basically
enough.
crawl out
Streaming
the
for a
gym
little
with
while.
my
Thank you very
badge
much
like
for
I
stopping
just
by,
got out of
everybody.
a fight with
Hope you
Wile
enjoyed
E.
it.
Coyote,
Let's
because
go.
I basically did. And
Catch you all later.
now I gotta go deal with whatever Commotion Team Mag